I raise dinosaurs in the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Smiling Face Hiding Dagger. Mawudi had never expected this. Lin Kong had not only determined that this group of Black Knights were here to kill him, moreover, he had guessed that the mastermind behind this group of people was the president. Of course, Lin Kong was not guessing out of thin air. He had a basis. First, according to the information obtained from the previous interrogation of Murongjing, it can be learned that the president has various team leaders under his command, such as team leader of soldiers Murongjing, team leader of artillery, team leader of cars, etc. Although, so far, Lin Kong only knows Murongjing as the team leader. However, hearing the word team leader was enough to lead Lin Kong's thinking to the president. Then, it was the second point. This group of Black Knights were dressed in uniform. All of them were level 4 silent war horses, and their actual combat power was quite amazing. Killing a level 5 zombie was just a matter of a few moves. If it weren't for the level 6, three-eyed corpse's quick reaction, I'm afraid it would have been tricked by this group of Black Knights. Such a terrifying team would never gather together spontaneously, but belong to a powerful organization. As far as Lin Kong knows, there is only one strongest force, the World Salvation Chamber of Commerce, that is almost everywhere in the gathering places of survivors. This Chamber of Commerce has been absorbing various new humans as strength. Only the huge World Salvation Chamber of Commerce can cultivate the Silent Night Ghost army of the Black Knights. Moreover, the reason why Lin Kong is more suspicious of the president is the basis of this third point. The third point: in peacetime, Lin Kong was a poor loser with few enemies, and no one was bored to kill him. After the zombie crisis broke out, although Lin Kong killed many people, he basically killed the backstage together. The only big backstage that was not killed was the World Salvation Chamber of Commerce. Since there is only one enemy, then this group of Black Knights that he has never seen before are now coming to kill him, so they must be the men of the president. Since the opponent has been basically determined, Lin Kong's position must change 360 degrees. Previously, Lin Kong wanted to win over Mawudi, who was experienced, bold and careful, so he decided to help them defeat the three-eyed corpse. But now, Lin Kong no longer needs to win over Mawudi. He still has to find a way to kill Mawudi. If he has been kept in the dark, after saving this group of Black Knights, I am afraid that they will turn around and point their guns at him. When he thought of this, Lin Kong couldn't help but sweat a few beads on his forehead. Fortunately, they revealed a flaw in the conversation, and fortunately I discovered it early, otherwise it would be a lot of fun. While the mule was not paying attention, Lin Kong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then the question came: how can I kill Mawudi and others? It's very simple. As long as Lin Kong doesn't use the 7 black balls to continue to protect Mawudi, he will be crushed by the buildings that the three-eyed corpse keeps throwing down. The other Black Knights have already escaped. Once Mawudi dies, I only need to deal with a late level 4 mule. Lin Kong also has a forest pteranodon lurking in the dark. The forest pteranodon is level 4, and it is not difficult to use it to sneak attack and kill the mule. In summary, it is easy. If Lin Kong decides to kill Mawudi, it is indeed very easy. But, he wants to capture him alive. Mawudi is a late level 4 master, and he leads a full 20 late level 4 subordinates. This is enough to show that Mawudi is definitely the president's capable subordinate. Such a great person must know a lot of information. If I can capture him alive, and then hand him over to Lee Minutes, who has the superpower, yes or no, to question him, wouldn't that be great? Collecting enemy intelligence is a very, very important thing. A party without intelligence is equivalent to a blind man with his eyes covered. If Mawudi did not come to kill the three-eyed corpse this time, but went directly to Lin Kong, then Lin Kong would immediately fall into a life-and-death crisis. There is no doubt about it. But Lin Kong is lucky that Mawudi did not meet up with the pink-coated cannon man. At the gate of Kuaning Hospital, The pink-clad gunman lost his only chance to see Mawudi due to the interference of the coquettish woman. Due to various coincidences, Lin Kong gained an intelligence advantage and knew the identities of Mawudi and others in advance. Killing is easy, but capturing alive is a bit difficult. Lin Kong was doing two things at once. He was thinking about how to capture Mawudi alive, and discussing with the mule next to him how to deal with the three-eyed corpse. The original text can be read at LU number 9 / Mawudi and others must not find out that Lin Kong already knows their identities. So Lin Kong decided to pretend to continue dealing with the three-eyed corpse. He had already thought of a way to kill the three-eyed corpse, and told this method to the mule and Mawudi. After listening to Lin Kong's method, the two of them were all bright-eyed and praised him with great admiration. Great, brother Lin Kong. Your method is really great. Very great, very great. It's simply indescribable. Yes, not only is the method clever, but brother Lin Kong, your observation ability is also top-notch. Just by looking at it from a distance, you can clearly and accurately infer the effect of our leak potion. I really admire you. The two people had something to ask of Lin Kong, and praised him fiercely. Lin Kong waved his hand and said modestly, "It's just a clumsy method that I came up with casually when my spiritual energy moved." The mule next to him heard it and immediately flattered him. "Oh, if you can come up with such a brilliant idea casually, then brother Lin Kong, if you think about it seriously, wouldn't you be invincible directly? Ha ha ha." The room was filled with happy laughter. However, in the laughter, there was a surging murderous intent. Mule and Mawudi had already decided that after using Lin Kong's method to kill the three-eyed corpse, they would kill Lin Kong immediately. And Lin Kong was also racking his brains to think of a way to capture Mawudi alive. The two parties were on good terms on the surface, but in fact they were sharpening their knives behind the scenes. Only the three-eyed corpse, in the distance, was still simply throwing buildings one after another. A mountain had already piled up where Mawudi was. 3 minutes later. The details have been finalized. Okay, without further ado, let's start setting traps. Lin Kong patted Mule on the shoulder and said. Mule did not respond immediately. It was not until Mawudi on the other end of the headset agreed to the action that Mule nodded. Okay, brother Lin Kong, I'll do as you say. The old door that no one had come to lubricate was opened with a creak. Lin Kong and Mule quietly walked out of the room together. Their goal was the luxury hotel. The trap to deal with the three-eyed corpse will be set inside the hotel. Chapter 377 Escape from the first day of the new year. The question is again, why was the grenade remotely detonated the moment the three-eyed corpse entered the door? Lin Kong and Mule were both pretending to run in the distance. How did they know the exact time when the three-eyed corpse entered the hall? Although Mawudi and Mule had short-distance communication equipment to communicate, Mawudi was still in the ruins. He had no way to inform Mule that the three-eyed corpse had arrived at the balcony. The superpowers of Lin Kong and Mule were Summon Meteorite and Vajrablade. Neither of the two superpowers had the effect of perspective eyes, and it was impossible to penetrate the walls of the hotel and see the timing of the three-eyed corpse entering the hall. So, how did Mule grasp the opportunity and detonate accurately? The answer is very simple. Carrot. Ding 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 tilde. Of course it was this lady who came with the emoticons when she appeared. It was the forest pterosaur hidden nearby, who had been secretly watching the every move of the three-eyed corpse. The forest pterosaur is small in size. Although the perception ability of the three-eyed corpse is very sharp, it is impossible to sense such a small pterosaur. Even if it senses it, the three-eyed corpse will not care too much. There are so many small animals in the bushes, and the physique of the forest pterosaur is not even as big as that of a mouse. Such an insignificant little thing. The three-eyed corpse, a powerful 6th-level warrior, will not care at all. And all dinosaurs can communicate with Lin Kong in real time without delay. So, the moment the three-eyed corpse flew to the entrance of the third-floor hall, Lin Kong directly detonated the bomb. Well, it was not detonated by the mule, because the speed of the three-eyed corpse is too fast. If it is left to the mule to detonate, there may be a time delay of a few tenths of a second. In short, The final result is that the timing of the grenade explosion is just right. Not too fast or too slow, just pinched at the moment when the three-eyed corpse flew to the entrance. Countless green small steel balls enveloped the three-eyed corpse. The three-eyed corpse knew the power of these small steel balls very well. The physical power was estimated to be only enough to break a layer of its skin. But in terms of magic, as long as it was hit by a small steel ball, as long as its body was stained with a little bit of green substance, then its spiritual energy would be sealed. Once its spiritual energy was sealed, it would not be far from death. It must not be hit. It must escape. As a level 6, three-eyed corpse, its reaction speed was super fast. If it was a level 5 zombie, it would probably only have the idea of escaping at most, and then it would be immediately hit by the small steel balls. But the three-eyed corpse could start thinking at the moment the grenade exploded, when the overwhelming small steel balls were shooting at it. The three-eyed corpse had another chance to think about how to deal with it. Previously, Mawudi also used the method of throwing grenades to put the three-eyed corpse in a very desperate situation. That time, the three-eyed corpse successfully survived the desperate situation and escaped by converting the suppression force. But this time, it could not use the same method to survive, because it was different. Last time, the grenades exploded at the side. That's why it could escape downwards. But this time, there were grenades exploding below. The small steel balls that were shot at high speed had surrounded the entire body of the three-eyed corpse. In short, no matter which direction it escaped from, it would hit the small steel balls that were shot along the way. The small steel balls that exploded from the grenades were like two heavy rains. One raindrop fell from the top of the head, and the other sprayed from the bottom of the feet. There was no way to avoid it, no way to hide. Too sinister, too sinister, too sinister. Such a sinister trap was set at this entrance. The three-eyed corpse only had time to curse in his heart. Then, it had to make the final decision. Swoosh! The three-eyed corpse did not retreat but advanced. Facing the small steel balls rushing from all directions, it chose to move forward at full speed. In a short moment, it kept cursing the insidiousness of human beings in its heart, and it also had an idea and came up with a great plan to escape from death. While rushing forward with all his strength, three-eyed corpse sneered, "Insidious human, do you think you can destroy me like this? Haha, too naive. I, a dignified level 6 invincible zombie, will never be tricked by you rubbish using these rubbish methods." Three-eyed corpse's body turned into a residual image and rushed out of the encirclement of thousands of small steel balls. As mentioned earlier, tens of thousands of small steel balls have been shot at it without leaving any dead angle. Therefore, even after rushing out at a very fast speed, its body was hit by the small steel balls. So, is its aura sealed? The answer is no. The high-level humans in the Ziyang City gathering place are still controlled by the superpowers of Three-Eyed Corpse. Three-Eyed Corpse is still floating in the air. The surging repressive force emanating from its body still covers everything around it. But, how did it do it? Let's focus our attention on the legs of Three-Eyed Corpse. Its legs were already covered with green small steel balls. These small steel balls penetrated its clothes, tore its surface skin, and entered the flesh of its hard legs. According to Mawudi's detailed explanation, Lin Kong understood that as long as any part of the zombie, even just a toe, was stained with the green special substance, its body would immediately lose control of its spiritual energy. However, the original text is available at LU number 9 at book/bar. The legs of the Three-Eyed Corpse, at this moment have been hit by hundreds of small steel balls. However, it still controls the humans in the Ziyang City gathering place, and it can still emit a surging suppression force. Through the description of the forest pterosaur, Lin Kong discovered the secret of the Three-Eyed Corpse's escape from death. It was a plan to sacrifice the car to save the general. At the critical moment, the Three-Eyed Corpse waved his palm and cut off his legs. Then, he controlled his legs to resist the small steel balls shot from below. Its upper body took the opportunity to fly out. Although the legs were stained with the green special substance, they no longer belonged to the Three-Eyed Corpse. The spiritual energy in the Three-Eyed Corpse would not be affected. Dong dong, The three-eyed corpse did not feel grateful for the legs that saved its life, but threw them on the floor very quickly. It felt the spiritual core in its head was safe and sound, and it circulated the spiritual energy full of power in its body, and it felt very happy. Looking up, the three-eyed corpse laughed triumphantly. "It is so, ha ha ha, I am really too smart." After finding out that it had been trapped, when the small steel ball covered it without blind spots, the three-eyed corpse's thinking speed reached its limit. Finally, it broke through its IQ limit and thought of an ordinary person who had been bitten by a zombie. The ordinary person was bitten on the arm. As we all know, if you are bitten by a zombie, you will become an equally brutal zombie in just a few minutes. I thought that the ordinary person was dead, but I didn't expect it. As a white light flashed, the ordinary person actually cut off his arm with a knife. Before the zombie virus could enter the brain of an ordinary person through the arm, it had already fallen to the ground along with the broken arm. This ordinary person who cut off one arm made the three-eyed corpse come up with a way to solve the current dilemma. It cut off its own legs. Using its legs as a shield, it resisted some of the small steel balls. In this way, it can rely on its own extremely fast speed to rush out of the encirclement. The forest pterosaur lurking in the distance naturally saw the whole process clearly. Wow tilde, big cousin, this three-eyed zombie has suddenly become so smart. The forest pterosaur thought that the big cousin Lin Kong's plan was flawless, but unexpectedly, the simple-minded, three-eyed corpse could come up with a way to break the deadlock in just a short moment. Even Lin Kong, who ran far away, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "Awesome, really awesome." I thought this three-eyed corpse was a primary school student, but at the critical moment, it turned into a college student. I am convinced by the escape of this wave of three-eyed corpse. But, as he said, Lin Kong took out another detonator. Click. He pressed the switch of this detonator and showed a sinister smile. But, it can escape the first day, but it can't escape the 15th day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 The Death of the Mule. Everyone in Mawudi's team has a black silent horse. People can't carry a lot of things, but horses can. So Mawudi and his team carried a lot of weapons and ammunition, just for killing zombies. For example, Mule alone carried hundreds of special grenades. This kind of special grenade is very useful for dealing with zombies of level 6 and below. When a grenade is thrown, small green steel balls burst out. No matter what level you are, you will lose 99% of your combat effectiveness. Once the spiritual energy is sealed, no matter how powerful the zombie is, it will become a tiger without teeth. Or it can be said that it is a leek waiting to be harvested and has no power to resist. This is the origin of the name of the green solution leek potion. Since Mule brought so many grenades, Lin Kong could not have installed only 4 grenades. Generally, important places will be saturated with attacks. This three-eyed zombie is an extremely dangerous super zombie. Of course, Lin Kong also set up a lot of grenades. At this moment, there was not a single grenade left on the mule. All the grenades were set up in the luxury hotel. Not only were there 4 grenades at the entrance to the 3rd floor lobby, but there were also more than 10 grenades inside the 3rd floor lobby. There were also more than 10 grenades on the 3rd floor balcony. There were also grenades on the stairs on the 2nd floor, and in the 3 elevators that went up. There were also grenades on the 4th floor, and on the 2nd floor. There were even grenades on the rooftop of the hotel. In short, more than 100 grenades were all placed in the corners where the three-eyed corpse might appear. In other words, no matter which route the three-eyed corpse took to enter the 3rd floor, it would inevitably experience the baptism of grenades. And it would be the baptism of grenades many times. Even if the three-eyed corpse lifted up the entire hotel, it might still be blown up by the 4 grenades installed on the rooftop. So, want to escape from Lin Kong's trap? No way. The three-eyed corpse just escaped from the entrance and entered the lobby. A new round of explosions occurred. Last time, it could resist with its own legs. But this time, it had thrown its legs to the ground. In fact, even if it held its legs in its hands, it could not resist anymore, because Lin Kong caught a critical moment when he pressed the detonator. That was the moment when Three-Eyed Corpse thought it was safe. At that moment, Three-Eyed Corpse was at its lowest alert. It didn't react until the grenade exploded and the small steel ball had shot at it. Fuck, how did I fall into the trap again? And this time, it didn't have the chance to think about how to escape. The legs that saved it once had been thrown to the floor. At this moment, the two legs were gloating at this confused master. Three-Eyed Corpse, the three eyes of Three-Eyed Corpse, were really angry and confused at this moment. It was angry that it had finally escaped the grenade at the door, but there were more grenades in the hall on the third floor. Moreover, the timing of the explosion was so accurate. It happened to be the time when it was most relaxed. Such an insidious method. Even if I, a zombie, evolved to level 100, I probably wouldn't be able to think of it. Bang 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 bang. The sound of explosions came one after another. The flames from the explosion of the grenade submerged the body of the Three-Eyed Corpse. The shockwave and flames of the explosion certainly couldn't hurt the Three-Eyed Corpse. The most important thing was those green small steel balls. They had successfully hit the Three-Eyed Corpse's head, neck, chest, arms, abdomen and other places. The green substance had entered the flesh and blood, and rushed into the Three-Eyed Corpse's brain at an extremely fast speed. The Three-Eyed Corpse wanted to use spiritual energy to stop this green mysterious substance. However, it was completely useless. As soon as the spiritual energy touched the green mysterious substance, it would immediately turn into a toy car without electricity, paralyzed in place, motionless. Nothing could stop this green substance. It rushed directly to the zombie's spiritual core inside the brain. The zombie's spirit core, originally blue, instantly turned green. Bang! The body of the Three-Eyed Corpse, which had lost its legs, fell heavily to the ground. The white light emitted from its skin surface quickly dimmed and finally disappeared. Hutolda. The air around them relaxed, and the heavy, suffocating pressure disappeared. The floating buildings not far away were freed from the control of the feather-type pressure. They restored their own gravity and were rumbling down from the sky. The ruins that originally pressed on Mawudi were no longer very heavy because of the Taishan-type pressure. Even without the protection of the 7 black balls, Mawudi could survive in the ruins at this moment. Lin Kong watched the buildings in the sky fall from a distance, and he knew that his trap was successful. In his mind, the cheers of the forest pterosaur also came. Carrot, big cousin, you were great. The 3 eyes have been destroyed. Lin Kong smiled slightly and sent a telepathic message to him. Well, then you should fly over here quickly. The mule on the side also quickly understood after discovering that the building had fallen. The original text is available at Liu number 9/. He grabbed the headset excitedly and said to Mawudi on the other end of the headset excitedly, "Haha, team leader, it succeeded, we succeeded." However, there was no response from Mawudi in the headset. The mule frowned in confusion. "What's going on? Did you exceed the communication distance?" Lin Kong reminded him. "Oh, yes, it is indeed beyond the communication distance." The mule with bright eyes suddenly realized, "Let's go, then let's go back quickly." The plan to ambush the Three-Eyed Corpse was successful, which made him overly happy. He actually forgot such a simple thing. Indeed, when he pretended to chase Lin Kong, he ran too far, which caused him to exceed the maximum distance for communication with Mawudi. So, he decided to run back quickly to share the fact of victory with Mawudi. In addition, he had to kill the Three-Eyed Corpse, who had lost his spiritual energy as soon as possible, and rescue Mawudi from the ruins. Finally, he had to join forces with Mawudi to get rid of Lin Kong. Wow, there are so many things. However, everything is going smoothly. This Lin Kong has no idea that we want to kill him. Hey, what an idiot. Not only did he help us deal with the extremely difficult level 6, Three-Eyed Corpse, but in the end he was killed by us inexplicably. Mule rode the silent horse and galloped quickly in front. He was happily thinking about the next plan, but unexpectedly, Mr. President, a cry suddenly came from behind. Mule was also startled when he heard the 4 words "Mule President." He turned around in a hurry. He found Lin Kong facing the air and asked, "Respected President, why are you here?" Lin Kong even knelt down. Mule was confused. He stopped his black horse and looked carefully at Lin Kong and the place in front of Lin Kong. There was no one in front of Lin Kong. Could it be that the president used the ability of invisibility? Besides, it is impossible for the president to come here suddenly. If he came in person, why did he ask us to get rid of this Lin Kong? Just when Mule was full of doubts and puzzled, the black horse under his crotch suddenly made a rapid cry. What? Mule just wanted to check the black horse's situation. He could not continue to speak after uttering 3 words, because, with a puff, a green figure emerged directly from his forehead. This green figure was none other than the forest pterosaur that came to meet Lin Kong. Lin Kong pretended to talk to the president to attract the attention of the mule. In secret, he sent the forest pterosaur to launch a surprise attack from behind the mule. This surprise attack was discovered by the black horse under the mule. Animals' instinct for danger is always much sharper than that of humans. But unfortunately, the mule was so focused on thinking about Lin Kong's abnormality that he didn't notice the surrounding situation at all, nor did he pay much attention to the black horse's neighing reminder. So, the forest pterosaur turned into a flash of lightning. It successfully drilled into the back of the mule's head and then drilled out from the mule's forehead. Throughout the process, the mule died very peacefully. His brain was almost crushed in an instant. Therefore, he basically didn't feel any pain. Moreover, the mule's mind was still immersed in the fantasy before death. He imagined the despair of the 3-eyed corpse, dying in his hands, and he also imagined the unbelievable feeling of Lin Kong being stabbed to death by himself. Unfortunately, it was just a fantasy after all. Lin Kong had already guessed everything through the flaws he revealed. And, decisively, he took the initiative and killed the lone mule by making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Next, Lin Kong had to deal with the 3-eyed corpse, and Mawuti. Chapter 379, Capturing Mawuti. Because it was beyond the range of the communication equipment, Mawuti didn't notice the death of Mule. His earphones were silent. Mawuti found the rumbling sound of the surrounding buildings falling, and felt the suppression in the surrounding air disappear. He was happy, knowing that Lin Kong's plan was successful. It was indeed successful. It would be strange if it didn't succeed. So many bombs were set, and Lin Kong considered it so carefully. Mawuti felt that even if he was a 3-eyed corpse, he would fall into Lin Kong's trap. Seeing that the plan was successful, Mawuti sincerely admired Lin Kong. This guy is really powerful. He is worthy of being the guy who can threaten the president in the prophecy. Mawuti felt that Lin Kong's mind was very smart, and he admired such people. So, he hesitated in his heart. Mawuti was different from the loyal mule who only knew to obey orders. He was more principled. Although the president's orders were important, fighting zombies and saving innocent survivors were more important. Although killing Lin Kong is important, if there is a chance to resolve the conflict between Lin Kong and the president, he is willing to try. And now, after discovering that Lin Kong's mind is so agile and his thinking is so smart, Mawuti has even more of a hard-to-cherish talent. The president is very smart and excellent, and Lin Kong is not bad either. What if these two people are no longer enemies, but comrades who work together? Then is this doomsday world full of zombies saved? The more he thought about it, the more excited Mawuti became. Yes, why do we have to fight and kill? Wouldn't it be stronger if two people joined forces, research better tactics together, build a safer base together, fight zombies and monsters together? Isn't it good? Save the broken world together. Isn't it good? Create a beautiful new future together and become a hero of mankind. Isn't it good? After this idea came into Mawuti's mind, it began to get out of control. Thinking about it, he even forgot about running out of the ruins first. He has begun to think about how to get the grudge between Lin Kong and the president. How should he show his identity? How to safely eliminate Lin Kong's hostility? Wait, one question after another popped up in Mawuti's mind. When Mawuti was thinking wildly, Lin Kong had already started to cripple him. Lin Kong was seen riding on the silent black horse of Mule, galloping towards the luxury hotel. while secretly communicating with the 7 black balls. Originally, with the existence of the three-eyed corpse that kept throwing things at the building, Lin Kong could easily hurt Ma Wuti. But at this moment, the spiritual energy of the three-eyed corpse was no longer usable. Lin Kong could only rely on his existing means to deal with Ma Wuti. Ma Wuti is burying a mountain of ruins in it. According to the feedback from the 7 black balls, Ma Wuti is thinking about something. Lin Kong estimated that Ma Wuti was trying to kill him, so Lin Kong decided to strike first. The 7 black balls are level 3 and can launch 7 black frost. Ma Wuti is level 4, and his superpower is ravaged blade. He should not be able to resist the close range 7 black frost. The 7 black ball and Ma Wuti are very close, and the end of the cold air spray has quietly aimed at Ma Wuti. Solution: how to capture Ma Wuti alive. Based on the known conditions, we can easily come up with a way to seriously injure Ma Wuti and capture him alive. That is to directly use a few 7 black frosts, carrying cold air. The space under the ruins is limited, and Ma Wuti can't even run away. Moreover, Ma Wuti's red pork potion and green leek potion are not ineffective against the 7 black balls. These 2 potions are only used to deal with zombies. Thinking is over. Start to act. One thing to note is that when launching 7 black frost, don't put the spray port of the 7 black ball close to Ma Wuti's head, otherwise, it may hit the soul with one shot and freeze Ma Wuti to death accidentally. If Ma Wuti is frozen to death, where can Lin Kong get intelligence? So, after observing for a while, Lin Kong controlled the port of the 7 black balls and started firing at the position of Ma Wuti's feet. There were no accidents. It was done in one shot. Because of the proximity to the injection port, Ma Wuti's feet were extremely cold, and all the cells in his legs were frozen to death in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Ma Wuti turned into an ice sculpture. His expression was confused. The confused expression froze on his face. He wanted to show a shocked look, but he couldn't do it at all. The ice condensed by the 7 black balls was much lower in temperature and harder than ordinary ice. Even though Ma Wuti was already level 4, he couldn't break free. The original text is in Liu number 9/. Not only was his body frozen, but even his whole body's spiritual energy could not circulate. At this moment, he was exactly the same as the three-eyed corpse, infected by the green substance. No, even worse than the three-eyed corpse. Although the three-eyed corpse couldn't use spiritual energy and couldn't release skills, it could at least move with the strength of its body. But Ma Wuti, except for his brain being able to function and his heart beating slightly, nothing else on his body could move. Ma Wuti and the mule were both dealt with very easily. What Lin Kong had to do next was to kill the three-eyed corpse. The black war horse galloped across the land without making any sound. Only the slight sound of the wind rang in his ears. Lin Kong had to praise the magic of this horse. On the black horse's head sat a small green pterosaur. The forest pterosaur played an indispensable role in Lin Kong's successful subjugation of this black war horse. Lin Kong only had the strength of level 2, and as a level 4 silent black horse, of course no one wanted to pay attention to him. But when the forest pterosaur, also at level 4, flew over, the noble head of the silent black horse immediately lowered. The forest pterosaur is not only the boss of the birds, but even the mutant beasts on the ground, after sensing her breath, also lowered their eyebrows and dared not resist. Of course, if the level of the silent black horse is level 5, it is estimated that it will not care about the forest pterosaur. Riding on the horse, Lin Kong felt like he was dreaming. In peacetime, Lin Kong, whose family was not rich, did not even dare to dream of a car, let alone a horse that only the rich could afford. But now, in this originally cruel doomsday world, Lin Kong not only rode a horse that he had never dared to think of before, but also had a magical prehistoric dinosaur attached to his body, and there was a small forest pterosaur in front of him. All of this seemed like a dream. This doomsday is hell for others, but, for Lin Kong, it is like heaven. In fact, the doomsday is pretty good. In peacetime, ordinary people like Lin Kong, who worked hard all their lives, still could not earn the money for a car of a rich man. But this doomsday, it makes everyone, whether poor or rich, Everyone stands on the same starting line. Those who survived are the strong ones. Those who died will become fertilizer for the earth. If his mother had not been captured by the evil president, Lin Kong would have probably stayed in Orange Village. In that case, life would be so wonderful, a family reunited, working from sunrise to sunset, build a wall to resist injuries, keep a few mutant dogs as pets to guard the house, no mortgage, no car loan, no intrigue, no scheming, no comparison between classmates, no oppression from company bosses, no disturbance, only quiet and beautiful. Thinking of this, Lin Kong's eyes flashed with strong hatred. It was that dog bastard president who captured my mother and ruined all this beauty. Damn, I must kill this bastard. Lin Kong gritted his teeth, clamped his legs together, and urged the black horse under his crotch to speed up. He rushed into the luxury hotel with a murderous look on his face. The dog bastard president can't be killed now, so let's kill the three-eyed stupid zombie first. Chapter 380, Ups and Downs. Ups and downs again. In fact, Lin Kong had also thought carefully about how to deal with the three-eyed corpse. In terms of ability and level, the three-eyed corpse is a very powerful thug. As the strongest zombie he has ever encountered, it is indeed a pity for Lin Kong to kill it. However, it can not only kill others, but also be a bomb that can kill Lin Kong at any time. The superpower, human control, of the three-eyed corpse is too dangerous. If the three-eyed corpse controls Lin Kong's relatives and friends, Lin Kong will inevitably fall into a dilemma. Moreover, even if the three-eyed corpse does not contact Lin Kong's relatives and friends, Lin Kong is not sure when this guy will eat him in one bite. Therefore, killing the three-eyed corpse is the best choice. Anyway, the meteorites that Lin Kong summoned can make the zombies evolve quickly. He only needs to evolve a more loyal and easy-to-control zombie to level 6. For example, evolving the timid, Zhuge corpse to level 6 and acting as a new thug is a good choice. Soon, Lin Kong rode his silent warhorse to the third floor of the hotel. It was empty. Apart from the mess caused by the explosion, there were no people or zombies in the hall. The three-eyed corpse had already taken the opportunity to run away. As mentioned earlier, the power of the grenade could not hurt the three-eyed corpse at all. Only those small steel balls carrying green substances could make the three-eyed corpse's aura lose control. After the aura was sealed, even if the three-eyed corpse had an IQ of only an elementary school student, it knew to run away quickly. It knew that those humans riding on the black horse were all new humans at level 4. With its current strength, it could not defeat them at all. Even if it was Lin Kong, the new human who was only level 2, it might not be able to defeat him, because although Lin Kong was level 2, he was extremely insidious, bold and careful, and could summon meteorites for devastating attacks. Without aura, it was impossible to escape the attack range of the meteorites with the strength of its legs alone. Run quickly. Three-eyed corpse was hit by the grenade. After being stunned for half a minute, it rushed out of the third floor without saying a word. Then it jumped directly from the balcony on the third floor. If it was normal, it would be fine if it jumped down, but now, crack, its ankle was sprained. It hurt so much. There was no time to care about the painful ankle. It gritted its teeth, found a random direction, and began to run desperately. While running away in a hurry, Three-eyed corpse found something that surprised it. It found that the soul core in its brain actually had a little purple light. This purple light made it ecstatic, because the color of the zombie's soul core will change with the level. The soul core of zombies from level 1 to level 3 is white, but the soul core of zombies from level 4 to 6 is blue. If it reaches level 7, the color of the soul core will change again and become the noble purple. Now, the little purple on its soul core means it has touched the edge of level 7. In fact, this is not surprising. When Mawudi used a grenade to create a great crisis for the three-eyed corpse suddenly had an idea and used the conversion of suppression force to transform from feather type to Taishan type, thus escaping from the predicament without any danger. At that time, the three-eyed corpse's spiritual core had evolved one step forward. However, at that time, the three-eyed corpse was determined to kill the hateful Black Horse Knight. so he did not notice the evolution of the spiritual core. Then, the three-eyed corpse encountered Lin Kong's trap again. 4 grenades, explosions in 4 directions. It was almost a situation of certain death, but the three-eyed corpse was lucky enough to cut off his legs and escape. This time, the life and death crisis that Lin Kong brought to it was more difficult and more desperate than the one brought by Ma Wudi. However, the three-eyed corpse still successfully broke through the desperate situation, and in an instant, he came up with an excellent way to successfully escape from death. This life and death situation directly caused the three-eyed corpse to evolve again. So, the blue spiritual core in its brain began to emit a little purple light. Purple light represents progress in spiritual power. In other words, the little purple light on the spiritual core of the three-eyed corpse not only made its strength even better, but also improved its intelligence. In short, if the three-eyed corpse survived this disaster, it would definitely become a serious level 7 zombie in the near future, and it would be a zombie with a very high IQ. By then, it would not be a dream to beat Lin Kong in a minute. However, the dream is still far away. The major challenge that the three-eyed corpse is facing now is to survive for 10 minutes. According to the three-eyed corpse's estimation, it only needs to endure for another 10 minutes before its spiritual energy can be controlled again. Because the three-eyed corpse is at a high level, the green substance covering its spiritual core is gradually dissipating. It has been paying attention to the situation of this spiritual core. When it found that the terrible green substance was dissipating, it seemed to see the light of hope in the desperate night. The three-eyed corpse ran on the street in excitement and fear. It was excited because it was about to be promoted to level 7. It was afraid of Lin Kong and those ghost knights who ran without making any sound. The three-eyed corpse could not infer that it was Lin Kong who did it based on the layout of the 3rd floor. However, it knew that it had crawled out of Lin Kong's stomach and had confiscated Lin Kong's triceratops and 7 black balls. Moreover, it had also let Shenzhou torture it in various ways. Needless to say, if Lin Kong knew about it, he would have fallen into a weak state. Thinking of Lin Kong who didn't care about life or death and dared to fight him at the 1st level, the three-eyed corpse felt cold on his back. Although he had seen a black knight chasing Lin Kong before, the three-eyed corpse felt that the black knight might eventually die in Lin Kong's hands. This was the intuition of a level 6 zombie. Thinking of Lin Kong who survived, and thinking of the guy who was stabbed in the stomach with an iron rod but didn't change his face, the three-eyed corpse couldn't help swallowing. It touched its belly. It seemed to see the horrible appearance of Lin Kong disemboweling itself. However, when it ran away, it did not meet Lin Kong who was chasing it, but met another person in advance. This fat man with a belly like a bucket, ran with a dong-dong sound, and the earth trembled. If Lin Kong was here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that this fat man was the 400-pound fat man who was preparing to let Lin Kong pick up soap in the lounge of the football field. The 400-pound fat man was very big. When he ran on the narrow street, he completely blocked the entire street. Moreover, the fat man ran relatively slowly. Although the spiritual energy of three-eyed corpse was sealed, its keen perception ability was still there. This fat man was a new human of level 2. Don't mess with him. Three-eyed corpse originally wanted to change the road and continue to escape. Unexpectedly, the 400-pound fat man in front suddenly stopped. Three-eyed corpse ran too fast and almost hit him. Fortunately, it stopped in time. Its head was only 1 centimeter away from the 400-jin fat man's bucket belly. What a close call. The three-eyed corpse secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as it saw the face of the 400-jin fat man, it knew that this human was not easy to mess with and was definitely a ruthless person. If it accidentally hit the other person's belly, it would probably die. This is not an exaggeration. In a head-on battle, the extremely weak, three-eyed corpse really couldn't beat the fat man of the level 2 new human. However, what surprised the three-eyed corpse was that when the fat man saw the three-eyed corpse's face clearly, he actually knelt down with a thump. There was a strong smell of urine flowing out of his crotch. He was scared to pee. This fat man was also unlucky. It didn't matter that he became a level 1 new human. What mattered was that the staring guy actually ran out to threaten the strongest and most powerful existence in the Xiong City gathering place, the level 6, three-eyed corpse. That is the existence that all humans in the entire gathering place tremble in fear of. That is the noble master that all zombies have to kneel down and kowtow to. But the result, the three-eyed corpse, who is the king of the Xiong City gathering place, actually became Lin Kong's younger brother. Ridiculous. This world is really ridiculous. It's even more ridiculous and incredible than dreaming. A level 6 zombie was fooled around by a level 1 new human. Read the original text in Liu number 9/. Although the 400 Jin fat man didn't know how Lin Kong did it, he knew. He was finished. He originally planned to wait for death. But what made him extremely happy was that a group of mysterious black knights actually attacked this gathering place. Damn it. The war horses under the crotch of these black knights didn't make any sound when they ran. Oh my god, this is too handsome. Damn it, this group of black knights killed the level 4 zombies in the gathering place like leaks. Oh my god, this is too fierce. FCK, they are only level 4. But they easily killed 6 level 5 high-level zombies. Oh my god, this is too incredible. FCK, their boss is buried. Oh my god. I thought there would be a hero to save this gathering place. Three-eyed corpse is still the king of the gathering place, and Lin Kong will still come to avenge himself. The 400-pound fat man's heart was up and down and up, and finally turned into down and down. It seems that he can't escape the fate of death in the end. But unexpectedly, just a few minutes later, the facts took a dramatic turn. The suppression of the three-eyed corpse, who was confused by the surroundings, disappeared. The most important thing is that some level 3 and level 4 new humans suddenly started cheering. What are they cheering for? They are cheering for freedom. Freedom? At first, the fat man was a little puzzled. Later, after careful questioning, he found out that those level 3 and level 4 new humans have been out of the control of three-eyed corpse. They can act freely, they can think wildly, they can go out whenever they want, and they can take off their clothes and run naked on the street if they want. In their opinion, there is only one explanation for the coming of freedom. The three-eyed corpse has died. The mysterious black knights really killed the three-eyed corpse. The freed humans hugged each other, laughed, and celebrated with joy. Nothing is more exciting and happy than the freedom of life. Amidst the laughter, the 400-pound fat man seemed to have found a boat of hope in the river of despair. Once the three-eyed corpse died, the newcomer Lin Kong would no longer have a backer. Ha ha ha, this way, I won't be eaten. Ha ha ha, so happy Tilda, so happy. The fat man cheered and rushed out of his room. He wanted to run to the square and celebrate the arrival of freedom with everyone. Because most of the high-level zombies in the gathering place were solved by Ma Wuni and others. So at this moment, there was basically no threat in the gathering place. In the square, humans who were celebrating and cheering for freedom were gathered. The 400-pound fat man was running on the small street, and suddenly, he felt someone behind him. He stopped and turned around. Huh? This guy is a bit strange. He actually has 3 eyes. Suddenly, he reacted. Oh my god, it's actually the three-eyed corpse. WCT, 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 WCT. But the fat man is uneducated, and he can go anywhere with just one WCT. After seeing the face of the three-eyed corpse, the 400-pound fat man was scared to tears. Not only were his eyes leaking liquid, but also his crotch was leaking liquid. Dear readers, do you think I can't help peeing? In this gathering place, so many reversals happened in just one night. WCT, the development of things is so ups and downs, and it's unexpected. My little heart can't bear it. How can I not be scared to pee? On the narrow street, the fat man with a tub waist was trembling on his knees, and he was waiting with incontinence, waiting for death to come. The three-eyed corpse is so noble, it is impossible for it to appear here for no reason. Then there is only one reason. It must be that newcomer Lin Kong who wants the three-eyed corpse to eat him. He knew that he could not be so lucky. Alas, hope appeared and shattered and appeared again. In the end, he could not avoid the tragic fate of being eaten by zombies. The fat man with a tub waist closed his little eyes. The three-eyed corpse blinked its 3 eyes. It was a little confused. What's wrong with this fat man? Why is he so afraid of him? He obviously can't beat him. But soon, the three-eyed corpse figured out the reason. Maybe this fat man didn't know that he had become weak. Thinking of this, it breathed a sigh of relief. Tap tap tap. The three-eyed corpse quickly changed direction and continued to run. He had to hold on for another 8 minutes. After 8 minutes, the green matter would all dissipate, and his spiritual energy would be usable. The fat man with a tub waist heard the footsteps, and he opened his eyes in confusion, and found that the three-eyed corpse had actually fled. It had completely lost its usual dignified appearance. What was going on? The fat man's mind was racing, and combined with the situation that everyone had escaped from control and gained freedom. In his heart, a very shocking good news came into his mind. Although this three-eyed corpse was not dead, it had been seriously injured by the group of Black Knights, and the injury was very, very serious, so serious that even I couldn't beat it. He originally thought that the boat of hope was broken, but unexpectedly, the three-eyed corpse turned into a piece of garbage. Ha 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 ha. A boat of hope was broken, and a new boat of hope floated in the river of despair. The fat man with a tub waist was very happy. He couldn't help but sigh happily. Ha ha, life is really wonderful. Fate is really unpredictable tilde. La 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 tilde. He was going to say 6 la words, but in the end he only said 3 la words, and he couldn't say it anymore, because, whoosh, a gust of evening wind blew by. A tall black horse stopped beside him. He looked up and found that the person sitting on the black horse was Lin Kong. At this moment, Lin Kong was riding a level 4 silent war horse. Such a high-level war horse only needs one kick to kick the level 2 fat man with a tub waist to death. Lin Kong's body was covered with a layer of dark green liquid dragon armor. Lin Kong's real face was revealed. The fat man saw it very clearly. He was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that this is life? Ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs? Chapter 381, How to Acquire Such Good Luck. It's called Three-Eyed Corpse. Its life is full of shit luck. In peacetime, it won 10 million in the lottery and lived a life of great wealth. After the doomsday, although it became a zombie, it quickly began to mutate automatically, and a new eye grew on its forehead. A survivor who just ran out of the supermarket pointed at it and exclaimed, "Look, there's an Erlangen zombie." It didn't know who Erlangen was, but as soon as it thought about it, the survivor who spoke turned around and ran in front of it. It bit off the survivor's head in one bite. Hey tilde, it was crunchy, juicy and delicious. That was the first time it ate a human, and it felt great. Then it couldn't stop. The more people it ate, the faster its level would rise. The stronger it was, the more people it could eat. Then, it smoothly became a level 6 zombie. I thought that the level 7 would be very difficult, but unexpectedly, a meteorite fell from the sky, and, three-eyed corpse, soared directly from the early stage of level 6 to the late stage of level 6. The taste was simply awesome. However, this was not the end. Three-eyed corpse met a new human named Lin Kong, and it turned out that it was this guy who summoned the meteorite from outer space. Doesn't that mean that level 7 is within reach? Three-eyed corpse really didn't know how to sigh about his shitty luck. Sometimes, he couldn't help but look down at his feet, to see if his feet were already covered with lucky shit. Later, three-eyed corpse met a strange ghost knight. Their props were very strange, and they could actually seal the aura of zombies without any adverse effects on normal humans. With the help of strange props, humans immediately put three-eyed corpse into many dangers. Originally, according to its IQ, it would definitely not be able to escape from those dangers. But, every time, when it was about to die, three-eyed corpse was always able to come up with the best solution at the critical last moment. It escaped from the hands of Ghost Rider. It escaped from the dead end of 4 grenades without any danger, although in the end, it was ambushed by a more sinister trap. But, the shit luck under its feet played a role again. The spiritual core in its brain emerged with a little purple light, and the terrible green substance was gradually fading. There are still 10 minutes. Just hold on for another 10 minutes. Since it learned to fly in the air, it thought it no longer needed legs, But now that its spiritual energy was sealed, it picked up the 2 legs thrown on the floor, as a level 6 zombie. Even if its spiritual energy could not be used, its own body was already enviable enough. It only needed to simply press the legs to the incision. The legs were immediately connected. No needle and thread were needed. Connecting the legs back was actually a relatively low-level method. If the three-eyed corpse could control the spirit energy, it would be able to grow 2 new thighs with a wave of its hand. After reattaching the legs, it jumped directly from the balcony. If it holds on for another 8 minutes, it will be free again. But when it jumped from the balcony, the three-eyed corpse was surprised to find that it had sprained its ankle. This unlucky, low-probability thing actually happened to itself, who was full of shit luck. The three-eyed corpse was a little puzzled. Is my shit luck going to fail? But then, it found that its shit luck was still working. It met a fat man who made a thumping sound when he walked, and thought that the fat man would beat it up. But unexpectedly, the fat man didn't know that his superpowers had failed, and didn't know that he was so weak that no one could beat him. The three-eyed corpse continued to run. Calculating the time, there were still 6 minutes. But it didn't matter. It firmly believed that it could get through the difficulties. Shit luck has always been trampled under its feet. This luck given by God will definitely help it. It ran desperately. The pain in its ankle had long disappeared. Its strong body has been adjusted to the best condition, except that its spiritual energy cannot be used. Its eyes can see farther and more clearly, and its ears can hear the cheers of nearby humans. Its eyes help it find a flat road, and its ears help it avoid the troubles of nearby humans. The crescent moon in the night sky also hid in the dark clouds. The surroundings fell into the dark night again. The original text is available at LU number 9/. Three-eyed corpse feels that even the moon is helping it escape. There are 4 minutes left. Only 4 minutes left. Three-eyed corpse is full of expectations. When my spiritual energy recovers, I will definitely return as a king. Lin Kong, who summoned the meteorite, will become his slave. Those fresh and delicious humans will line up and be sent into his mouth one by one. Those vast lands are waiting for him to conquer. I, the three-eyed corpse, will unify the earth. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became. When its excitement reached its peak, a very familiar object suddenly appeared in front of it. This object, like a basin of cold water filled with ice cubes, poured down from its head. Swish! The ambition in its heart, like a raging fire, were instantly extinguished by this cold water. Because this familiar object was exactly the flying black ball. The three-eyed corpse reacted very quickly, and it turned around and wanted to escape to the left. However, a green little flying bird blocked its way. The three-eyed corpse's keen perception ability told it that the strength of this little green flying bird was about level 4. It couldn't beat it. It slipped away. Turning around, the three-eyed corpse wanted to escape to the right. But a light breeze blew over from the right. The three-eyed corpse looked closely and found that a tall black horse had appeared on the right without knowing when. Isn't this the ghost war horse ridden by those ghost knights? It's a level 4 mutant horse. A war horse of this level can kick me to death with one kick. Three-eyed corpse was quite helpless. It had no choice but to turn around and run back. But at this time, the crescent moon in the sky emerged from the dark clouds. The bright moonlight sprinkled down. The scene on the street behind was suddenly clearly visible. I saw a guy with 3 horns on his face walking out of the darkness. Tick, tick. Bright red blood was dripping from the fist of this triangular monster. Three-eyed corpse knew it was the blood of a living person as soon as he saw the color of the blood and smelled the tempting smell. This triangular monster had just killed someone, and now, it seems that he is going to kill me. Three-eyed corpse looked at the 4 enemies in front, behind, left and right. A sense of despair rose. There are still 3 minutes. It will take a long time for his own spiritual energy to recover. 3 minutes. Chapter 382, the 10th kill with one punch. Let's go back a little bit in time. Go back to when Lin Kong found that the three-eyed corpse was missing. Big cousin. It's bad. That three-eyed zombie seems to have escaped. The forest pterosaur was very angry. A level 6 zombie actually escaped? Search separately. Lin Kong made a decisive decision. According to the information provided by Ma Wuni and others, this leak potion can only seal a level 6 zombie like the three-eyed corpse for 20 minutes at most. And the strength of the three-eyed corpse has reached the late level 6. The stronger the strength, the shorter the time that the spiritual energy is restricted. Lin Kong is worried that for the three-eyed corpse, the effect of the leak potion can only last for about 10 minutes. We must find it quickly. Because he can communicate with the dinosaurs, Lin Kong can be divided into 3 groups to start searching. One group with the 7 black balls, one group with the forest pterosaur, and one group with Lin Kong and the silent war horse. 3 groups, looking in 3 different directions. While searching for the three-eyed corpse, Lin Kong accidentally encountered the 400-pound fat man who had wanted to have a pleasant piston movement with him in the football field lounge. The fat man had a very complicated expression, with shock, fear, dullness and resentment. In the end, all these expressions disappeared, and all gathered into an indifferent attitude. Alas, love whoever you want, just kill me quickly. At this moment, he didn't intend to struggle, and he was too lazy to fantasize about hope. Kill or cut, all is up to you. I'm tired. I don't want to play anymore. What ups and downs. You can rise, you can fall. I won't live anymore. Thinking of this, he lay on the ground with a thump. The twists and turns he experienced this night were simply more than what he had experienced in his entire life. He was scared to pee several times. He was too tired. At this moment, his mind was calm. He was no longer afraid that Lin Kong would let the black horse trample him to death. He was no longer worried whether the three-eyed corpse would suddenly come back and eat him. Since the doomsday, he has lived in fear all day. At this moment, he was completely calm. Hurry up, die and it will be over. While the 400 Jin fat man was calmly waiting to die, Lin Kong rode a black horse and jumped over decisively. Then, he galloped past the fat man. Just a level 2 fat man tilde. Although he had wanted to invade Lin Kong at this moment had no time to kill him at all. Moreover, Lin Kong was too lazy to bother with a weak level 2 fat man. Now, catching up with the three-eyed corpse is the most important thing in Lin Kong's mind. 10 seconds after leaving the fat man, Lin Kong was surprised to find that a familiar figure was running away 200 meters ahead. Isn't that the three-eyed corpse? Although the night is thick and ordinary people can't see that far, but Lin Kong has been promoted to a level 2 new human, and has superimposed the attributes of a triceratops, so he can naturally see clearly. He immediately and decisively called back the forest pterosaurs and 7 black balls in other directions. Although the three-eyed corpse was already extremely weak, in order to be absolutely sure, Lin Kong decided to use all the strongest means at present to carry out a saturation attack on the three-eyed corpse. He even activated his superpowers and immediately summoned a meteorite with a diameter of 5 meters to fly down. This 5-meter meteorite cannot fall immediately, it still needs some time to fly. Therefore, it can only be used as a last resort. Lin Kong urged the black horse to chase as soon as possible. But at this time, a person suddenly jumped out of the house in front. Stop! A cold shout. The owner of the voice was a woman. She was wearing a white sportswear. A neat ponytail was combed at the back of her head. She jumped to the front, opened her hands, and blocked Lin Kong's progress. Don't think of hurting my three-eyed brother. It was Shenzhou. It was Shenzhou who regarded zombies as friends. Once, the zombies fell off the back of the Ketsinus, and Shenzhou did not hesitate to attack the Ketsinus to save her zombie friend. Once, this brain-dead Shenzhou attacked Lin Kong before she even heard his explanation. Although she was once hit in the head by Lin Kong's punch, she was actually saved by the powerful three-eyed corpse. She didn't want to kill Lin Kong all at once, so she tortured him in every way. Lin Kong with his strong will, withstood all the torture. Then, Shenzhou wanted Lin Kong to become a gladiator in the football field, fighting with other humans, for the entertainment of the zombies after dinner. She wanted to torture Lin Kong until he had a mental breakdown. Lin Kong saw her face clearly, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. Although the fat man could let bygones be bygones, after all, his butt was still intact. But the Shenzhou in front of him, He could waste a few seconds to kill her. Lin Kong thought of Shenzhou's stupidity and how happy she was when she whipped him. The killing intent was aroused. He reined in the black horse under his crotch, flew up alone, and rushed towards Shenzhou. Shenzhou did not show any weakness. While commanding the 5 or 6 zombies around to kill the black horse, she faced Lin Kong head-on. The original text is available at LU number 9/. Previously, she had been secretly observing the three-eyed corpse. She longed for a harmonious society where humans and zombies coexisted. She needed a righteous zombie to build this harmonious and perfect society. There is no doubt about it. Three-eyed corpse is the zombie who is both just and ambitious. Therefore, Brother Three-eyed cannot die. When she found out that the aura of Three-eyed corpse was sealed, Shenzhou quickly brought her zombie friends to protect Three-eyed corpse. Coincidentally, she found the murderous Lin Kong. Not good. Lin Kong wanted to kill Brother Three-eyed. Of course Shenzhou refused. She decisively brought 5 or 6 zombie friends to block Lin Kong's way. However, bang, as soon as they met, her head was blown up by Lin Kong's punch, and her 5 or 6 zombie friends were only level 2. And they were kicked by the level 4 dark horse and all died suddenly. It only took 1 second from the start to the end. Shenzhou's army was annihilated. Lin Kong was unscathed. There was a reason why Shenzhou's side was crushed. First, Shenzhou was stupid and her fighting skills were poor. It was easy for Lin Kong to hit her head with 1 punch. Second, in terms of martial arts, although Shenzhou was level 4, however, Lin Kong himself was level 2. Plus the strength of the level 3 Triceratops. Lin Kong's martial arts actually reached the level of about level 5. Therefore, it was not surprising that Shenzhou's head was blown up with 1 punch. Bang! Shenzhou's headless body fell to the ground. Drip. Blood was still dripping from Lin Kong's fist. That was Shenzhou's blood. After killing Shenzhou, who suddenly appeared with 1 punch, Lin Kong did not stop at all. He ran towards the direction of the three-eyed corpse. Under Lin Kong's command, the black horse chased from another street to block the direction of the three-eyed corpse's escape. After a while, Lin Kong, the 7 black balls, the forest pterosaur, and the silent black horse all caught up with the three-eyed corpse. Moreover, they blocked all directions of the three-eyed corpse, from front to back, left to right. The three-eyed corpse looked at the enemies around it in panic. It felt that there were still 3 minutes. As long as it could safely spend another 3 minutes, the green substance on its spirit core would disappear. All its power would return. However, Lin Kong had already clenched his fist. The blood of Shenzhou stained on his fist tick-tock and fell to the ground. The tick-tock sound just sounded. Lin Kong's fist had already arrived in front of the three-eyed corpse. The pupils of the three-eyed corpse's eyes were shrinking violently. Looking at the rapidly enlarging fist, it despairingly discovered that it could not survive these long 3 minutes. Chapter 383 Death of the Three-Eyed Corpse. Since the purple light appeared on its spirit core, Three-Eyed Corpse was pleasantly surprised to find that it had become much smarter. Facing enemies from all directions, it would have been panicked and had a blank mind in the past. But now, it was pleasantly surprised to find that a solution suddenly popped up in its mind. That is to delay as much time as possible. As long as it delays for 3 minutes, the current disadvantage will be reversed immediately. Its mind raced, and it immediately thought of 3 ways to delay. First of all, there are 4 enemies from all directions on the surface. But in fact there is only one person who really controls the whole situation. That is Lin Kong. So the delay method must be aimed at Lin Kong. Lin Kong is a human being who can understand Mandarin. So the first method of the delay tactic is verbal attack. Three-eyed corpse plans to talk nonsense with Lin Kong first. For example, it can lie about Lin Kong's teammates and say that it has captured his teammates. If Lin Kong dares to hurt itself, it will kill his teammates. First use threatening lies to confuse Lin Kong temporarily. Then the second method of the delay tactic is begging for mercy. If Lin Kong is soft-hearted and doesn't care about his threatening words at all, then the three-eyed corpse will pretend to be pitiful, with tears in his eyes. No, 3 tears in his eyes, begging for mercy from Lin Kong, kneeling on his knees, kowtowing, doing everything. He can throw away all his dignity, as long as he can delay for 3 minutes. He can turn the tables and become the master. However, imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. This Lin Kong didn't say a word, he just raised his fist and rushed up. He didn't give the three-eyed corpse any chance. 10,000 horses galloped through the heart of the three-eyed corpse. Could it be that this guy has seen through my delaying tactics, so he will fight directly? Now, the fist has come in front of the three-eyed corpse. It can no longer use the first mouth cannon method, nor the second begging for mercy strategy. Then, the three-eyed corpse can only use the third method. Bang! Lin Kong's fist successfully hit the three-eyed corpse. The three-eyed corpse was knocked back. Although it had a keen sense of perception and could clearly see Lin Kong's fist tricks, it had no power provided by the spiritual energy, so it could not dodge at all. Therefore, the three-eyed corpse, at this moment, could not dodge any of Lin Kong's attacks. Its body could not keep up with its reaction speed. After the three-eyed corpse fell heavily to the ground, Lin Kong quickly rushed up and prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Suddenly, la la la, the moonlight is bright in front of the bed. There are 2 pairs of shoes on the ground, a pair of dogs and bitches, and one of them is you, great dragon, Prajnaprabhuta. I love Yang Mi, Take Kakashi, you handsome guy, take my 1,000-year kill. Boss, give me a bowl of fried noodles without eggs. The three-eyed corpse, with a hooked nose, handsome and 1.8 meters tall, suddenly started talking nonsense. While speaking nonsense, his limbs twitched and his tongue stretched out long, as if he had an epileptic seizure. Lin Kong paused. What's going on? While Lin Kong was confused, the three-eyed corpse was still twitching and dancing on the ground. At the same time, it was shouting 996 is a blessing, make 100 million first, and other incomprehensible words. The onlookers who heard the news nearby looked at the three-eyed corpse, who was usually high and mighty, and now rolled around on the ground like crazy. Everyone was also confused and had a black question mark on their heads. What's going on? Is the three-eyed corpse crazy? No wonder the restraints on us disappeared. It turns out that the three-eyed corpse has become a madman. But how could a level 6 zombie suddenly go crazy? Could it be that group of mysterious black knights? Hey, who is this triangular green-skinned weirdo? Why does he have a black horse with someone? The onlookers who didn't know the truth were discussing everything in front of them. They really couldn't figure out the situation in front of them, but in general, it was not a bad thing anyway. This three-eyed corpse was crazy, and they also completely gained freedom in life. The high-level zombies in the gathering place were basically dead, and those low-level zombies of level 1 and level 2 did not pose an effective threat to them at all. So, when they saw the three-eyed corpse twitching like a madman on the ground, they all smiled happily. The air around them was also filled with a happy atmosphere. Looking at the smiles of the onlookers, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of the three-eyed corpse's eyes. This, plain mad and foolish, is the third method of delaying tactics. After secretly discovering Lin Kong's confused expression, the three-eyed corpse's tense nerves also relaxed. It seems that his plan has achieved great success. There are still 2 minutes. As long as he can hold on for another 2 minutes, as long as his spiritual energy is restored to control, Lin Kong will be eaten by me, and all the onlookers nearby will also be eaten by me. However, the three-eyed corpse just relaxed his heart, and found that a shadow quickly enveloped it above his body. The owner of this shadow is naturally Lin Kong. After seeing Lin Kong's expression, the 3 pupils of the three-eyed corpse couldn't help but shrink at the same time, because on Lin Kong's face, there was a cold smile that said, I have seen through you. How could this trick of the three-eyed corpse deceive Lin Kong? The reason why Lin Kong hesitated in attacking the three-eyed corpse just now was because he was taking out the leak potion hidden in his arms. Lin Kong, who was possessed by the Triceratops, has reached the level of 5, but the head of the three-eyed corpse was too hard. Lin Kong found that his full strength punch just now only slightly deformed the head of the three-eyed corpse. According to the effect of this punch, Lin Kong estimated that he would have to punch at least a few hundred times before he could kill the three-eyed corpse. A few hundred punches. It was another full-strength attack. If you hit too fast, the force will not be enough. Only when each punch accumulates power can the effect be achieved. In other words, it will take at least 5 or 6 minutes to hit hundreds of punches. In such a long time, Lin Kong was worried that the strength of the three-eyed corpse would recover directly. Therefore, you can't kill the three-eyed corpse with brute force. However, the original text is in Liu number 9 / The three-eyed corpse has only one critical point, that is its head. Even if Lin Kong blew up the heart of the three-eyed corpse and chopped up its body, the three-eyed corpse could still be reborn. Zombies and humans have different structures. The human spirit bead is in the danshan in the abdomen. If the abdomen of a human is destroyed, then the human will lose most of its combat power. The spirit core of a zombie is in the zombie's brain, protected by a very hard skull. You can only hit the head, but there is not enough time. What should I do? The answer is very simple. Just let the three-eyed corpse be infected with some leak potion, although the effective time of an infection is only a few dozen minutes. But you can let it refill. The corners of Lin Kong's mouth raised the signature sinister smile, looking at the tube of green leak potion in Lin Kong's hand, and then glancing at Lin Kong's treacherous smile. Three-eyed corpse immediately stopped pretending to be crazy. There are only 2 minutes left. It doesn't want to refill. Tears flowed out of its 3 eyes. The three-eyed corpse quickly got up from the ground, knelt on his knees in front of Lin Kong, and then kowtowed while begging for mercy. "Boss, please let me go. I am your little brother. I will do whatever you want me to do. Don't you want to kill Shenzhou? I will immediately call that bitch to come and die. And, boss, I don't want your meteorite or anything. From now on, I will provide you with services for free. You can ask me to do anything you want. Please, don't pour that green thing on me." The onlookers scratched their heads when they saw the three-eyed corpse suddenly return to normal and keep kneeling and begging for mercy from Lin Kong. What the hell is going on? Why can't we understand it at all? The onlookers couldn't understand the changes in front of them, but Lin Kong knew it clearly. Lin Kong had seen clearly the little thoughts of the three-eyed corpse. After the bottle of leak potion was taken out, Lin Kong did not hesitate at all, and immediately sprinkled the potion on the face of three-eyed corpse. Feeling the cold touch of the terrible green solution on his cheek, three-eyed corpse's voice of begging for mercy suddenly stopped. There are only 2 minutes left. There are only 2 minutes left, and he can do whatever he wants. This. Three-eyed corpse reached out and touched the green solution on his face. The moment the leak potion touched his cheek, three-eyed corpse could clearly feel a mysterious green substance rushing into his brain. Then, the soul core that was about to return to its original state was stained with a thick layer of green again. ! This green is the same color as when a man is cuckolded by a woman, and it is heartbreaking. It's like a piece of transparent glass accidentally falling on a hard cement road. It is broken into slag, and there is no intact piece. Three-eyed corpse is very desperate. The tiny bit of purple light on its brain core also dimmed. No matter what method it used, it could not defeat the old villain Lin Kong. If time could go back, the day when three-eyed corpse hoped to meet Shenzhou, he would eat her quickly. In this way, Shenzhou would not meet Lin Kong. In this way, he would not come out of Lin Kong's stomach, and he would not have this deadly feud with Lin Kong. It drooped its head. Alas, it was too lazy to resist. It was too desperate. Three-eyed corpse sighed weakly. Then, its head was grabbed by Lin Kong. Fists like a storm smashed over. 3 minutes later, with Lin Kong's loud shout, the hard head of three-eyed corpse, finally, with a bang sound, was blown up by Lin Kong's heavy punch. At this point, the dignified level 6, three-eyed corpse, died. Chapter 384, Harvesting the 6th level spiritual core. The fight lasted for 3 minutes. The last punch dislocated Lin Kong's wrist and broke all 5 fingers. The hardness of the heads of ordinary zombies is far beyond that of ordinary people, and the heads of level 6 zombies are even harder and stronger, like a steel plate. During the whole process of beating up the head of the three-eyed corpse. Lin Kong's face and body were also covered with the purple-black dirty blood of the zombies. So, on the ground, there was a headless corpse. Under the moonlight, there was triangular monster covered in blood. A tall black horse stood next to the triangular monster. A huge black ball with a diameter of 2 meters floated in the air. A small green pteranodon lay lazily on the surface of the huge black ball. The crowd of onlookers watched the scene in silence. They didn't know where the triangular monster came from, nor did they know why the huge black ball that the three-eyed corpse rode didn't rescue its owner. They didn't know why the three-eyed corpse went crazy and suddenly stopped going crazy, and they couldn't figure out what deep hatred there was between the triangular monster and the three-eyed corpse. Anyway, after several minutes of silence, everyone figured out the simplest truth. The three-eyed corpse was dead, and they were completely free. There was no need to go into the details of the matter, they were free anyway. Previously, everyone was not sure what had happened to the three-eyed corpse, and why its superpower, human control, had failed. Now, everyone was sure. Someone cheered quietly. It seems that the three-eyed corpse is really dead. With the first person speaking, the second person spoke up. Haha, we are not dreaming. Then, more people cheered louder. Wow, the three-eyed corpse is dead. God has eyes. The three-eyed corpse is dead. We are finally free. We don't have to be humble to the zombies anymore, and we don't have to serve them tea and water anymore. Haha, it feels so good. Some people even took off their clothes in excitement and ran naked in the street. These people have been suppressed for too long. In the peaceful times before the end of the world, they were slaves to houses, cars, and children. They were the objects of their parents' disdain, the objects of their bosses' exploitation, and the livestock at the bottom of society. I thought that when the end of the world came, everyone would stand on the same starting line, but in the end, these people met the three-eyed corpse, and became miserable slaves again. They lost their food, clothes, freedom. Everything. They were like pigs waiting to be slaughtered in a pigsty, pitiful and helpless. But tonight, I don't know what happened. Anyway, the damn three-eyed corpse was suddenly hit in the head by a mysterious triangular monster. I didn't dare to ask, because the triangular monster was so cruel that all 5 fingers were deformed. He was covered in blood and looked like he had walked out of hell. But everyone watching knew that this guy was the hero who saved the gathering place. If it weren't for the fierce momentum of the triangular monster, everyone would probably rush up to hug him and thank him. Looking at the people around who were cheering for freedom, Lin Kong was also happy. To be honest, he didn't expect things to develop to this point. His original plan was just to use the power of the three-eyed corpse to kill the bastard president. He didn't think about saving the suffering people in the Ziyang City gathering place. But now, by chance, he got a chance to kill the three-eyed corpse, and was unexpectedly recognized as a hero by everyone. Among the onlookers, there was a person. He not only thought that this triangular weirdo was a hero who saved the gathering place, but also a great benefactor who saved his life. This person was the rabbit-mouth youth caught by Ma Woody. After being placed on the roof of the office building by Ma Woody, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but unexpectedly, the development of things was so unexpected. Although Ma Woody buried the three-eyed corpse, however, a weirdo with 3 horns on his head and dark green skin suddenly appeared. This person was really fierce. He actually blew up the head of a level 6, three-eyed corpse, with just his fists. After fighting for 3 minutes, the three-eyed corpse had no power to resist and could only take the beating. This fierce scene made the rabbit-mouth youth's eyes sparkle with stars. The original text can be read in Liu number 9 at book/bar. Idol. This triangular muscular man is my idol from now on. The rabbit-mouth youth worshipped the triangular muscular man who directly beat up the three-eyed corpse, to the point of prostrating himself. He planned to wait until everyone dispersed, then quietly follow him, and then ask this triangular muscular man to accept him as his younger brother. He was willing to follow this triangular muscular man wholeheartedly and without regrets for the rest of his life. Moreover, it was this triangular muscular man who killed the three-eyed corpse, that the rabbit-mouthed youth did not have to worry about Lin Kong's revenge. Once the three-eyed corpse died, Lin Kong, that guy, was just a level 1 new human, and the rabbit-mouthed youth was not afraid at all. Here, he didn't know that Lin Kong had been promoted to level 2. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't be afraid. Therefore, the rabbit-mouthed youth thought that the triangular strong man was not only a hero who saved the gathering place, but also a great benefactor who saved his life. Beside the headless corpse, Lin Kong bent down and picked up the blue spirit core in the brain of the three-eyed corpse. There was a little purple on the blue spirit core. This meant that the three-eyed corpse had touched the edge of level 7. Seeing this, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he had killed it. If the three-eyed corpse reached level 7, it would definitely occupy more cities and create more zombie gathering places, and more survivors would suffer. After looking at this level 6 spirit core for a while, Lin Kong put it into his pocket. After doing all this, Lin Kong's tense nerves could finally relax a little. With this relaxation, the pain between the fingers of his right hand was clearly transmitted to Lin Kong's mind. He hissed and took a breath of cold air. Looking down, his 5 fingers were almost twisted. Lin Kong wanted to open them and raise a middle finger to look down on others, but he couldn't do it. With a glance, Lin Kong found Old Man Qin in the crowd. So, he turned around and shouted, "Old Man Qin, come here and help me heal my hand." After being possessed by the Triceratops, Lin Kong had a physique comparable to that of a level 5 supernatural being. Of course, he could heal the injury of his finger by himself, but with the help of a doctor, it would be faster. Old Man Qin in the crowd was a little confused. Why did this triangular fierce man who blew up the three-eyed corpse call out my name? Why did he know that I could heal? And why did his voice sound so familiar? Not only was Old Man Qin confused, but the rabbit-mouthed young man not far away was even more confused. I seem to have heard this guy's voice somewhere before. The rabbit-mouthed young man, who originally wanted to be the younger brother of the triangular fierce man, was confused, circulated his spiritual energy, and activated his superpowers. Eyes of perspective. The eyes, which glowed with a soft white light, looked towards the triangular-shaped macho man who was regarded as an idol. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 The Escaped Rabbit Mouth. After seeing the true face under the dark green skin, the rabbit-mouthed youth's mouth suddenly opened wide. His expression was full of shock. When he dared to come over in the evening, this Lin Kong was still a weak chicken who allowed himself to be whipped at will. At that time, the rabbit-mouthed youth had seen Lin Kong's abdomen through the eye of perspective. At that time, he was just a 0-level new human. Later, after the treatment of Old Man Qin, Lin Kong was promoted to a level 1 new human. In the past, the rabbit-mouthed youth had seen the situation of Old Man Qin upgrading people, so he could understand Lin Kong's process. But what he didn't understand was that Lin Kong actually awakened such a perverted superpower that he could directly summon meteorites from outer space. This superpower directly made him the key protected object of the three-eyed corpse. Although it was still unbelievable that Lin Kong, a level 1 zombie, could at least think about it carefully and understand it. However, the current situation was something that the rabbit-mouthed youth could not understand anyway. Only 1 or 2 hours had passed, and Lin Kong had gone from level 1 to level 2. Moreover, this guy was wearing a strange set of armor. Not only did he wear a liquid armor, but he also stole Ma Wudi's level 4 black horse. Not only did he steal the level 4 black horse, but he also stole the huge black ball of the three-eyed corpse. Not only did he steal the black ball, but he also blew up the head of the three-eyed corpse. This is too incredible. It's like an ant on the side of the road, suddenly becoming the emperor who rules a country in just a few hours. Everything that happened is so unbelievable and incomprehensible. Slowly raising his hand, the rabbit-mouthed young man grabbed a handful of hair on his head in confusion. He wiped his eyes, suspecting that there was something wrong with the eye of perspective. But there was no problem. Every detail of Lin Kong's body was clearly seen by his pair of eyes that emitted a soft white light. That's right, it was the guy called Lin Kong, the Lin Kong that Shen Zhu specifically ordered to torture. After confirming Lin Kong's identity, the rabbit-mouthed youth couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It was too scary, it was too magical. This guy, who was obviously only level 2, beat the strongest zombie in the gathering place to death, Three-Eyed Corpse. Although he couldn't figure out how Lin Kong did it, but he turned around and ran away. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. If he ran slowly, his life would be over. The figure of the rabbit-mouthed youth quickly disappeared at the corner of the street. Although Lin Kong was only level 2 and he had the strength of level 3, he would never think that Lin Kong was a weak chicken again. The last time he escaped, the rabbit-mouthed youth was worried that Three-Eyed Corpse would eat him. This time, he was worried that Lin Kong would cut him into pieces. When he thought of Lin Kong's fierce appearance when he beat Three-Eyed Corpse and twisted his 5 fingers, the rabbit-mouthed youth couldn't help but feel a chill behind him. He felt that this triangular man Lin Kong was even more terrifying than the Three-Eyed Corpse. With the moonlight, the rabbit-mouthed youth ran farther and farther. Lin Kong's mind was all on the Three-Eyed Corpse, and he didn't notice the rabbit-mouthed youth in the crowd. Even if he noticed, he still had to deal with Ma Wuti, who was buried in the ruins first. In the crowd, after hearing the triangular weirdo's call, Old Man Keen thought about it carefully, and finally understood Lin Kong's identity with great astonishment. He knew that Lin Kong's combat power was very strong. At level 1, he was equivalent to the strength of a level 3 new human. At level 2, he could be as strong as a level 4 strongman. However, he still didn't expect that after Lin Kong put on a strange skin, his combat power could even be comparable to that of a level 5 existence. Moreover, he blew up the indestructible head of a level 6 zombie with his bare hands. After taking several deep breaths, Old Man Kin dared to step forward and carefully treated Lin Kong. At first, Lin Kong was just a weakling at level 0. When he treated him, he didn't feel any psychological pressure at all. But now, Old Man Kin found that his palms were shaking. There was no way. The shock that Lin Kong gave Old Man Kin was too great. When treating the fingers of Lin Kong's right hand, Old Man Kin even had cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't even dare to raise his head to look directly into Lin Kong's eyes. After only 30 seconds, all of Lin Kong's broken fingers and dislocated wrists were restored to normal. Shaking his right hand, Lin Kong praised with great satisfaction, "Well, Old Man Kin, your treatment skills are really superb." "Thank you." Old Man Kin nodded repeatedly, looking flattered. "It's my duty, it's my duty." Looking at Old Man Kin's appearance, Lin Kong also understood very well. After all, he had just smashed a level 6 zombie. Such a horrible record, anyone who saw it would be trembling. If he were Old Man Kin, he might even be too scared to speak loudly. Suddenly, someone in the crowd celebrating freedom pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look, there's a meteor." "It's really a meteor. Everyone hurry up and make a wish." A new human with a relatively high level, with good eyesight, predicted the trajectory of the meteor at a glance. Looking up, he was shocked. "Make a wish. This meteor is coming this way." "Oh my God, run, there's another meteorite falling." Some people started running around in panic, while others stood there at a loss. Looking at the panicked crowd, Lin Kong let the liquid dragon armor on his face fade away, revealing his true face. "Don't panic, I summoned that meteorite." Lin Kong directly revealed his identity. Before, when Lin Kong negotiated with the Three-Eyed Corpse, his ability to summon meteorites had been heard by almost many people, so it didn't matter if he admitted it at this moment. Moreover, his strength was already strong enough, as long as he performed the dinosaur possession of the Triceratops. Even without the help of the meteorite, he could easily kill a level 4 new human in seconds. Even a level 5 existence could be fought with it. If it was to deal with a level 6, he would need to think about it. In short, Lin Kong was not afraid of anyone in this Xiong City gathering place. When you are strong enough, you don't need to hide your head and tail. Seeing Lin Kong reveal his true face, The panicked people immediately stopped talking. The noisy scene was instantly silent. The night breeze with the coolness of the night blew past everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Everyone had an expression of seeing a ghost. They never expected that this powerful and terrifying triangular green man, the hero who saved the gathering place, was actually a new human who had just been promoted to level 1. Everyone didn't have a perspective eye, so they didn't know that Lin Kong had been promoted to level 2. Even if they knew Lin Kong's level 2 strength, they would probably still be shocked. After a long while, everyone broke the silence and started to discuss fiercely. What kind of god is this? He scared the level 6, three-eyed zombie, in the evening, and only 1 or 2 hours later, he has become so powerful that he can directly blow up the three-eyed zombie. Fuck, am I seeing things? No more words. Great God, please accept my knees. He can even summon meteorites from the sky, so it shouldn't be a rare thing to blow up level 6 zombie with his bare hands. Anyway, it's awesome. Some people showed admiration, some suspected that they were insane, and some knelt on the ground in admiration. Of course, there were also people who asked Lin Kong to quickly retract his magical powers and move the meteorite from the sky to other places. The original text is on Liu number 9/. This meteorite was originally Lin Kong's last resort to deal with the three-eyed zombie. If his fist didn't blow up the head of the three-eyed corpse, he would let the meteorite fall and smash the skull of the three-eyed corpse. In addition, Lin Kong also thought of several ways to kill the three-eyed corpse. No matter what, the three-eyed corpse could not escape the palm of Lin Kong's hand. However, the whole process of killing the corpse was unusually smooth, and no accidents happened. Lin Kong's fist successfully blew up the head and destroyed the brain inside. Since the three-eyed corpse was already dead, Lin Kong didn't need to summon a meteorite to finish it off. After the meteorite was summoned from outer space, it was basically impossible for Lin Kong to stop the high-speed fall of the meteorite. This is a meteorite with a diameter of 5 meters. After a period of friction and burning in the atmosphere, only a meteorite with a diameter of 3 meters is left. Originally, Lin Kong planned to let this meteorite hit a distant, unimportant bush, but he suddenly had an idea and thought of an excellent use. That is where the horse has no hoof. Mawudi's body was buried in a mountain of ruins. The 7 black balls were deformable, so they could easily drill out through the gaps. But Mawudi was frozen into an ice sculpture by the 7 black frost. If you want to get him out, you have to dig a hole. So, use the meteorite to dig a hole in the ruins. After Lin Kong reached level 2, his control of meteorites was even more sophisticated. He closed his eyes, and his mind instantly crossed tens of thousands of meters and came to the meteorite. Aiming at Mawudi's location, Lin Kong used his mind to fine-tune the meteorite, and soon everything was done. Boom! The meteorite, which was burned into a diameter of 3 meters, was like a small one-story building. When it fell, it smashed a huge deep pit and made a loud noise. The smoke and dust dissipated, and he looked up. The width of the deep pit was about 20 to 30 meters, and the depth was more than 20 meters. The location of this deep pit was right next to Mawudi. After the meteorite hit, Lin Kong immediately let the 7 black balls fly into the deep pit. After digging 2 or 3 meters of concrete blocks, he found Mawudi, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. Because of the high temperature emitted by the meteorite, the ice on Mawudi had already shown some signs of melting. Crack, crack, crack. The 7 black balls gave him another 7 black freeze. Suddenly, Mawudi was frozen solidly inside by a huge ice ball. The 7 black balls turned into the shape of a toilet plunger, with one end attached to Mawudi's ice ball, and then pulled it out with force. After a few seconds, bang, the ice ball wrapped around Mawudi was thrown in front of Lin Kong. Lin Kong stretched out his foot and turned the ice ball in a circle. After half a circle, Mawudi and the ice ball looked at Lin Kong. The moment he saw Lin Kong, Mawudi's eyes changed. Lin Kong keenly noticed the change in Mawudi. He had already concluded that this person, whom he had never seen before, knew him. He guessed that this guy was probably a subordinate of the bastard president. The importance of capturing a level 4 senior subordinate alive to Lin Kong was self-evident. The next thing Lin Kong had to do was to bring Ma Wuti to Li Minutes so that he could use the ability of yes or no to obtain information from Ma Wuti. He jumped onto the 7 black balls and was about to start flying. Suddenly, he found an unusual pigeon. It was a white pigeon, and it seemed to be an evolved mutant pigeon. The pigeon kept circling in the sky, as if it was in a hurry. That's right, this pigeon was the one that Ma Wuti used to find the pink-coated cannon man. The reason why the pigeon kept hovering anxiously was to urge Ma Wuti to quickly meet up with the pink-coated cannon man, then discuss getting rid of Lin Kong. Looking at this white mutant pigeon, Lin Kong remembered the time he met Zhu Linyun. There was an anxious pigeon hovering above Zhu Linyun's head, but in the end, the pigeon was eaten by the mutant sparrow. It seems that Zhu Linyun's pigeon looks similar to the current pigeon. Now is the end of the world, and the satellites in the sky are basically paralyzed. No one can communicate remotely, as if they have returned to ancient times. In ancient times when communication was inconvenient, pigeons played the role of remote communication of information. Is there anyone using this pigeon to convey some special information? Lin Kong was suspicious, so he began to think about it. He remembered that the first time he discovered the white figure of the pigeon was when Ma Wuti ran to the roof of the office building with a loudspeaker. At that time, he was attracted by the arrogant Ma Wuti, and for a while he didn't think about the strangeness of the white figure. Then, Lin Kong also found that when the three-eyed corpse was fighting with Ma Wuti, the pigeon had been hovering in the sky. Finally, Ma Wuti was buried, but the pigeon was still in the sky. Various signs showed that the pigeon was related to Ma Wuti. After discovering this, Lin Kong thought of a way to prove it. He asked the 7 black balls to hold the ice ball with Ma Wuti frozen in it and fly towards the pigeon in the sky. At first, after discovering the 7 black balls approaching, the pigeon flew away vigilantly. But when the 7 black balls were suspended in the air without moving, the pigeon flew back tentatively. It seemed that it wanted to see the physical condition of Ma Wuti. Seeing this scene, Lin Kong's pupils shrank slightly. Sure enough, this pigeon was related to Ma Wuti. Chapter 386. Everyone gathered in Xiong City. The most important thing is that after dozens of minutes of careful observation, Lin Kong also found that the pigeon seemed to be taking Ma Wuti to a certain place. Lin Kong had directly communicated with the Tyrannosaurus Rex around Li Minutes, Wu Fei and others. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex received Lin Kong's instructions, he took Li Minutes and others, packed up all the items, and rushed to the gathering place in Xiong City as soon as possible. The Tyrannosaurus Rex did not speak. Under Lin Kong's control, it picked up a branch and wrote a long string of crooked words on the mud. In this way, Li Minutes and others were successfully persuaded to go to the gathering place in Xiong City. As for the other information, it was not written out, because the method of Tyrannosaurus Rex writing with his feet was too strenuous. Lin Kong was too lazy to explain. Originally, Li Minutes was very worried about Lin Kong. Fang Guonan was hesitating whether to escape, and Zi Wang was also thinking about what to do if Lin Kong did not come back. But when the Tyrannosaurus Rex told them that the danger had been lifted, everyone showed a happy expression. Wu Fei was the only one who looked calm and composed. He snorted coldly, "I told you, there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved by the Monitor Lin. Anyone who dares to touch the Monitor Lin will be finished." Although Wu Fei's admiration for Lin Kong was a little blind and irrational, however, what he said was the truth. Anyone who wanted to mess with Lin Kong was tortured to death by Lin Kong without exception, and no one had a good ending. The worst was definitely Mirongjing. Not only was her boyfriend Lin Kingfeng killed, but she was also forced to betray the president. Now Mirongjing still only had the upper half of her body, and her body was frozen by ice, and the ice was wrapped in a thick quilt. Wu Fei carried Mirongjing wrapped in a quilt and called on everyone to quickly sit on the back of the Quetzalcoatlus. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stood firmly on the head of the Quetzalcoatlus. It sensed the location of Lin Kong and led everyone to fly quickly to the gathering place in Xiong City. "Are we just going to fly over there in a swagger? Should we cover it up a bit?" Fang Guonan looked a little timid, and he suggested to Wu Fei. Although everyone's strength was level 3, Wu Fei, as Lin Kong's best friend, was obviously the one with the highest status in the entire team. Therefore, Fang Guonan discussed with Wu Fei, Wu Feng waved his hand, confidently and calmly said, "Don't worry, since squad leader Lin said it's safe, then we can fly over there in the swagger." Li Minutes and Zi Wang had no objection. They both knew how cautious Lin Kong was and knew that Lin Kong was not a proud and arrogant person. Since Lin Kong had confirmed the safety of the Xiong City gathering place, everyone accelerated at full speed without any hesitation. They might not believe this thick-skinned Wu Fei, but they absolutely believed in the decision made by Lin Kong. It was because of Lin Kong's existence that they escaped from the crisis-ridden county gathering place. Very quickly, in less than half an hour, 4 wind god pterosaurs and 1 wind pterosaur have arrived at the gate of the Xiong City gathering place. With the help of the new humans, the gate of the gathering place has been repaired long ago. The white-haired old man-kin has been waiting at the gate for a long time. The current Xiong City gathering place has been taken over by Lin Kong. All the zombies inside have been eradicated. Only one level 5 zombie escaped. This zombie looks very timid and has been hiding in the dark. People are not even sure about the type of this level 5 zombie, and it has already escaped like lightning. When Lin Kong learned about this level 5 zombie had already escaped without a trace. Lin Kong also had no time to track down a timid zombie. He had to focus on dealing with the dog bastard president. He sent Old Man Keen to greet Li Minutes and others. He continued to observe the situation of the pigeon. The forest pterosaur has been lurking in the air in the distance. Once this pigeon wants to escape, Lin Kong will let the forest pterosaur catch it at the first time. However, the pigeon did not intend to escape. It kept trying to rescue Ma Wudi from the ice ball, but it failed no matter what. Lin Kong waited patiently. After a while, the original text is in Liu number 9 / Old Man Kin brought Li Minutes and others who had just arrived at the gathering place and flew over. It was the first time for Old Man Kin to ride a flying animal. When he got off the back of the wind god pterosaur, his legs were shaking. When Wu Fei saw Lin Kong's triangular green skin, he immediately rushed down and punched Lin Kong on the shoulder. "Squad leader Lin, I know you are awesome, but I didn't expect you to be so awesome that even a level 6 zombie is not your opponent." Wu Fei naturally learned about the killing of the three-eyed corpse with his bare hands from Old Man Kin. Everyone also learned from Old Man Kin's story about Lin Kong's heroic deeds in saving the entire gathering place. Of course, Old Man Kin exaggerated and described Lin Kong as quite awesome, especially when he was at level 1. He dared to let the level 6 zombie be his younger brother, which was even more exaggerated. Everyone was shocked and unbelievable. Zi Wang picked up the thermos cup left by his mother, pretended to be calm and drank a sip of the boiled water in it, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. "My God, this Lin Kong is so awesome." Fang Guonan looked at the huge gathering place in Xiong City and asked, "Since brother Lin Kong has occupied this gathering place, doesn't it mean that we can grow vegetables here?" Since discovering the precious feces of Tyrannosaurus rex, Fang Guonan has been thinking about growing vegetables. He is very much looking forward to what kind of magical changes will those ordinary vegetables produce after being catalyzed by Tyrannosaurus rex feces. Li Minutes covered her mouth. She knew very well the horror of level 6 zombies. So far, she, who is at level 3, is not even a match for level 4 zombies, and Lin Kong, who had already beaten Zhu Linian and others at level 4, has even killed level 6 zombies now. Well, now Li Minutes no longer thinks Wu Feng is stupid. Indeed, Wu Feng's blind worship is not without reason. Squad leader Lin is indeed a man who is good at creating miracles. Seeing Li Minutes' arrival, Lin Kong doesn't have to wait here all the time. "I'll explain the other things later. Now, let's torture this guy." Lin Kong first asked the forest pterosaur to keep a close eye on the pigeon, and then put the ice ball that froze Ma Wudi on the ground. The flame of the Overlord in his left eye gushed out and melted the ice on Ma Wudi's head. Just when Lin Kong was about to let Li Minutes start to torture Ma Wudi, suddenly, a stream of blood flowed from the corner of Ma Wudi's mouth. Lin Kong's face changed. Not good. He wants to commit suicide. Chapter 387 Idol becomes prisoner. At the beginning, when he was frozen by the 7 black balls in the ruins, Ma Wudi immediately understood. Lin Kong had already identified his identity from the flaws he revealed. Later, Mawudi was dug out from the ruins and found that Lin Kong had been using his body and the pigeons in the sky to test him. Such obvious actions could be guessed by anyone that Lin Kong must be trying to get information from him. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, Mawudi saw Lin Kong calling Li Minutes and others, saying that he wanted to torture them. Mawudi had already heard the cheers of other people celebrating freedom in the gathering place, and naturally understood that Lin Kong had dealt with the three-eyed corpse. So he determined that Lin Kong's strength was very strong, and in order to prevent himself from leaking information, Mawudi decisively chose to commit suicide. Seeing the blood on Mawudi's mouth, Lin Kong was a little surprised at first, but soon calmed down. Mirongjing once did the bite tongue to commit suicide thing, therefore, Lin Kong was prepared. Zi Wang, who possessed the eye of perspective, had been standing behind Mawudi, closely watching the changes in Mawudi's body. As soon as he found out that Mawudi was using his spiritual energy to destroy his brain, Zi Wang had already commanded Old Man Qin to rush up. Old Man Qin's glowing palm pressed on Mawudi's head, and the latter's manic spiritual energy was instantly calmed down. In order to prevent Mawudi from controlling his spiritual energy to commit suicide again, Old Man Qin temporarily broke Mawudi's spinal nerves with the help of Zi Wang's eye of perspective. In other words, Mawudi could not only not control his spiritual energy, but also his body below the neck. Of course, he could also bite his tongue to commit suicide, but biting his tongue to commit suicide was too slow, so Mawudi had to give up. Lin Kong did not waste time talking to him. From his suicide performance, he already knew that Mawudi was a very loyal person. Lin Kong was not a police uncle, and he did not have superb interrogation skills at all. Therefore, Lin Kong directly asked Li Minutes to start questioning. Before asking the question, Li Minutes couldn't help but point at Mawudi and asked curiously, "Squad leader Lin, who is he?" "I suspect he is the subordinate of that bastard president." "The president's subordinate?" As soon as she heard the word president, Li Minutes' eyes suddenly became solemn. She knew very well what the bastard president had done. Under the pretext of saving the world, he kidnapped Lin Kong's mother and other innocent survivors and took them to the laboratory for experiments. Li Minutes hated such beastly behavior. Since the man frozen in the ice ball was the subordinate of the bastard president, she was not polite. She stretched out 5 white-skinned fingers and pressed them on the top of Mawudi's head. The hazy purple light was flickering. Li Minutes' superpower, yes or no, had been activated. The forced questioning began. The first question was naturally to ask whether Mawudi was the president's subordinate. Mawudi couldn't control his spiritual energy, so he couldn't resist the influence of Li Minutes' superpower. He was surprised to find that his mouth took the initiative to answer the question raised by Li Minutes. After hearing the answer of yes, Lin Kong's heart was also filled with fear. At the same time, he was also grateful. Fortunately, he discovered Mawudi's identity in time, otherwise it would be very dangerous to be suddenly attacked by such a ghost knights who came and went without a trace. All along, cunning humans are much more dangerous than zombies. At this moment, Lin Kong, after being possessed by the Triceratops dinosaur, has the strength of a level 5 strongman, and it is not a problem to kill a level 5 zombie head-on. But if he faces a group of level 4 ghost knights, Lin Kong is not sure that he can retreat unscathed. When Li Minutes learned that Mawudi was indeed the president's subordinate, she also took a breath of cold air. In the conversation with Old Man Qin just now, she had already learned about the ghost cavalry led by Mawudi. Knowing that there are still 19 level 4 ghost cavalry alive outside, Lin Kong extended his finger and poked Li Minutes' shoulder. "Go on. Start asking the next question." Oh, Li Minutes came back to her senses. Although her superpower, yes or no, can only make the enemy answer yes or no, Li Minutes, who has reached level 3, has a lot more spiritual energy and a strong mental power. Just like when interrogating Mirongjing, she can ask multiple questions and then get the information she wants from Mawudi. Lin Kong had already thought of the information he needed to know. So he asked Li Minutes to ask Mawudi whether he was sent by the president to get rid of him, whether there were other pursuers, etc. During the continuous questioning, Li Minutes' spiritual energy was quickly consumed. She was also exhausted and sweating. However, she had two priests Zi Wang and Old Man Qin who were responsible for treatment beside her to restore her spiritual energy. After her body recovered, Li Minutes began to ask again. It took a full hour for the questioning to end. Lin Kong's notebook was filled with information. As the horse team leader, Ma Wuti knew more information than soldier team leader Murong Jing. Not only did he get all kinds of information about the president, but he also got information about the pink-coated cannon man, future water, and Zhu Linian's identity as the car team leader. The original text is available at Liu number 9 at book/bar. Looking at the notebook full of information, Lin Kong was also amazed. Li Minutes' expression beside him was also tired and shocked. She was tired because she overused her own superpowers. What was shocking was that they had encountered the assassin sent by the president a long time ago, but Zhu Linian did not meet up with the pink-coated cannon man in time. So everyone escaped. If Zhu Linian, who was level 4, had attacked directly in secret, Lin Kong and others would have been seriously injured, and even the whole army might have been wiped out. Because Zhu Linian was not only level 4 himself, but also had 4 level 4 wind god pteranodons. In addition, the battle was in the air, so Lin Kong's people could not get any advantage at all. Moreover, Zhu Linian also has the killer weapon of peerless beauty. If Zhu Linian concentrates on sneak attack, Lin Kong is likely to be killed. As for Ma Wuti, if Ma Wuti had not had a motherly heart to save the survivors of the Xiong city gathering place, Lin Kong would have been killed. It seems that there are gods in the sky, protecting Lin Kong in the dark. Every time, Lin Kong is left with a glimmer of hope, and Lin Kong has not failed to live up to the protection of the gods and sees that glimmer of hope in time. Since he has learned so much valuable information from Ma Wuti, Lin Kong has a rough counterattack plan in his mind. First, follow the guidance of the pigeon to find the location of the cannon team leader. Then, kill him. Then, kill all the 19 ghost cavalry who escaped. Kill all potential threat personnel. Lin Kong decided to kill them all without mercy. There is no time to lose. Let's act now. Lin Kong jumped onto the 7 black balls. Li Minutes, Wu Fei and others got on the Fengshan pterosaur. Everyone took advantage of the night and started the clearing operation. Ma Wuti, who was frozen by the ice ball, looked very self-blaming. Alas, he sighed, his eyes revealing deep helplessness and despair. At the same time, inside Kuoning Hospital, the pink-coated gunman and his 2 lovers lit a bonfire in the lobby on the first floor of the hospital. On the bright flames, there was a simple grill. On the grill were 2 skinned rabbits. Some condiments such as cumin, chili powder, and salt were sprinkled on the rabbits. While smelling the aroma of roasted rabbit meat, the pink-coated gunman used the water of the future to predict the time when Ma Wuti would arrive. Great, we only need to wait another 20 minutes, and team leader Ma will be here. The pink-coated gunman was very excited when he thought that he could fight side by side with Ma Wuti. He has always admired Ma Wuti, who is both wise and brave. Tonight, he can finally meet his idol. However, the pink-coated cannon man would never have imagined that the idol he admired had become Lin Kong's prisoner. Chapter 388 Demonic corpses, poisonous corpses, and zombies. High in the sky, under the silvery moonlight, a mutant pigeon with a white body was flapping its wings and flying towards Kuoning Hospital. Lin Kong stepped on the 7 black balls and followed closely with Ma Wuti. Li Minutes, Wu Fei and others rode on 4 wind god pterosaurs to escort them in the front, back, left and right directions. No one spoke, but quietly adjusted the spiritual energy in their bodies, because they knew that this so-called cannon team leader had received the help of the president and successfully changed from level 3 to level 4. Moreover, the cannon team leader had a very dangerous and perverted superpower, future water. This magical water can actually predict the future. It was also this special water that kept Lin Kong under surveillance at all times, but they didn't notice it at all. If it weren't for Lin Kong and others' good luck, and Lin Kong's boldness and carefulness, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. Fighting with someone who can predict the future is really a very tricky thing. Although Lin Kong can reach the level of level 5 after performing dinosaur possession, He is still not 100% sure that he can defeat the Palzi team leader and his two lovers' subordinates. It is precisely because of this that Lin Kong will bring all the people. The more people there are, the more variables there are, and the difficulty of the Palzi team leader to predict the future will be greatly increased. The enemy has become more difficult, and our winning rate will naturally increase. This is one of the ways Lin Kong came up with to fight against the ability of prediction. No one spoke, only the sound of air blowing past their ears, and the sound of pigeons flapping their wings in front. After a while, someone sighed and broke the silence. Alas, this long sigh was full of helplessness and guilt. Lin Kong didn't need to turn his head to know who was sighing. Of course it was Ma Wuti. Ever since Li Minutes asked a lot of information from him, Ma Wuti was like a resentful woman in the boudoir. He wanted to commit suicide out of guilt, but he couldn't do it. He hoped that everyone would unite and work together to fight the zombies instead of fighting among themselves. But Lin Kong didn't listen to him at all. After sighing, Ma Wuti decided to persuade Lin Kong again. Little brother, believe me, the president is not a bad person. As long as you communicate well and sit down to negotiate calmly, the president will definitely let your mother go. Ma Wuti had already told Lin Kong before. He knew that the hatred between Lin Kong and the president was because the president kidnapped Lin Kong's mother. Moreover, he used Lin Kong's mother for human experiments to make her evolve quickly. Even after 29 days, the president will use special means to absorb all the spiritual energy and vitality of Lin Kong's mother. Thus, he jumped from the late level 6 to the level 7 in one fell swoop. The original intention of the president was just to become stronger and save the world faster. Therefore, the sacrifice of others is inevitable. As the president's confidant, Ma Wuti knew this very well, but this is not impossible to change. The president only needs to change someone to carry out the evolution experiment, and Lin Kong's mother will naturally be free, and there will be no need to make enemies with her, and there will be no need for everyone to kill too much. However, Lin Kong did not think so. Facing Ma Wuti's persuasion, he responded coldly without turning his head, "If I don't kill the cannon team leader who has various abilities such as surveillance and predicting the future, I will always be at a disadvantage in the report." Only two parties in a state of equilibrium can negotiate. Do you think that shitty president will be kind to me who is at a disadvantage? If he can really let my mother go, of course I can let bygones be bygones and pretend that nothing happened. But, do you think he will really let me, and go? I destroyed his soldier team leader Murongjing, and killed his car team leader Zhu Linyun. The hatred has been formed. How could he not come to end me, even if he is only willing to save the world? In order to save the world peacefully, he will definitely come to kill me, an annoying fly, first, because he knows that if he doesn't kill me, I will definitely retaliate against him when I grow up. Lin Kong spoke a long paragraph to counter Ma Wuti's persuasion. Ma Wuti fell into silence, because what Lin Kong said was not said casually out of anger because his mother was arrested. On the contrary, it was very reasonable. First, negotiations are always carried out under the condition of equal strength between the two parties. In this doomsday, if you are a weak chicken, if you are always monitored by our subordinates Palzi team leader, then I will talk to you for nothing, just kill you and be done with it. Second, Lin Kong killed the chairman's car team leader and also left only the upper half of Murongjing's body. Such hatred cannot be easily let go by the chairman. Moreover, there is no reason to let it go. From the perspective of the chairman, you killed my subordinates, and I was kind enough to let your mother go back? This is impossible. Third, Lin Kong's growth rate is too fast, and Lin Kong has too many plug-ins. Now Lin Kong's 18 dinosaur eggs have only hatched 4 dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, 7 black balls, and forest pterosaur. And these 4 dinosaurs have raised Lin Kong's strength to the level of level 5. Such a terrifying plug-in, such a frightening growth, it is necessary to kill them. So, even if the president lets Lin Kong's mother go, even if Lin Kong no longer pursues the pain his mother has suffered, even if the two really shake hands and make peace, but, when the president goes to bed every night, he still worries that when he suddenly wakes up in the middle of the night, There will be a circle of various dinosaurs around his bed. In this end of the world where the strong prey on the weak, there is no legal restraint. As long as there is a little hatred between people, it is very likely that they will fight and fight for their lives. Of course, there are people who are kind-hearted. But, I can't afford to gamble. Does the president dare to bet that Lin Kong will be virginal and stop retaliating? The president doesn't dare. Does Lin Kong dare to bet that the president really forgives the past, lets his mother go, and saves the world with all his heart? Of course, Lin Kong doesn't dare. In short, the original text is available at Liu number 9/. In this lawless apocalypse, the hatred between Lin Kong and the president has reached an irreconcilable point. Mawudi also understood this. That's why he was as listless as a frostbitten eggplant. After a period of silence, Mawudi finally wanted to try one last persuasion, and this time, he directly told Lin Kong the information that he didn't know. Only the president and his more important subordinates knew this information. For example, soldier team leader Mirongjing, artillery team leader, and even car team leader Zhu Linyun, they didn't know. And Mawudi, as the horse team leader, learned this important information by chance. When he thought of this information, Mawudi couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on his face. In fact, the zombies we are in contact with are only the weakest third-generation zombies. Third generation? What do you mean? Can zombies reproduce? Lin Kong thought that Mawudi wanted to continue to persuade him to negotiate in vain. But he didn't expect the latter to suddenly bring up the zombies. He turned around and asked in surprise. Mawudi shook his head bitterly and said, "Of course zombies won't reproduce. However, they can infect." According to the information provided by the president, there are 3 generations of zombies. The first generation, which is the most powerful generation, is called the first generation of demon corpses. The second generation, which is the second generation of poisonous corpses infected by ordinary people. The third generation, which is the second generation of poisonous corpses infected by ordinary people. Third generation zombies. With each infection, the virus in the zombies will be diluted to a certain extent. Therefore, the third generation zombies we see are actually the weakest ones. And because the virus in the third generation zombies is too diluted, it can't infect new humans above level 2. At most, it can only turn ordinary people into ordinary zombies. Lin Kong was confused at first, but after a little thought, Lin Kong found that what Mawudi said did make sense. This zombie virus is like a special bloodline of human beings. As reproduction proceeds, the son's bloodline will be lower than that of the father. The blood of the grandson is lower than that of the son, and far lower than that of the original father. The virus in the body of the first generation of demon corpse is the purest, and it is the most powerful father. When it infects other people, the second generation of poisonous corpse is produced. The virus is diluted, and the power becomes smaller. The second generation of poisonous corpse is the son with medium power. When the second generation of poisonous corpse further infects ordinary people, the virus concentration is lower and the ability is weaker. Third generation zombies are born. This third generation of zombies is the so-called grandson. The third generation zombies can only infect weak chickens and ordinary people with poor resistance, and even the new humans of level 2 cannot be infected. No wonder the zombies that have not evolved have become a little stronger, but their IQ and speed are completely incomparable to normal people. An ordinary person, as long as he is brave and has a knife, can completely chop zombies like leeks. Like when he was in Orange Village, Lin Kong, an ordinary person, could chop zombies with ease with 2 machetes. Compared to the fast-running zombies in the movies, these zombies that have not evolved are indeed several levels behind. The first generation of demon zombies. The second generation of poisonous zombies. The third generation of zombies. It sounds like that. But Lin Kong soon discovered something strange. Among these 3 generations of zombies, there is a most critical premise, which is, where did the first generation of demon zombies come from? Chapter 389, Ways to Escape. Under the bright moonlight, above the 7 black balls flying fast, Lin Kong asked Mawudi curiously, "So, how did the first zombies, the so-called first generation of demonic zombies, come into being? Could it be caused by the virus carried by the meteorites?" Before the zombie crisis broke out, many meteorites fell into the earth, causing various disasters around the world, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, etc. Soon after a large number of meteorites fell, the zombie crisis broke out in full swing and could not be stopped at all. A large number of humans, after inhaling the zombie virus in the air, turned into zombies for no reason, and then began to bite the people around them. After the people around them turned into zombies, their eyes turned red with bloodthirsty eyes, and they turned to bite more people. People bit people, people infected people. The number of humans was decreasing rapidly, and the number of zombies was growing exponentially. One less and one more. In the end, the peaceful and stable era ended, and the end of the world with zombies everywhere came. Therefore, many people thought that the meteorite carried the virus, which triggered the global zombie crisis. Lin Kong, who was in Juzi village, had never come into contact with any national leaders, so he naturally thought that the meteorite carried an unknown zombie virus. However, Mawudi denied this wrong guess. In fact, there is no virus on the meteorite. Even if there's a virus, it is estimated that it cannot survive, because the meteorite is in a vacuum state in space, and the zombie virus cannot survive at all. Moreover, when the meteorite falls from the sky, it rubs against the atmosphere and generates heat, and even starts to self-ignite. When the meteorite becomes extremely hot, the zombie virus cannot survive on it. The direct cause of the global zombie crisis is the fall of the meteorite. Hearing this, Lin Kong was very puzzled. Mawudi just analyzed and explained why the zombie virus cannot survive on the surface of the meteorite. But in the end, there was a sudden turn, saying that the direct cause of the outbreak of the zombie crisis turned back to the meteorite. Lin Kong was almost confused. Could it be that Mawudi wanted to confuse my mind through his mouth cannon, and then make me insane, so that I would give up the idea of hunting down the cannon leader? Lin Kong couldn't help but wonder. Of course, Mawudi didn't want to confuse Lin Kong. He just hadn't finished his last sentence. He continued to speak slowly. The reason why the zombie virus appeared is because the meteorite fell and smashed the dimensional channel connecting to the demon world. The virus from the demon world accidentally entered the earth through the channel, and then infected humans, producing first-generation demon corpses. First-generation demon corpses infected many people, thus giving birth to second-generation poison corpses. The infectivity of second-generation poison corpses was unexpectedly strengthened. It can spray the virus into the air and then quickly infect a large number of humans. So, some people inhaled the virus in the air and became third-generation zombies. As a result, a global zombie crisis was triggered, and the peaceful and stable world became a doomsday world where zombies walked everywhere. Lin Kong's expression was astonished, and he said a few key words in confusion. Demon world, dimensional channel, virus, this is too much. How come even the demon world came out? The virus actually came from the demon world? The fall of the meteorite actually smashed the channel to the demon world? Are you sure this isn't a movie like Avatar? The zombie virus is actually related to the demon world? I'd rather believe that the virus is carried on the meteorite. I feel that meteorites from outer space are much more reliable than the demon world or something like that. As he said this, Lin Kong's expression gradually became suspicious. Originally, he still believed Mawudi's words, first-generation demon corpses, second-generation poisonous corpses, and third-generation zombies, which sounded quite reasonable. However, when Mawudi said the word demon world, Lin Kong felt that he was telling a fantasy story. If the meteorite from outer space carried an unknown virus and infected humans on Earth, Lin Kong could still understand it. But if the virus from the demon world infected humans, then Lin Kong couldn't believe it, because the word demon world sounds too magical. It doesn't match things like zombie virus at all. It's like you have shiny hair and wear a neat black suit, but you wear a pair of cheap flip-flops. But Mawudi didn't show any sign of joking. He said seriously, this is the truth. Lin Kong joked, okay, when will the demon army attack the Earth? Mawudi frowned. He heard the joke in Lin Kong's mouth, but he still explained seriously, the passage is too small, and the demon monsters can't get in at all. Lin Kong immediately said disdainfully, "TSK, if the demon monsters don't invade, then the Earth will not be destroyed at all, and your bullshit president can take a break. Anyway, the Earth will not be destroyed, so there is no need to go to great lengths to save it." Lin Kong's contemptuous attitude again and again made Ma Wuti roar loudly. "Don't you understand? This world is already heading towards destruction, and the zombies are growing stronger. Moreover, there are not only the zombies you see, but also the second-generation poisonous zombies and first-generation demon zombies that you cannot see. They are more dangerous and more terrifying than these third-generation zombies. Therefore, humans should stop fighting each other. Wait until the moment when the world is heading for destruction. Wait until the zombies are too powerful to be defeated. Internal victory among humans is meaningless. Only by joining forces to resist the zombies can we have a chance to survive." Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked at Ma Wuti, who was suddenly roaring angrily. They didn't quite understand why Ma Wuti was so angry for no reason. Ma Wuti was not so angry when the intelligence was betrayed before. After Lin Kong discovered Ma Wuti's angry behavior, he put away the contemptuous expression on his face. After a moment of silence, Lin Kong finally said, "I don't care whether the world is destroyed or not. I will kill anyone who touches my mother. It's that simple. No matter how much you say, it won't work. That bastard president is dead anyway." Seeing Lin Kong's murderous eyes, Ma Wuti finally gave in. He sighed and looked up at the moon in the night sky. The crescent moon quietly hid in the dark clouds. Ma Wuti then slowly closed his eyes. He gave up. Forget it. Let this Lin Kong and the president fight. He can't persuade them at all. When Ma Wuti gave up persuading, Lin Kong called Li Minutes over. Then, let Li Minutes use his superpowers to ask if what Ma Wuti said just now was a lie. To Lin Kong's surprise, Li Minutes' superpowers told him that what Ma Wuti said just now was not a lie at all. Every word was true. Well, it seems that there really is a so-called demon world, but that damn president still has to die. Although Ma Wuti's words were confirmed, it still could not resolve the conflict between Lin Kong and the president. The 7 black balls flew quickly in the night wind with a strong chill. Under the guidance of the pigeons, everyone continued to rush towards the direction of Kuoning Hospital, and the pink-clad cannon man in the lobby on the first floor of Kuoning Hospital. He also suddenly received a warning from Water of the Future. The original text is available at LU number 9/gurgle. The coquettish woman was cutting the freshly roasted rabbit meat with a knife. She turned her head in confusion and looked at the water ball in the pink-clad cannon man's hand. "Husband Tilda, what's wrong with your water?" The plump woman stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She wanted to eat the delicious rabbit meat, but the boiling sound of the water ball in the pink-clad cannon man's hand attracted her attention. Looking at the bubbling water of the future, the plump woman had an ominous premonition in her heart. "What's wrong, husband? Is there something wrong?" The pink-clad man covered the boiling water of the future with both hands. He did not immediately answer the questions of the two lovers. His face gradually became serious and solemn. The pink-clad man closed his eyes and circulated the uneasy spiritual energy in his body. He felt the information from the water of the future in his hand. 3 seconds later, a terrible prophecy appeared in his mind. The pink-clad man opened his eyes. He looked at the plump woman and then at the coquettish woman. After swallowing his saliva, he slowly and hard said, "I am going to die." "What? Are you kidding, husband Tilda?" The plump woman and the coquettish woman both changed their faces. The two of them looked at the serious face of the pink-clad man and knew that their husbands were not lying or joking with them. "It's true. Future water is very scared. It predicts that I may die within half an hour." The pink-coated cannon man's eyes revealed a strong unwillingness. The plump woman, who was smarter among the three, quickly reacted. She suggested to the pink-coated cannon man, "Husband, see if future water can predict who killed you." "I predicted it a long time ago. The one who killed me was Lin Kong, the dinosaur owner." The pink-coated cannon man touched his forehead and replied bitterly. Because the pink-coated cannon man's level was not high, it was not until Lin Kong was about to fly over that future water predicted that the pink-coated cannon man was in a dangerous situation of being killed. However, the pink-coated cannon man's future water was not very clear about the specific details of how he was killed. I didn't expect that we would be killed today after secretly monitoring Lin Kong for so long. The pink-coated cannon man believed in the prediction of future water. The success of many predictions has proved the power of future water. Unfortunately, the pink-clothed cannon man's own strength was still too weak, and he could not use the full power of future water. If he had the strength of a level 5 new human at this moment, he would definitely be able to use future water to find the source of the crisis in advance. The coquettish woman suddenly hugged the pink-clothed cannon man's arm and asked with a worried look, "What about me, husband Tilda? Will I be okay?" The pink-clothed cannon man did not speak. He glanced at the coquettish woman sadly, and then shook his head silently. The coquettish woman sat on the ground with her butt as if her soul was taken away. Although the pink-clothed cannon man did not speak, from his sad expression, the coquettish woman guessed her own ending, which was definitely dead. According to the information observed on weekdays, it can be concluded that Lin Kong is a cautious and ruthless person. Since he came to kill the pink-clothed cannon man, he would definitely not let the pink-clothed cannon man's two lovers go back to the mountains. The plump woman next to him knew this very well, so she did not ask about her fate. She knew that after Lin Kong killed the pink-clothed cannon man, he would definitely kill her. But the plump woman was the calmest among the three. She didn't collapse to the ground like a spoiled woman, but reached out her hand and touched her chin. Leaning down, she asked the pink-clad man with a little reluctance, "Honey, didn't water of the future give a solution?" Previously, every time a life-and-death crisis was predicted, water of the future would generally give a solution. The pink-clad man still didn't speak. He shook his head silently. The plump woman understood. She also fell silent. The entire lobby on the first floor of the hospital suddenly became quiet. In the bonfire with flames rising, the wood inside was crackling and burning. The water of the future in the pink-clad man's palm was still boiling non-stop. He understood that Lin Kong was destined to be a terrifying existence that could threaten the president. If such a terrifying enemy wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to escape no matter what. Just when the pink-coated cannon man felt the despair and helplessness of life, the water of the future in his palm began to tremble violently. Then, a message instantly came into the pink-coated cannon man's mind. 3 seconds after receiving the message, the pink-coated cannon man suddenly jumped up from the ground. He shouted happily in the hall, "There is a way, haha, water of the future, found a solution." When the pink-coated cannon man gave up, water of the future did not give up. Water of the future is conscious, and it knows very well that once the master of the pink-coated cannon man dies, it will no longer exist. Therefore, even if the pink-coated cannon man has lost the will to resist Lin Kong, water of the future is actively collecting information around it. Predicting the future is not an imaginary thing. It is based on the existing intelligence. After careful reasoning and careful analysis, and then a conclusion is drawn. Therefore, in order to get a way to break the deadlock, water of the future can only collect as much available information as possible nearby. It doesn't matter if you don't search, but you will be shocked if you search. It actually found something very special. Then, based on this thing, water of the future made some deductions and soon found a way for the pink-coated cannon man to escape. Chapter 390, Advancement to Level 7. In the lobby on the first floor of Quanning Hospital, the originally hopeless and helpless atmosphere was instantly broken by the cheers of the pink-clad cannon man. The coquettish woman regained her vitality, and she also jumped up from the ground with an expectant look on her face. "Husband, what is the method? Tell me quickly." "Yes, husband. What is the method of future water?" They have observed Lin Kong for so long, and naturally know that Lin Kong's tricks are endless, and they understand that they can never be Lin Kong's opponent. Therefore, the only hope at this moment comes from the prediction of future water. Only future water can save the three people of the cannon team from dire straits. The pink-clad cannon man didn't keep anyone in suspense. He directly told the method deduced by future water. We just need to enter the broadcasting room on the 3rd floor of the hospital, turn on the radio, and keep playing music." The coquettish woman was confused after hearing this. Broadcasting room, playing music? What does this have to do with that? How can playing music help us escape from Lin Kong's pursuit? The pink-clad cannon man threw the rabbit meat aside. Although he was now starving, he had no intention of eating. He rushed to the 3rd floor while explaining, "The deduction process is too complicated. Future water did not tell me the specific cause and effect relationship. Anyway, I just followed its instructions. I only know the general process. According to the information collected by Future Water, there seems to be something very special in the basement of this hospital, and that thing can help us get out of trouble." Hearing the pink-clad cannon man's explanation, the coquettish woman and the plump woman temporarily suppressed their curiosity. "It doesn't matter whether the principle is clear or not. As long as the 3 of us can escape and survive safely, that's enough. In fact, it's not that. Future Water doesn't want to tell the pink-coated cannon man the real reason, but the principle behind it is too complicated. For example, a very simple prediction is that he will step on a banana peel later. The result of this prediction is composed of many factors. For example, who threw the banana peel? Why did he happen to throw it on the ground? And why didn't you look at the ground when you happened to pass by? Did you not look at the ground because of the sound of an explosion? Why did the explosion happen? And so on. Just a prediction that you stepped on a banana peel involves hundreds of different factors. It is the superposition of all these factors that you will successfully step on the banana peel and then fall to the ground. If the pink-coated cannon man insists that Future Water explain the detailed principle, then it is estimated that by the time Future Water finishes explaining, it will be almost dawn. Besides, even if Future Water explains, the pink-coated cannon man may not understand the reason behind it. Therefore, the best choice is not to explain. Poor mortal, just follow my instructions. This is what Water of the Future thinks. The pink-coated cannon man also knows that his ability is limited and he cannot understand all the practices of Water of the Future, so he did not ask any more questions. As long as there is a way to save his life, he is willing to do anything. The pink-coated cannon man and his 2 lovers quickly came to the 3rd floor. The plump woman quickly found the broadcasting room based on the distribution map of the 3rd floor posted on the corridor. The door of the broadcasting room was ajar. A solidified blood handprint was pressed on the door handle of the door. Push the door open decisively. What came into view was a corpse lying on the ground. The head of the corpse had been smashed. The pink-coated cannon man speculated that when the zombie crisis broke out, the people in this broadcasting room were not spared. But since the head of the corpse and sign was smashed, it was impossible to become a zombie. This is common sense. Looking around, there were no other abnormal objects. In fact, the entire 3rd floor was dark, and the 3 of them just used a flashlight for lighting. The timid woman was very afraid of the dark. If it were in the past, she would definitely be nervous and trembling while holding the pink-dressed man's arm. But now, when she thought of the terrifying Lin Kong, the woman was no longer afraid of the dark. No matter how scary the darkness was, it was not as scary as the cunning Lin Kong. The pink-dressed man quickly stepped forward and rushed to the equipment that played the radio. After groping for a while, he said in frustration, "How do I use this radio? I don't know how to do it." Although the plump woman was smart, she couldn't learn the various operations of the radio equipment in a short time. At this time, the woman stretched out her hand and began to operate it seriously. While connecting various lines, she explained, "When I was in school, I worked as an announcer at the school radio station, so I know how to do it." Hee. Yes, you used to be an announcer. I almost forgot about this. That's great, Xiao. You can do it quickly. The pink-coated gunman was overjoyed. Although the coquettish woman was very good at acting coquettishly and cute, at the same time, her voice was also very pleasant to the ear. It was because of her beautiful voice that she joined the school radio station and became a very popular announcer. But later, the zombie crisis broke out and the end of the world came. Those classmates who admired her and liked her all turned into cruel and bloodthirsty zombies. As soon as they saw her, They would want to pounce on her and eat her delicious flesh and blood. 3 or 4 minutes passed. The coquettish woman stood up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said with a relaxed look, it's done. Fortunately, the broadcasting system of this hospital has power, so we can play music normally. The pink-clad man hugged the coquettish woman and happily kissed her on the cheek. Wow, we are really lucky, the plump woman next to her also analyzed calmly. Well, if this broadcasting room can't broadcast normally, I guess, water of the future, won't let us choose to play music up there. The plump woman's guess was correct. It was because, water of the future, discovered that the broadcasting room was normal that it instructed the pink-clad man to come to the 3rd floor. The coquettish woman put her finger on the play button and asked hesitantly, "Start playing music?" The pink-clad man looked serious and nodded heavily. "Start." "Okay." The coquettish woman exerted a little force with her fingers. Click. The play button of the broadcasting equipment was pressed. From the loudspeakers installed in various places in the hospital, a loud and cheerful voice came out immediately. "You are my little apple Tilda. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much Tilda." The original text can be read in LU number 9 at book/bar. This is the song Little Apple sung by Chopstick Brothers. In the peaceful era, it was once popular all over the country. Almost all square dance song lists have such a cheerful song. When he heard this familiar melody, the pink-clad gunman's feet couldn't help shaking. However, the danger was not over yet, and the pink-clad gunman didn't have time to dance square dance. Turning around, he called the coquettish woman and the plump woman behind him to follow. "Let's go. We have another important thing to do." "One more thing?" "Yeah, this time we are going to the morgue in the basement." Hissed Tilda. "Morgue?" The coquettish woman immediately took a breath of cold air. Her face showed a fearful expression, but soon, this fear was forcibly suppressed by her. "The morgue is where corpses are stored." As a girl, the coquettish woman, although already a level 4 new human, still could not avoid the emotion of fear. However, she knew that this was the only way to escape predicted by future water. Therefore, the coquettish woman could only suppress her inner fear and followed the pink-clothed cannon man into the morgue on the 1st underground floor. Squeaked Tilda. As soon as the door to the basement was opened, a clear yin energy was felt. The pink-clothed cannon man and his 2 lovers shuddered uncontrollably. Although future water predicted the strange things in the morgue and could help the pink-clothed cannon man escape, it could not accurately predict the true identity of the strange things. It had to get closer. At least it had to go to the door of the morgue, and future water could infer the specific identity of the strange things inside. After knowing this, the pink-clothed cannon man took a deep breath and then bravely took a step forward. It is worth mentioning that the 3 people had to pass through a corridor more than 30 meters long to reach the morgue. Shine the bright flashlight. The pink-clad man can clearly see the morgue at the other end of the corridor. As a level 4 new human, he has very good eyesight. He saw at a glance that the door handle of the morgue was wrapped with circles of chains. Then, there were about 5 or 6 locks that locked the chains. On the door, someone wrote bright red words, "Don't open it. Don't open it." It looked a bit scary, and the coquettish woman silently stepped back a few steps and stood at the back. Speakers were also installed in the corridor of this morgue. "Today is a great day Tilda. I will pick the stars and give them to you Tilda, and pull down the moon and give them to you Tilda." The cheerful singing of the Chopstick Brothers floated in this quiet corridor. But the 3 of them did not feel happy. They still felt that there was a weird atmosphere shrouding their bodies. "Let's keep going." The pink-clad man took the lead and walked towards the morgue. The plump woman followed closely behind. The coquettish woman used to be jealous of the plump woman, but at this moment, she silently grabbed the corner of the plump woman's clothes. "Hoo-la-la Tilda." The pink-clad cannon man held a flashlight in one hand and a bucket of water in the other. The water in the bucket was just ordinary water. Although the pink-clad cannon man did not have the superpower of controlling water, his water of the future was the supreme power of water. Water of the future could use the water flow to launch an attack. The plump woman and the coquettish woman also clenched their weapons. Once something unexpected happened, they would immediately fight back. But there was no need to worry at all. Water of the future had already predicted the safety of the entire corridor. That is, there was almost no danger. Therefore, the three of them only had to walk to the door of the morgue and open the door with the words "Do not open" written on it. After a long 3 minutes, the pink-clad cannon man trio successfully walked through the 30-meter corridor. They came to the front of the door. At this moment, they only needed to stretch out their hands to touch the door that was tied with chains. At this moment, Water of the Future finally figured out the true identity of the strange thing in the morgue. It was a late level 6, Fat Belly Zombie, and it was being promoted to level 7. Chapter 391, Level 7 Zombie is Born. It turned out that there was a super zombie that was being promoted to level 7. No wonder the prediction of Water of the Future was vague. Fortunately, even after knowing the exact identity of the monster, the prediction of Water of the Future did not change. This fat-bellied zombie that was being promoted could indeed allow the three people of pink-coated Cannon Man to escape from Lin Kong's pursuit. Now they only need to do one thing, that is, to open the door of the morgue. As long as we open this door, we can run directly, Pink-Coated Cannon Man whispered. The coquettish woman gently urged, then open it, so we can leave quickly. The plump woman frowned and said nothing. From the pink-coated Cannon Man, she knew that the one locked up in the morgue was a fat-bellied zombie that was being promoted to level 7, and the red blood stains on this door seemed to be written by someone with superpowers. At a glance, you can find that the 8 blood red characters don't open, have a special wave coming from them. It seems to be a spiritual wave like a seal. Obviously, once we open this door, the fat-bellied zombie in the morgue will most likely escape from inside. A zombie that is being promoted to level 7. The plump woman knew what this level of zombie meant. It meant that the survivors within a radius of hundreds of kilometers would suffer a catastrophe. The pink-coated gunman was also very clear in his mind about the terrible consequences of this fat-bellied zombie being promoted from level 6 to level 7 and released. But he suddenly changed his mind and thought that the sky was almost level 7. Even if we didn't open the door of the morgue, this fat-bellied zombie should be able to escape from inside. In other words, he just let it run out in advance. With this idea, the pink-coated gunman no longer hesitated. He pinched his 10 fingers and relaxed the muscles of his arms. Then, slowly, the pink-coated gunman stretched out his hand. When he was about 20 centimeters away from the door handle, the pink-coated gunman found that his palm suddenly became very heavy. His eyes fixed, knowing that this was the Tarzan-type suppression force unique to level 5 zombies. However, judging from the force on his palm, this suppression force was not fully activated. After circulating the spiritual energy between his palms and offsetting the weight of the Tarzan-type suppression force, the pink-coated Cannon Man's palm continued to move forward. It moved another 10 centimeters. The pink-coated Cannon Man's arm suddenly raised up again. What's wrong, husband Tilda? The coquettish woman seemed very worried. The pink-coated Cannon Man shook his head and said calmly, "It doesn't matter, it's nothing serious. I just suffered from the feather-type suppression force." The feather-type suppression force is a unique ability of level 6 zombies. After feeling this suppression force, the pink-coated Cannon Man has determined that the one in the morgue is a super zombie in the late stage of level 6. However, from the weight of his own palm, the pink-coated Cannon Man can analyze that this feather-type suppression force is just an unintentional release of the fat-bellied zombie. So after 3 seconds of adaptation, the pink-clad Cannon Man's palm could move easily and freely. Snap! His 5 fingers grabbed one of the iron locks on the door handle. The cold metal texture was transmitted from the surface of the iron lock into the pink-clad Cannon Man's skin. This iron lock looked like an ordinary iron lock. The pink-clad Cannon Man concentrated a lot of spiritual energy on his 5 fingers. At first, nothing unusual happened, but when the pink-clad Cannon Man was about to tear off the iron lock, something strange happened. The 8 blood red characters "Don't open, suddenly burned with raging flames. These flames seemed to be very hot, but for the wooden door, there was no sign of burning. The red flames seemed to have eyes. They turned directly into a rocket and shot at the pink-clad Cannon Man's palm that was touching the iron lock. The power of this rocket seemed to be very amazing. Even though the pink-clad cannon man was already a level 4 new human, he didn't dare to take this rocket without authorization. However, with the help of Water of the Future, he would not be attacked by the sudden rocket at all. The change of the bloody words on the door had been clearly predicted by Water of the Future, who tilde. The bucket on the ground suddenly shook. The clear water in the bucket instantly turned into a long dragon, which flew directly from the bucket. Then, it rushed towards the rocket. Swish! When cold water met hot fire, a large amount of white water vapor was produced. The rocket was immediately extinguished. The long dragon, transformed by the clear water, continued to sprint forward under the control of Water of the Future. The target was the red bloody words on the door. Bang! Bang! With 2 heavy impacts, the water dragon washed away the 2 don't open on the door. So, the handwriting on the door became open, don't open. It seemed to urge other people who saw this door to open it quickly. As for the flames burning on the bloody words, they seemed to be hit in the vitals and extinguished completely in an instant. With the disappearance of the flames of the bloody words, the power of the suppressive force nearby suddenly became stronger. The scope of the suppressive force just now was limited to the position of 20 centimeters in front of the door handle. When the bloody words on the door were changed, the suppressive force around suddenly expanded from 20 centimeters to the entire corridor. The bucket on the ground floated up under the influence of the feather-type suppressive force. The plump woman on the side couldn't help squatting down, and she found that her body became so heavy. The feelings of the coquettish woman and the pink-clothed cannon man were completely opposite. They were both affected by the feather-type suppressive force. It seems that there are objects around that have become heavier and lighter. Let's open the door quickly so that we can run away quickly. The pink-clothed cannon man no longer hesitated. Anyway, with the prediction of future water, there is no danger at all in the process of opening the door this time, so there is no need to be afraid. Just open it and it's over. The pink-clad man grabbed one of the iron locks on the door handle and pulled it hard, just like pulling a button on a piece of clothing. And it was easily pulled off. After pulling off an iron lock, the interior of the morgue was still quite quiet, and there was nothing unusual. The original text is on LU number 9 / then, keep pulling. With the splash of sparks, the iron locks were easily pulled off one by one. Soon, all the iron locks were removed. Without the iron locks, the chain wrapped around the door handle can be easily removed. After the door handle was clean without a trace of restraint, the pink-clad man took a deep breath. There was only one last step left. Just push the door open. Now man, you two go to the end of the corridor and wait. Before pushing the door, the pink-clad man ordered. After hearing this, the coquettish woman hurried back with a sense of relief. The plump woman obviously hesitated. The pink-clad gunman gave him a stern look. The plump woman reluctantly left and waited at the other end of the corridor with the coquettish woman. According to the prediction of future water, although his action of opening the door would not bring any danger to the 3 people, the pink-clad gunman could not help but let his 2 lovers stay away. He believed in the prediction of future water, but he loved his 2 lovers more. Grab the door handle and push it gently. It didn't take much effort for the door of the morgue to be opened. Moreover, this door was well maintained in peacetime, so when it was pushed open, there was no squeaking sound. Just like that, it was pushed open silently. When it was pushed open, there was no strange wind blowing in the face. In short, everything was normal. Holding the flashlight, he shone it inside. What came into view was a mess of corpses. A careful observation can find that the heads of these corpses are missing, and the reason is, the pink-coated cannon man moved his eyes to the middle position and saw the fat figure. It was a super fat man with a height of 2 meters and a belly width of 2 meters. Without looking closely, the pink-coated cannon man also knew that this super fat man was the late level 6, fat belly zombie. At this moment, it was sitting cross-legged in the same place, and around it, there was a large circle of human heads. A quick count of the number of heads. About 50 or 60. The whole scene looked very strange. The pink-coated cannon man couldn't help but take a step back. Between the facial features of the 50 or 60 human heads, There were wisps of green smoke floating towards the head of the fat belly zombie. In the heart of the pink-coated cannon man, not only did a strange guess arise: could it be this fat belly zombie is practicing in a special way? It was the first time that the pink-coated cannon man saw a scene of zombies practicing. This was really amazing. Zombies can practice, while humans are still killing each other for food. After taking 2 or 3 more glances, the pink-clad gunman hurriedly trotted away. The coquettish woman and the plump woman at the end of the corridor naturally saw the fat-bellied zombie, with his eyes closed and practicing hard. They also found it incredible. According to the information provided by Water of the Future, the plump woman guessed that the fat-bellied zombie should be in the process of promotion at this moment. Moreover, she, who has excellent eyesight, also discovered a detail. When the loudspeaker in the corridor played music, the fat-bellied zombie frowned unhappily. After discovering this frowning detail, the plump woman roughly guessed the intention of Water of the Future. It should be playing sound to anger the fat-bellied zombie in the process of promotion. As for what it is used for after angering, the plump woman could not guess it, because there are too many uses. "Zeman, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up," the pink-clad gunman urged. The plump woman hurried to catch up. The 3 of them quickly left the corridor and quickly left the hospital. Not long after the 3 of them left, the fat-belly zombie, that had its eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened its green eyes. This green eye meant that it had successfully advanced to level 7, and the door that had originally trapped it had also been opened. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, Level 7 Poisonous Corpse. It is worth noting that before leaving the hospital, the pink-coated cannon man followed the instructions of Water of the Future, and left an arm at the entrance of the basement of the hospital. He was cruel enough to cut it off with a knife. The coquettish woman and the plump woman were extremely distressed, but there was no way. In order to completely escape Lin Kong's pursuit, the pink-coated cannon man had to cut off his arm. The arm was thrown at the entrance of the basement. Bright red blood slowly flowed out from the broken part of the arm. After the pink-coated cannon man took a lingering look at his left hand, he decisively left with his 2 lovers. He didn't know what the use of this left hand was. Anyway, it was done by leaving it. Moreover, according to his strength as a level 4 new human, it would take about a day to grow a left hand again. In order to survive, the sacrifice of the left hand was worth it. Not long after the pink-coated cannon man left, a panicked young man ran to the vicinity of Kuoning Hospital. The middle of the young man's mouth was cracked. Obviously, this is the rabbit-mouth youth who escaped from the gathering place in Ziyang City. He embarked on a journey of escape because he was afraid of Lin Kong's revenge. When he approached the Kuoning Hospital, he heard the sound of the song Little Apple. A good hospital suddenly played such a loud song. There must be a ghost inside. As long as it is a normal person, he will not enter it. The rabbit-mouth youth is naturally no exception. He thinks that only people with shit in their brains will run into this weird hospital. The rabbit-mouth youth was about to leave, and suddenly, he felt a warning of danger. He looked up and looked into the distance. He found 4 huge wind god pteranodons in the air and the familiar huge black ball. He has the eye of perspective, that can see through everything. Through the sphere of the 7 black balls, the rabbit-mouth youth saw Lin Kong riding on it. Oh my god, it's Lin Kong. Why is he here? Is he following me all the time? The rabbit-mouth youth was in a panic at the moment. He was very scared, worried that Lin Kong was seeking revenge on him. However, he was mentally strong and soon forced himself to calm down. First of all, this Lin Kong was definitely not here to track him, because according to the speed of the black ball of Lin Kong, it would only take a while for him to catch up with him. Besides, observing the movements of this Lin Kong when flying, it seemed that he did not look at him on purpose. In other words, Lin Kong has not discovered him yet. Thinking of this, the rabbit-mouth youth finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't panic, I just need to find a safe place to hide. The rabbit-mouth youth looked around. This is in the city, with many dense buildings. However, he knew that Lin Kong and others had great magical powers, and he was worried that when he hid in a corner, he would be found by their keen perception. Therefore, he had to find a very safe place. For example, a place that normal people would never enter. Thinking of this, the eyes of the rabbit-mouth youth lit up. He turned his attention to the Kuaning hospital. This hospital looked particularly strange, and the square dance song Little Apple was playing late at night. Well, a normal person would never enter this place. Very good. Then I will hide in there, and I will come out after Lin Kong and the others leave. The rabbit-mouth youth sincerely admired his wonderful idea. I am such a clever little genius, he told. He decisively chose to enter this hospital. Of course, if the pink-coated cannon man had not turned on the broadcast in this hospital according to the prompt of Water of the Future, then the rabbit-mouth youth would most likely have found a random house to hide. Everything was just as predicted by Water of the Future, and the rabbit-mouth youth really entered the hospital. Moreover, he came to the entrance of the basement by some strange coincidence. Oh my God, why is there an arm that was just cut off here? Even though the moonlight was not very bright, for the rabbit-mouth youth who had eyes of perspective, he could still see the surrounding environment clearly. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the basement, he immediately found the arm left by the pink-coated cannon man. If it was a rotten arm, he would not be surprised. But, this is an arm that is still bleeding. This means that this arm was just cut off. Then, the rabbit-mouth youth easily came to a conclusion that there must be other living people in this hospital. However, he already knew this conclusion. Zombies don't like to listen to music, and they can't dance square dance. This little apple must be played by humans. The original text is in Liu number 9 at book/bar. Forget it. I'd better hide somewhere else. The rabbit-mouth youth originally wanted to hide in the basement, but because he found a broken arm at the entrance, he had a resistance in his heart. So, he decided to go somewhere else. However, when he just walked out of the basement, he found Lin Kong stepping on the 7 black balls and flying straight towards this side. In other words, as long as he went out, he would definitely be seen by Lin Kong and others. This is really too bad. There was no way. The rabbit-mouth youth could only push open the door of the basement and enter the basement. A creepy gloomy wind rushed towards him. Although the atmosphere in this basement was quite weird, he didn't care so much. If he didn't go in, he would be dead if he was discovered by Lin Kong. If he went in, he might have a chance to survive. After walking more than 10 steps, the young man with the rabbit mouth came to the corner. After passing this corner, there was a long corridor. At the end of the corridor was the morgue. At this moment, the door of the morgue had been opened. There was no oppressive force in the air of the corridor. Inside the morgue, the fat-bellied zombie, surrounded by human heads, opened a pair of green eyes. It was looking at everything around it with its green eyes. It made an unconscious ho-ho sound from its mouth. The fat-bellied zombie, in the late stage of level 6, finally gained an intellectual improvement and knew how to rely on special training methods to quickly strengthen itself. But unexpectedly, after being promoted to level 7, its brain had atavism. Just like a human with a higher IQ, it became an ancient ape with a lower IQ. The atavism caused the intelligence of the fat-bellied zombie to drop to 0 instantly. Apart from the strange ho-ho cry, it could no longer speak Mandarin. It also forgot all the cultivation methods it had learned before. Now, there were only 2 words filling its mind: eat meat, eat delicious human flesh, eat the flesh of wild beasts on the ground, eat the flesh of birds in the sky, eat the flesh of all living things. In this morgue full of corpses, it was so hungry that it couldn't find any delicious meat at all. However, a burst of hurried footsteps reached its ears. It turned its head and saw a human walking towards it from the other end of the corridor. It was a young man with a cleft in the middle of his mouth. The eyes of the fat-belly zombie glowed green. It was so happy that it could finally eat meat! Chapter 393 Weird, Fat-belly Zombie. If Mawudi was at the end of the corridor at this moment, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. The fat-bellied zombie who was promoted to level 7, because of the atavism, directly became a second-generation poisonous corpse. It was also because of the transformation into a poisonous corpse that the large amount of spiritual energy that this fat-bellied zombie had cultivated so hard to obtain all dissipated in an instant. Even the Tarzan-type suppression force of the level 5 zombie and the feather-type suppression force of the level 6 zombie were all unusable. Moreover, the fat-bellied zombie's superpower, corpse poison spray, did not work. Now, it wanted to infect others in only one way, that is, biting with teeth. Therefore, when the rabbit-mouthed youth entered the corridor, he did not feel the restraint of the suppression force. He had the eye of perspective, and after discovering the weirdness of the basement, he naturally had seen everything in the morgue with his perspective eyes. But something weird happened. When the young man with the rabbit mouth looked into the morgue with his naked eyes, he wondered to himself, I clearly didn't see this fat zombie. He thought he was seeing things wrong, so he walked to the corner and looked through a wall. He could see the heads and corpses in the morgue with his eye of perspective. However, the young man with the rabbit mouth really didn't see the fat zombie. When he walked out of the corner and looked into the morgue with his normal eyes, the huge figure of the fat-bellied zombie really came into his sight. The young man with the rabbit mouth changed his face. What's going on? Am I seeing a ghost? He went in and out of the corner twice and found that the results were the same both times. As long as he used his perspective eyes to observe the fat-bellied zombie, the fat man would immediately enter the invisible state. However, if he used his normal naked eyes to see, the fat man was so clear and obvious. The green light emanating from his eyes was so clearly visible. Boom boom boom. With the sound of the floor shaking, the second generation, fat-bellied zombie, rushed over with a strange cry. Perhaps because of its huge body, this fat-bellied zombie ran very slowly. It was almost the same speed as the first-level zombie. Hey, shut up and stop yelling. Seeing the fat-bellied zombie with green eyes, the rabbit-mouthed young man thought it was very cool at first. As a result, this guy couldn't even speak Mandarin. Zombies that can't speak Mandarin are generally not higher than level 3. This kind of weak zombie, the rabbit-mouthed young man didn't take it seriously at all. However, he had never seen a zombie with green eyes, and most zombies were white. From the point of view of the color of the light, the rabbit-mouthed young man felt it was a bit weird. Moreover, because it could be invisible in the perspective eyes, so he didn't run up to kill it without authorization. But after a few seconds, this invisible fat zombie with green eyes obviously discovered him. Moreover, this weakling who didn't know his own strength actually dared to run over and attack. In order to prevent it from making noise while running and attracting the attention of Lin Kong and others, the rabbit-mouthed youth decided to take action to deal with it. As a level 3 new human, he ran very fast with the blessing of spiritual energy. In 1 or 2 seconds, he rushed in front of the fat-bellied zombie. With a fierce kick of his right foot, his body flew into the air and pounced on the fat-bellied zombie. Raising his fist that was glowing white, the rabbit-mouthed youth smashed the zombie's head without hesitation. The fat-bellied zombie was so slow that it couldn't dodge the rabbit-mouthed youth's punch. Of course, the fat-bellied zombie, which had lost its IQ, had no fear. It would not dodge the rabbit-mouthed youth's fist at all. Bang! The fist hit. I thought the head of this fat-bellied zombie would explode directly, but I didn't expect it to be. Ah, it hurts. My finger. As if a fist hit a steel plate, the rabbit-mouthed youth covered his fist with a grin. He just used all his strength, but it directly caused all 4 fingers to be broken. Fat-belly zombie opened its mouth and wanted to bite him. He reacted very quickly and jumped back to avoid the mouth of fat-belly zombie, and he took a few steps back. What's going on? How can the head of this weak chicken zombie be so hard? Although fat-belly zombie has become a second-generation poisonous zombie, it has lost its superpowers, spiritual energy and various suppression forces, but it is a serious level 7 zombie. Lin Kong punched the original level 6 zombie, three-eyed zombie, for 3 minutes before it blew its head, and this fat-belly zombie has the strength of a level 7. As a level 3 rabbit-mouthed youth, even if his hand was broken, He couldn't possibly break the head of the fat belly zombie. He noticed something strange and decided not to fight hard. He took out a pistol from his arms and slowly installed a silencer. With the silencer, even if you fired a gun, it would be a very slight sound. He didn't have to worry about the gunshot attracting Lin Kong's attention. Aiming at the eye socket of the fat belly zombie, he decisively pulled the trigger. Swish! The bullet shot out, hitting the eye socket accurately, and then got stuck between the bones. How could a mere pistol bullet penetrate the head of a level 7 zombie? When the rabbit-mouth youth was shooting, the fat belly zombie was already close. Ho tilde. The delicious human flesh was right in front of him, and the fat belly zombie kicked his legs and pounced on the rabbit-mouth youth. In this pounce, the fat belly zombie almost used all his strength. The speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it rushed in front of the rabbit-mouth youth. He was confused. How could this fat zombie suddenly become so fast? It was as slow as an old man just now. The rabbit-mouth youth wanted to retreat and avoid it, but he was obviously too late. Puff tilde. His left shoulder was bitten hard by the fat belly zombie. Ah! The rabbit-mouth youth couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. He angrily wanted to push the fat belly zombie away, but he couldn't push it away at all. The huge body of the fat belly zombie was like a mountain, pressing him heavily. The original text is in Liu number 9/. He circulated the spiritual energy to his hands and pushed with all his strength. However, the weird thing happened again. The spiritual energy on his hands disappeared without a trace as soon as it touched the body of the fat belly zombie. Without the blessing of spiritual energy, the rabbit-mouth youth could not push away the mountain of fat belly zombie. But fortunately, after the fat-bellied zombie bit off a large piece of shoulder meat, it started chewing it attentively. It did not continue to bite the rabbit-mouth youth. Fuck, you fat guy, get out of here. The rabbit-mouth youth knew that he could not push the fat-bellied zombie away with his hands, so he had an idea and kicked the fat-bellied zombie's belly with his legs. His legs were full of spiritual energy, but as soon as he kicked, something strange happened again. The spiritual energy on his legs disappeared. Therefore, it failed again. The rabbit-mouth youth did not kick the fat-bellied zombie away. When the big fat zombie chewed the flesh and blood, drops of blood kept flowing from the corners of its mouth onto the cheeks of the rabbit-mouth youth. He felt deeply afraid. Under the great fear of death, the rabbit-mouth youth burst out with unprecedented strength. He kicked with all his strength. This kick still did not kick the fat-bellied zombie away. But, fortunately, he used this rebounding ability to bounce himself away. After breaking free from the bear hug of the fat belly zombie, the rabbit-mouth youth was like a bird flying out of a cage. He ran to the end of the corridor with his hands and feet. When he turned the corner, he accidentally fell. Looking back, the fat belly zombie had just swallowed a piece of meat. It turned its head to the rabbit-mouth youth and chased after him with a dong 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 trot. The rabbit-mouth youth's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He no longer thought that this big fat zombie was a weak chicken, because this zombie is really weird. First, when observing with perspective eyes, this fat zombie is completely invisible. Second, this fat man's head is too hard. Even if he uses a cannon to bombard it, he probably can't blow it open. Third, this fat man's body can actually make the spiritual energy disappear directly. Combining these 3 points, the rabbit-mouth youth crawled and rolled on the ground, running from the corner to the entrance of the basement. 2 more steps, he could rush outside. However, something strange happened again. The rabbit-mouth youth suddenly felt that his body stiffened instantly. At the same time, his heart seemed to be grabbed by a terrible palm. Directly, it stopped beating. After the heart stopped beating, his eyes rolled up and he fell straight to the ground. The 5 fingers that stretched to the door of the basement also drooped down weakly. Dead. He is dead. Dong dong dong. Fat belly zombie ran to the front of the rabbit-mouth youth. It originally opened its mouth wide, ready to bite the latter's flesh and blood. However, there was a flash in its green eyes. Then, the mouth slowly retracted. It gave up the idea of biting the rabbit-mouth youth. Why is this? It is because a ray of green light leaked out from the gap between the tightly closed eyes of the rabbit-mouthed youth at this moment. 2 seconds later, buzzed Tilda. With a wave of air around him, the rabbit-mouthed youth opened his eyes, and his pupils were emitting a green light like emerald green. Just one bite. Only 1 minute had passed. The rabbit-mouthed youth had successfully turned into a second-generation poisonous corpse. It was precisely because this human had become one of its own kind that the fat-bellied zombie stopped eating him. The rabbit-mouthed youth climbed up from the ground with stiff movements. He slapped his ears a few times because he had heard the discussion of Lin Kong and others in the distance. So, his eyes slowly turned to the direction of Lin Kong. Ho ho Tilda. A strange cry of excitement came from his throat. Chapter 394. The show is about to begin. At first, when Lin Kong found the broadcasting voice of Quanning Hospital, he certainly didn't want to enter this strange hospital. However, according to the instructions of the pigeon, this cannon leader is located inside Quanning Hospital. There is no way. Lin Kong can only let everyone be vigilant and slowly fly closer to this strange hospital. The pigeon's target is the broken hand at the entrance of the basement. The broken hand is the broken arm that the pink-coated cannon man deliberately cut off under the instructions of Future Water when he left. It is precisely because of this broken arm that the pigeon responsible for finding the cannon leader will not continue to look for the traces of the pink-coated cannon man. In this way, Lin Kong also lost the best tool to find the pink-coated cannon man. This is one of the means used by Future Water to avoid Lin Kong's pursuit. The reason why it is said to be one is because Future Water also set up a second means. It knows very well that a broken arm is not enough to make Lin Kong give up the pursuit. Even if the pigeon is ineffective, Lin Kong will still try his best to track the pink-coated cannon man in order to avoid being monitored. In order to save the life of the pink-coated cannon man, Water of the Future came up with a perfect solution. That is to release the fat-bellied zombie in the hospital morgue. As for the hospital broadcast that the pink-coated cannon man turned on, the first effect of this method is to attract the rabbit-mouthed youth, so that he can become a second-generation poisonous corpse. The second effect of turning on the broadcast is to attract another group of people passing by. The strength of this group of people is all level 5 ruthless characters. According to the deduction of Water of the Future, Lin Kong will directly give up the pursuit of the pink-coated cannon man because of this group of powerful ruthless characters. Everything is ready. Now all you have to do is watch the good show unfold gorgeously among everyone. As soon as it flew over the basement, the forest pterosaur sent a message to Lin Kong. Grave accent. Cousin, don't go down. It seems there is danger inside. Not only did the forest pterosaur send dangerous information, but the Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, and the 7 black balls also sensed the weirdness of the basement. Even the 4 realist pterosaurs hovering in the air were unwilling to approach the basement. With such an obvious hint, the cautious Lin Kong would naturally not fly down without authorization. He decisively ordered, "Let's fly farther." At the same time, the forest pterosaur, under Lin Kong's instruction, turned into a stream of light and rushed out to catch the pigeon that didn't know whether to live or die. Everyone drove the eelist pterosaurs to observe from a distance. Lin Kong approached Zi Wang, who had the eye of perspective. Zi Wang's eyes had long penetrated the concrete wall of the basement. He clearly saw the whole process of the rabbit-mouthed youth in the basement. At the same time, Zi Wang's eye of perspective did not see the figure of the fat-belly zombie. So, in Zi Wang's vision, the rabbit-mouthed youth was constantly going in and out of the corner. This was very strange. And the stranger thing was still to come. Zi Wang also found that the rabbit-mouthed youth suddenly started to accelerate in the corridor. Then, the latter jumped up and punched the air with a fist. Theoretically, this rabbit-mouthed youth should not be able to hit anything. However, in Zi Wang's vision, the latter's fist seemed to hit a transparent object, and the latter's fist was obviously deformed. Then, the rabbit-mouthed youth covered his bleeding fist and quickly stepped back a few steps. His expression became terrified. Zi Wang was confused when he saw this scene. He used his spiritual energy to carefully observe the front of the rabbit-mouthed youth with his perspective eyes. Finally, his sharp eyes found the clue. The dust on the floor of the corridor suddenly revealed footprints. At the same time, On the ground next to the footprints, a small stone jumped slightly. This shows that there is really a transparent object walking in front of the rabbit-mouthed youth. Moreover, based on the expression of the rabbit-mouthed youth, Zi Wang can easily infer that there is indeed an object that he cannot see. What happened afterwards also confirmed Zi Wang's speculation. The rabbit-mouthed youth was suddenly pressed against the wall. Then, the flesh on his shoulder suddenly rose into the air. Finally, the flesh disappeared into the air. However, it still dripped down from the red bloodline in the air, and finally dripped onto the cheek of the rabbit-mouthed youth. Seeing this, Zi Wang couldn't help but exclaimed. He pointed to the basement and said to Lin Kong next to him, "There seems to be a very powerful invisible monster in this basement. This invisible monster is biting a level 3 new human male." Everyone listened and showed curious expressions. Lin Kong also asked in confusion, "Invisible monster? Do you mean that there is a monster in the basement that even you can't see?" Zi Wang's eye of perspective is a super eye that can see through almost all obstacles. It is really a rare thing that a monster can escape the observation of eye of perspective. Zi Wang found that the rabbit-mouthed youth had been unable to break free from the restraints of the invisible monster. So he asked Lin Kong, "The level 3 new human man seems to be bitten to death. Should we rush in to save him? Do you know him?" "No." "Then don't save him." Lin Kong decisively refused to help. The identity of the invisible monster was not clear. If he rushed in to rescue without authorization, it would be a loss. Facing Lin Kong's decision, Zi Wang also agreed. He concentrated and continued to observe the situation in the basement. What happened next was that the rabbit-mouthed youth broke free from the restraints of the invisible monster. Then, he began to run away in a hurry. When he ran to the corner, the rabbit-mouthed youth fell down. When this guy with a deformed mouth rushed to the door of the basement, he suddenly froze and fell straight down. Seeing this, Zi Wang immediately reported his speculation to Lin Kong. "Brother Lin Kong, you have to pay attention later. I think this invisible monster is likely to have the ability of being extremely poisonous." The original text is available at Liu number 9 at book/bar. That level 3 new human male had clearly escaped to the entrance of the basement. He was about to push open the door and run out, but at the last critical moment, his heart stopped beating. Lin Kong nodded, expressing his appreciation for Zi Wang. "Very good. You observed very carefully." Lin Kong secretly wrote down the information of this invisible monster. If it rushed out, he should be mentally prepared to fight it. Ma Wudi, who was also on the 7 black balls and frozen by the ice ball, heard Zi Wang's speculation. He had a guess in his mind. Could this invisible monster be a second-generation poisonous corpse? The reason why he made such a guess was because he was more familiar with the characteristics of the second-generation poisonous corpse. First of all, the second-generation poisonous corpse has a very obvious feature, that is, they are immune to superpowers and spiritual energy. For example, a machete with Vajra blade attached to it will immediately turn back into an ordinary machete the moment it touches the second-generation poison corpse. And a punch full of spiritual energy from a human being will immediately lose all the spiritual energy when it hits the second-generation poison corpse. In other words, if you use the superpower of eye of perspective to observe the second-generation poison corpse, you will not be able to see its figure. However, if you observe it with ordinary naked eyes, you can clearly see the second-generation poison corpse. The second characteristic of the second-generation poison corpse is that it can infect new humans and animals of any level. As we all know, when the level of new humans or animals reaches level 2, they can be immune to corpse poison. However, the virus of this second-generation poison corpse is even more powerful. No human can be immune to this virus, including Lin Kong, who is a pure person. Moreover, the infection speed is quite fast. As long as you are bitten, you will become a corpse in about 1 minute. If you are bitten by a second-generation poisonous corpse, you will most likely become a second-generation poisonous corpse with green eyes, rather than a third-generation zombie with white eyes. Based on Zi Wang's story, Ma Wudi roughly calculated that the time from the man in the basement being bitten to his death was exactly 1 minute. Everything is quite consistent. If the invisible monster in the basement is really a second-generation poisonous corpse, then, Mawudi guessed that Wang would no longer be able to see the level 3 new human behind the door. Sure enough, after 3 or 4 seconds, Wang reported to Lin Kong with a surprised look, "It's not good, brother Lin Kong. The level 3 man who just died is now suddenly invisible." "Invisible? Didn't you just say that he died at the entrance to the basement?" "Yes, the man is indeed dead, but he suddenly disappeared from my sight." It's like a strange idea was born in Wang's mind. He hesitated for a moment. Lin Kong asked quickly, "What does that man look like?" "Just tell me what you think." Wang wiped his eyes and confirmed again that the corpse of the rabbit-mouthed youth suddenly disappeared. He said his thoughts. After the death of that level 3 man, he seemed to have become a monster that can be invisible. Hearing this idea, Lin Kong's mind turned rapidly. He combined the previous details and quickly thought of a possibility. Humans die quickly after being bitten by invisible monsters. After death, they seem to become invisible monsters. This process is similar to the process of humans being bitten by zombies. Could it be that this invisible monster is also a special zombie? Hearing Lin Kong's analysis, Mawudi showed an appreciative expression. Sure enough, this guy's thinking is quite agile. If he can join forces with the president, he can definitely save this broken doomsday world. Although the previous persuasion failed, Mawudi made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he must convince Lin Kong and the president to fight zombies together. Of course, this can be discussed later. The most important thing at the moment is to prevent this second-generation poisonous corpse from causing greater harm. Mawudi then confirmed Lin Kong's guess. "Lin Kong, your analysis is correct. The true identity of this invisible monster is a zombie. Moreover, it is the second-generation poisonous corpse that I told you about before." Lin Kong's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that he had just discussed the authenticity of the first-generation demon corpse, second-generation poisonous corpse and third-generation zombie with Mawudi. As a result, now he encountered a serious second-generation poisonous corpse. Then, Mawudi warned with a serious expression, "The harm of the second-generation poisonous corpse is very great. We must get rid of it here. Once it escapes, the consequences will be disastrous." Chapter 395 A group of level 5 new humans. The second generation of poisonous corpses. Lin Kong muttered. The expression on his face was half believing and half doubting. Of course, Lin Kong would not easily believe Mawudi's words. Mawudi saw that Lin Kong was not in a hurry at all, so he became anxious. "I know you hate the president, and I can understand that you want to kill him, but the harm of the second generation of poisonous corpses and the third generation of zombies is completely different. Zombies can kill 70% to 80% of humans, but this poisonous corpse can directly exterminate humans, leaving no one alive. Let's put aside the internal fighting of humans and solve the poisonous corpse in the basement first, okay? Little brother, I beg you." Mawudi hated zombies in particular. It was the appearance of zombies that caused his parents, brothers and sisters to be bitten to death. His will was very firm. Even if Lin Kong tortured him severely, he probably wouldn't frown at all. However, seeing that Lin Kong kept a low profile on the poisonous corpses at this moment, Mawudi begged directly. Lin Kong was also quite surprised that Mawudi would actually beg for mercy. Even when he was persuading himself and the president to let go of their hatred, Mawudi never showed such a humble and pleading expression. It can be seen that Mawudi was really anxious. Lin Kong's heart moved slightly. This guy was really keen on fighting zombies. Previously, Mawudi had already temporarily put aside the important task of assassinating Lin Kong in order to kill the zombies in the gathering place of Xiong City. At this moment, Mawudi put aside his self-esteem and begged for mercy in order to get rid of the second generation of poisonous corpses. Lin Kong took out the machete from his waist and said to Mawudi, "Then tell me, what should we do?" Seeing that Lin Kong was finally going to deal with the poisonous corpses, Mawudi smiled and said, "First of all, the first step is that we have to send someone to seal the door of the basement to temporarily prevent the poisonous corpses from running out." Although he had already planned to start dealing with the poisonous corpses, Lin Kong still maintained a cautious attitude to prevent Mawudi from using any tricks to trick him. However, Mawudi's first decision was very normal, and Lin Kong nodded in agreement. Then, he instructed Wu Fei, get some soil and block the door of the basement. Cast the spell from a distance, be careful, and safety comes first. Don't worry, squad leader Lin. I will complete the task. Wu Fei, who was standing aside, approached the basement on the wind god pterosaur. Then he landed on the ground 50 meters away from the basement. His superpower, Wrath of the Earth, can only be activated when it touches the ground. Dong dong. When Wu Fei just landed, the door of the basement was knocked. Obviously, someone inside wanted to push the door out. But it seems that his brain is not working well, because this door is pushed when entering, but pulled when leaving. Even the door handle has the words push and pull written on it. The behavior of the brain not working well once again proves the fact that the rabbit-mouth youth has become a zombie. Wu Fei did not hesitate. After landing, he immediately opened his hands and pressed his palms tightly on the ground. The spiritual energy circulated and was injected into the ground. Crack, crack, crack. A crack was seen spreading rapidly from between Wu Fei's hands to the basement. When the crack came to the door of the basement, it suddenly banged and exploded. A huge earth wall 3 meters long and 3 meters wide emerged from the ground. Then, with another bang, the huge earth wall directly sealed the door of the basement. But this is not over yet. With 3 bangs, 3 more huge earth walls emerged from the ground. Then, they blocked the door tightly. Wu Fei stood up, clapped his hands, and said to Lin Kong with satisfaction, "Hee, done. Yo, Fei. You are very good at playing with this earth wall." Of course. Wu Fei raised his eyebrows proudly. Then, Ma Wuti proposed the second step. Next, we have to make sure there are no small animals, other humans, or other zombies around, because the second-generation poisonous corpse can not only infect humans, but also animals. Even zombies of the same kind will be affected by the second-generation poisonous corpse and begin to evolve rapidly, becoming another poisonous corpse. Hearing that the second-generation poisonous corpse can actually make other zombies evolve, Lin Kong immediately had a bold idea in his mind. What if we use the power of this poisonous corpse to make the one-eyed boy, Zhuge corpse, evolve? However, the second half of Ma Wuti's words directly dispelled Lin Kong's bold idea. Because under the influence of the second-generation poisonous corpse, Zhuge corpse, will evolve rapidly, but it will also become an irrational poisonous corpse. In other words, the timid, Zhuge corpse, will no longer obey Lin Kong's orders. After the bold idea was shattered, Lin Kong could only focus on getting rid of the second-generation poisonous corpse. He immediately thought of a detailed question. It's easy to expel humans and zombies, but what's the range of small animals, like ants, fleas, etc.? Will the poisonous corpses also infect them? Ma Wuti looked at Lin Kong and became very appreciative. Brother Lin Kong, you can notice this detail, which shows that you are really a talent for fighting zombies. The targets of infection of poisonous corpses and zombies are similar. They will not infect micro-animals such as ants and fleas, but frogs, snakes, rabbits, these things will still be infected with corpse poison. So, make sure to eliminate them. Okay. Lin Kong briefly affirmed Ma Wuti's second decision. He was very clear about the superpowers of his team members. Turning around, pointing at Fang Guonan, Lin Kong ordered, "You, use beast communication, to drive all the small animals out of this hospital." Fang Guonan, who was holding a beaker and studying the Tyrannosaurus Rex dung ball, suddenly felt a little confused. He pointed at himself. "Are you talking to me?" "Of course I'm talking to you. Hurry up and do it." "Oh." Fang Guonan immediately put down the beaker, activated his superpowers, and began to drive the small animals out of the hospital. Lin Kong shook his head helplessly. Then, he ordered the others. "Wu Fei, you take the Tyrannosaurus Rex and ride a Quetzalus pterosaur to guard the back. Li Minutes, you take the forest pterosaur and ride a Quetzalus pterosaur to guard the left. Zi Wang, you also ride a Quetzalus pterosaur to guard the right. Old Man Qin, you guard the front. Everyone else, all go into the hospital to see if there are other poisonous corpses hidden inside." Looking at Lin Kong's orderly orders, Ma Wuti, whose body was frozen in the ice ball, nodded with satisfaction. After receiving the order, everyone started to act. The original text is available at Liu number 9/ on Lin Kong's side. In addition to Li Minutes, Wu Fei and others, there are 19 level 2 new humans who came out of the county gathering area. Wu Fei, Li Minutes and others are all Lin Kong's trusted people, so the work they are responsible for is a relatively safe observation task. The 19 level 2 new humans are responsible for the dangerous exploration mission, because Zi Wang's eye of perspective could not observe the second generation of poisonous corpses. He could only send people to observe with their naked eyes. This hospital is not very big, and the search speed of those level 2 new humans is also very fast. With the help of various superpowers, in just half an hour, all corners of the entire hospital were basically figured out. There were no other poisonous corpses hidden. As for humans and zombies, Zi Wang's perspective eyes had already seen them clearly, probably because there were too many mutant beasts in Xiong City. The zombies were all eaten. There was not a single zombie in the hospital, but there were a lot of mutant small animals. This made Fang Guonan, who had communication with beasts, very tired. Under his communication, strange sounds kept coming out from all the hidden corners of the hospital. Squeak, squeak tilde there were mice calling, and they quickly fled the hospital. Hiss, hiss, hiss tilde there were poisonous snakes with their tongues sticking out, silently leaving the bushes. All done. Fang Guonan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and he felt a little dizzy. He liked growing vegetables and such, but driving away small animals was really tiring and annoying. Well, uncle, you did a good job, Lin Kong praised Fang Guonan. After the small animals in the hospital were cleared, the radio playing Little Apple was also turned off by the exploration team. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Seeing that everyone was ready, turning around, Lin Kong asked Ma Wuti, "Is there anything else to do?" Next, we just need to release this poisonous corpse and then kill it. But the method of killing the poisonous corpse is not simple, because the body of the poisonous corpse is very hard. Even the most rubbish second-generation zombies, their body defense is at least the level of a level 7 zombie. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Kong's mouth twitched slightly, and at the same time, his right hand couldn't help but tremble. When Lin Kong killed the level 6, three-eyed zombie, with his bare hands, he broke his fist before he blew its head off. But now, there is a level 7 zombie's head in front of him. I can't hit it. I might as well just summon a meteorite to smash it. When the meteorite falls, it doesn't need the blessing of spiritual energy. So when it encounters the second-generation poisonous zombie, it will not reduce the attack power at all. This is definitely a good skill to kill the poisonous zombie instantly. But Ma Wuti didn't know Lin Kong's superpowers, so he sincerely introduced the common methods to deal with poisonous corpses. Although poisonous corpses have the strength and speed of level 7 zombies, they don't have IQ, they are relatively stupid, and when they eat, they are particularly slow and focused. In other words, as long as there is enough pork to eat, they won't even attack you as a human. Even if you stab it with a knife when it is eating, it won't attack you. Therefore, in view of this characteristic of eating slowly, we can use pork potion to lure it. When it licks the potion, attack it. But the head of the poisonous corpse is too hard. Even if we use a grenade, it is estimated that it will not be killed. Therefore, we have to use the method of fire attack. For example, continuously pour gasoline on the head of the poisonous corpse, and keep burning it until its brain is cooked. We have used this method of burning the head before, and it takes about 10 minutes to burn. Earlier, when Lin Kong asked Li Minutes to inquire, he had already learned that the red solution was called pork potion. He also knew that Ma Wuti was the most capable zombie killer under the chairman. Therefore, when he heard Ma Wuti's method, he agreed with it. Fortunately, there was a gas station not far away. Lin Kong sent people to check and found that there was still a lot of gasoline. So, cans of free gasoline were moved to the basement of the hospital. At this moment, the infectious substances around the hospital have been cleared, and the method of killing the poisonous corpse has been determined. The next thing to do is to release the poisonous corpse from the basement and then kill it. But just when Wu Fei was about to remove the earth wall at the basement door, a group of strangers flew over from the sky. Each of them was riding a huge eagle. These people were attracted by the hospital's broadcast Little Apple. Wang's eye of perspective looked over and his face changed immediately. This group of strangers are all Level 5 Masters. Chapter 396 The Kind Towel Lady. Everything that happened near the hospital, just as future water predicted, was developing in an orderly manner. The pink-coated cannon man opened the door of the morgue and released the fat-bellied zombie that had evolved into the second-generation poisonous zombie. The sound of the radio attracted the self-righteous rabbit-mouthed youth. The rabbit-mouthed youth was indeed infected by the fat-bellied zombie, and became another poisonous zombie. The arm left by the pink-coated cannon man really misled the pigeons, and Lin Kong could not continue to track him for the time being. In order to completely dispel Lin Kong's idea of chasing the pink-coated cannon man, Future Water used the sound of the radio to attract another group of people. Among this group of people, there was an auntie who loved to dance square dance and liked to listen to the divine song Little Apple. As a level 5 master, this auntie's hearing was very good. Although they were 2 or 3 kilometers apart, she still vaguely heard the familiar melody of Little Apple. Could it be that someone is dancing square dance in the end of the world? Thinking of this, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the auntie. She rode a giant mutant eagle and followed the direction of the singing. Not long after, she found Kuoning Hospital. At this time, Lin Kong was preparing to open the earth wall that sealed the basement to get rid of the poisonous corpse. Suddenly, he felt a strong momentum approaching rapidly. Turning his head, he saw 6 giant mutant eagles lined up in a row, flying over aggressively. On the back of each eagle stood a human with scorching eyes. Humans are much more difficult to deal with than zombies, and Lin Kong felt something was wrong. Let's leave the poisonous corpse aside for now. With his order, all the wind god pterosaurs immediately flew back to his side. Wang, who had been using the eye of perspective, also jumped onto the 7 black balls in time and quietly reported to Lin Kong, "These 6 people are all level 5 masters." 6. All of them? Lin Kong was very surprised. Yes, all of them. Wang seemed very serious. His eye of perspective saw the spiritual energy beads in the opponent's danshin clearly. Not only are these 6 people all level 5 new humans, but even the mutant eagles under their crotches are also level 5 mutant beasts. Lin Kong's expression was very solemn. After he was possessed by the Triceratops, although his strength and speed had reached the level of level 5. However, Lin Kong did not have the Tarzan-type suppression force that was unique to level 5. In a head-on confrontation, Lin Kong could fight a level 5 enemy, but once the opponent used the Tarzan-type suppression force, Lin Kong's weight would immediately increase by dozens of times, and he would not be able to fight. Lin Kong, who understood this, also became alert in his heart. He hoped that this group of people were just passing by and would not cause a conflict with his people. So, before the group of people flew close, Lin Kong hurriedly ordered, "This group of people are all level 5 tough guys, and their strength is quite strong. Everyone should be polite and courteous, and don't talk nonsense." Yes, everyone nodded. They understood the meaning of level 5. These people were all new humans at level 3 or even level 2, and the existence of level 5 was like crushing an ant on the dining table. The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone was in a tense state as if facing a great enemy. But surprisingly, the expressions of the group of level 5 masters when they flew over seemed quite kind and friendly. The leader was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. A clean white towel was hung around the neck of the middle-aged woman. Let's call her Towel Auntie for now. Towel Auntie was wearing a loose and ordinary casual sportswear. There were no weapons on her back or waist. In her hand was a rectangular speaker. Lin Kong looked at the speaker and thought it was a special weapon at first, but after a closer look, he found buttons such as play and pause. It seemed to be an ordinary high-power speaker that played songs. "Don't worry, relax, we are not bad people." Towel Auntie did not get too close. She waved kindly. Everyone's mood suddenly relaxed a little, but Lin Kong still maintained a high level of vigilance. Every bad guy will say that he is a bad guy. Once in Orange Village, Li Kegi pretended to be a warm-hearted neighbor. As a result, Lin Kong's family almost died. Fortunately, Lin Kong fed a spirit core to the Tyrannosaurus Rex at that time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex successfully evolved into a mutant beast and awakened the superpower, Forbidden Fire Eye. With the help of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lin Kong's family escaped from danger. It was also after experiencing Li Kong's hypocrisy that Lin Kong would never trust strangers again. However, "Oh, you scared me. I thought I met a monster." Lin Kong pretended to be unguarded. "Let yourself act stupid, so that if a fight breaks out later, you can kill her by surprise." Lin Kong's close combat ability has always been very, very bad. Only by using dirty tricks can he defeat the enemy. Looking at Lin Kong, who was talking, the Taulant was a little surprised, because Lin Kong was in the state of dinosaur possession. At the moment, he had 2 long horns and 1 short horn on his head, and his body was tightly wrapped in dark green liquid dragon armor. He looked like a triangular green monster. But Aunt Tao was knowledgeable and thought that Lin Kong's strange outfit was due to his superpowers. According to the tone of Lin Kong's speech, Aunt Tao guessed that he was a young man. So she asked, "Three-horned boy, are you the boss of these people?" "Yes, yes." Lin Kong was communicating normally on the surface, but secretly, he was observing Aunt Tao's other 5 companions. As expected of the new humans of level 5, they all looked very powerful. The weapons in the hands of these 5 companions were of various types. Some held shotguns, and some carried machetes. Some carried heavy hammers, and some held light nunchucks. The eyes of these 5 people all emitted sharp light. Their weapons were more or less stained with traces of blood. These 5 people must have experienced many battles to grow to the level of level 5. Compared with the 5 companions with murderous aura, the seemingly kind Taulanti looks like a good person without danger. When she speaks, she is not at all arrogant. She is quite approachable. "By the way, Three-horned boy, I want to ask you something. Did you hear the song Little Apple around here just now?" Taulanti asked directly. This song Little Apple by Chopstick Brothers is Taulanti's second favorite square dance divine song. Her first favorite song is the most dazzling national style. But the end of the world came, and her previous speakers were lost, and the various square dance songs stored were also gone. Later, Taulanti became powerful, so she sent her men to collect her favorite square dance songs again. But there was no internet in this end of the world. Other square dance songs were found, but Little Apple was not found after searching for a long time. That night, Taulanti originally wanted to fly to a sparsely populated rural area with her men, because there are too many zombies in the city, and they evolve too fast. Although she and her men are all level 5, they still feel unsafe. Moreover, there is a lot of land and water in the countryside, so they can grow crops, and there is plenty of spring water for drinking. The original text is available in Liu number 9 / Going to the countryside to evolve and develop quietly is definitely much safer than in the city. But when they were halfway on the road, the sound of the song Little Apple suddenly came into their ears. So, Aunt Tao decisively took 5 men to see who was playing the song Little Apple. If possible, Aunt Tao wanted to copy this song Little Apple to her memory card. In this way, she can listen to it slowly in the future. Aunt Tao's husband, daughter, son-in-law, son, daughter-in-law, and 2 grandsons all died in the end of the world. She is quite lonely. Now the only thing that can bring her joy is square dancing. So, she must get her second favorite song Little Apple tonight. When Lin Kong heard the Tao lady asking about Little Apple, he immediately answered honestly, "It's Little Apple sung by Chopstick Brothers, right? I did hear it just now. It was played from the loudspeaker in this hospital." "Oh, great. Then young man, do you know where this loudspeaker is playing from?" The Tao lady was not very educated, so she didn't know the principle behind the hospital broadcast. "I know. It's played from the broadcasting room on the 3rd floor. If you want that song, I can ask someone to take out the memory card." Lin Kong roughly guessed what the Tao lady was thinking from her performance, so he took the initiative to suggest helping her get the memory card. "Okay, then you ask someone to help you get it back." "Thank you." The Tao lady didn't know how this broadcasting room worked, and since the 3-horned young man in front of her was willing to help her, she naturally accepted it with pleasure. At the same time, she said thank you very politely. "You're welcome," Lin Kong said quickly. He originally wanted to say "You're welcome, Auntie," but he was afraid that the word anti would anger the Taulanti, so he didn't say any name from beginning to end. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. The less you say, the fewer mistakes you make. Lin Kong just wanted this group of sudden strangers to leave quickly. He didn't want anything to happen. When he was exploring the entire hospital just now, someone had already reported the playback equipment in the broadcasting room to Lin Kong. Lin Kong turned around and found that person, and asked him to unplug the memory card that stored the songs. The person trotted to do it. Things went smoothly. 3 minutes later, the person came back with the memory card, and he handed it to Lin Kong. Lin Kong immediately handed it to the Taulanti. Because the two were relatively far apart, Lin Kong had to control the 7 black balls to fly closer. In order to prevent Mawudi from making trouble, Lin Kong also used 7 black freeze to freeze Mawudi's head. In addition, part of the 7 black balls turned into a piece of black cloth, covering Mawudi tightly. Therefore, even though Lin Kong approached the Tau Lady, they did not find Mawudi. The Tau Lady happily took the memory card and inserted it into the speaker in her hand. There was a small screen on the top of the speaker, on which the song list of the memory card could be seen. After searching for a while, the Tau Lady said in surprise, "Found it." Then, she pressed the play button. The speaker immediately played the prelude of Little Apple. Listening to the familiar melody, the Tau Lady recognized it at once. This was indeed the classic song Little Apple sung by the Chopstick Brothers. The Tau Lady was very happy. She jumped from the back of the mutant eagle to Lin Kong's 7 black balls. She held Lin Kong's hand and said excitedly, "Thank you, young man. I have been looking for this song for a long time." "It's okay. It should be. It should be," Lin Kong replied with a smile. "You have helped me so much. I have to repay you. Otherwise, you can follow me in the future, and I will protect you. This apocalypse is too dangerous, and the zombies evolve too fast. You and your friends seem too weak, so this won't work. If you follow me, I will protect your lives." The Tauland is a grateful person, and she wants to repay the 3-horned young man in front of her. Hearing the Tauland's invitation, Lin Kong quickly waved his hand and said, "No, I'm fine with my friends. You don't have to worry about it." He didn't want to suddenly become a strange woman's younger brother. Even if you survive alone in the apocalypse, it is definitely much better than surviving with a large group of strangers. If you are alone in the apocalypse, you at least know how you died. But if you follow others and are suddenly killed by others, you don't know who the enemy is. Okay, then forget it if you don't want to. The Tauland seemed to be a very considerate and kind person. After she found the reluctance in Lin Kong's words, she stopped forcing him. "I'm sorry." Lin Kong apologized to her. The reason why he apologized was to avoid conflicts as much as possible. "Then let me give you some high-level spirit cores as a thank you gift." Because Lin Kong helped her, Aunt Tao didn't want to owe this favor. She took out some level 5 blue spirit cores from her pocket and gave them to Lin Kong. Lin Kong wanted to refuse, but Aunt Tao insisted. After some refusal, Lin Kong finally accepted these level 5 blue spirit cores. "Thank you, young man, we're leaving." After giving the spirit cores, Aunt Tao was willing to leave. When she left, she thanked again. The people nearby, watching Aunt Tao thanking again and again, all felt that this middle-aged woman was definitely a very kind and easy-to-get-along person. "Go slowly, be careful on the road." Seeing Aunt Tao and others gradually disappearing, Lin Kong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and was about to call everyone to continue killing the poisonous corpses. One of the Tauland's companions suddenly opened a pair of glowing eyes and approached. The companion with the eye of perspective pointed at Lin Kong's black ball from a distance and said, "Aunt Tao, there is a living person frozen in that black ball." "What? There is such a heinous thing?" The Tauland was surprised at first. Then, she was angry. Turning her head, she looked at Lin Kong with gritted teeth. As a kind and righteous square dance ant, how could she sit idly by and watch such a thing? Chapter 397 Meteorites are about to arrive at the battlefield. Not only did they freeze a living man, but they also froze a living woman. This woman is even worse, only the upper body is left, and the lower body has disappeared. The companion with the eye of perspective said to Auntie Tao, exaggerating. While speaking, He also pushed the pair of glasses without lenses on the bridge of his nose. This man with glasses had severe myopia in peacetime. Since he became a new human of level 5, his myopia has been directly restored. Since he was used to wearing glasses before, he still wears a pair of fake glasses with only frames. What? And froze a woman? This little bastard actually did such a thing. It is really intolerable. Auntie Towel was furious. She really didn't expect that this three-horned guy looked polite, but in fact, he was a demon. This is really, hell is empty, and the demons are on earth. Auntie Towel's sense of justice, if dry wood meets fire, instantly burned up. Let's go. We have to punish this little bastard, and seek justice for the victim. Auntie Towel drove the giant eagle under her and rushed over to teach Lin Kong a lesson, but the man with glasses behind her quickly flew forward and blocked Auntie Towel. Auntie How, I think the three-horned weirdo is a bit weird. Why don't we sneak attack them from the dark? The reason why the man with glasses waited until he was far away from Lin Kong to tell Auntie Towel about Ma Wudi and Murong Jing was to sneak attack from the dark. The success rate of sneak attack is much higher than that of direct battle. Lin Kong is also quite good at sneak attack. If Lin Kong knew what the man with glasses was thinking, he would definitely call him expert. The Towel lady roughly pushed away the mutant eagle of the glasses man and shouted angrily, "What are you afraid of? Good will definitely defeat evil. That little bastard can't possibly win over us. Besides, we are all level 5 new humans, and the companions of that little bastard are just level 3 and level 2 trash." The glasses man continued to persuade, but their mounts are level 4 pteranodons. These pteranodons look quite magical and seem to have extraordinary combat power. You coward. What are you afraid of? Our eagle is level 5 and can tear that shitty pteranodon to pieces in a minute. As an upright and kind person, the Towel lady would never do something sinister like a sneak attack. After saying that, she took the lead and flew to where Lin Kong was. The glasses man knew that he couldn't persuade the Towel lady to sneak attack, so he had no choice but to follow. In fact, he also knew that the strength of his sign had an overwhelming advantage. However, as soon as he saw the strange black ball flying in the air, he instinctively felt the danger. But the Towel lady was the boss of the group. Whatever she said was what she meant, and the man with glasses could only obey her orders. Without waiting for the Towel lady and the others to approach, Zi Wang, who was in charge of observation, immediately reported to Lin Kong worriedly, "It's not good, they are flying back. And they look angry." Angry? Lin Kong was also confused. When she left earlier, the Towel lady was fine. Why did she become angry just after leaving? There was no need to think too much. Since the other party came with bad intentions, Lin Kong immediately began to prepare for battle. He directly activated his superpower, Summon Meteorite. No matter what they are crazy about, let them first send a meteorite to wake them up. Outer space. A meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters has slowly entered the atmosphere from the vacuum. After being affected by the gravity of the Earth, the meteorite began to accelerate rapidly. Accelerate again. Then, it began to burn on the surface. However, in order to fall to the ground, Lin Kong estimated that it would take at least 4 or 5 minutes. After summoning the meteorite, Lin Kong immediately whispered to Wu Fei, "Be ready to open the basement door at any time. Follow my signal. Understand?" Team leader Lin. "Are you?" Wu Fei was shocked. Lin Kong did not hide the conversation with Ma Wudi from others. Of course, he also knew what was behind the basement door. It is said that the second-generation poisonous corpse has at least level 7 strength. Such a terrible poisonous corpse, even though the Towel and her group are all level 5 new humans. But, once they are attacked by the poisonous corpse, that would be cool. Wu Fei of course stood on Lin Kong's side unconditionally. If that blind Towel dared to cause trouble for Lin Kong, Wu Fei would be happy to watch this group of people being infected by the poisonous corpse. So, he nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I promise to make sure you get it done." As a good friend of Lin Kong, Wu Fei and Lin Kong naturally had a special code between them. "Yeah." Lin Kong patted Wu Fei on the shoulder and gave him a look that said, "I'll leave it to you." Lin Kong could trust no one, but he could completely trust his family and Wu Fei, his best friend. Turning his head, looking at the Towel lady flying towards him angrily, Lin Kong's mouth curled up in a sinister arc. He thought coldly in his heart, I have been so polite just now. If you still want to die, then I will have to send you to heaven. Lin Kong knows that there are few good people in this doomsday, so he has been prepared. As long as the Tao lady suddenly attacks, Lin Kong will definitely not show mercy. If you don't mess with me, I can be polite to you. If you mess with me, I will definitely kill your whole family, leaving no one alive. This is Lin Kong's doomsday principle. Within 20 seconds, the Tao lady flew to Lin Kong on an eagle. Three-horned boy, I heard that there is a living person frozen in your black ball. Is it true? The Tao lady didn't want to wrongly accuse a good person, so she held back her anger and wanted to ask about this matter clearly. Lin Kong looked over the Tao lady's body and looked at the man with glasses with glowing eyes. The man with glasses had similar eyes to Zi Wang, and they should both have the superpower of eye of perspective. It was probably him who discovered Ma Wuti hidden in the 7 black balls. There was no way, Lin Kong could only admit, yes. This is because this guy wanted to kill me, so I froze him. Although Lin Kong was ready to fight back, he still followed the principle of not taking action if possible, because according to Ma Wuti's narration, once the virus of the 2nd-generation poison corpse spreads, it will cause a catastrophe in this city. So Lin Kong explained to the Tao lady in a gentle tone, but the Tao lady was still very angry. He wanted to kill you. Why don't you just teach him a lesson? Why do you have to freeze him? Then, she pointed at Lin Kong's 7 black balls. Hurry up and open this black shell. Let me see how he is. Lin Kong frowned impatiently. Sure enough, there are not many real good people in this apocalypse. Lin Kong did not open the 7 black balls to expose Ma Wuti. He tried to reason with the Tao lady. He wanted to kill me, but failed. In peacetime, he would be imprisoned. So now, he has become my prisoner. Isn't this very reasonable? Hearing the word reasonable, the Tao lady suddenly cursed. Reasonable? Reasonable bullshit. You little bastard. Don't think I don't know that you also froze a woman with only the upper body left, right? Because the two were close to each other. When the Tao lady cursed loudly, the saliva sprayed from her mouth directly splashed on Lin Kong's face. Lin Kong had already started to kill. He closed his eyes and used his mind to adjust the direction of the meteorite he had just summoned. 3 seconds later, the meteorite was adjusted and aimed at the current location. Opening his eyes again, Lin Kong pretended to be pitiful. Auntie, calm down. That woman wanted to kill me too, so What's the point? You little bastard, you actually cut a woman in two, and you're so calm. After saying this, the Tao lady directly used the suppression force. The original text is available at 6:9. The air around him fluctuated violently. Lin Kong found that the clothes on his body began to tremble slightly. Now, I order you to quickly release that woman to me. The Tao lady pointed to the back of a wind god pterosaur and said. She had just learned the location of Jing from the glasses man. It was an object tied up with a thick quilt. When she thought of the poor woman with only half of her body left in it, the Tao lady felt distressed. At the same time, a sense of justice like a volcanic eruption gushed out from her heart. She couldn't understand what kind of psychopath this little bastard with 3 horns was, that he would be frozen by a poor woman. Sure enough, there are not many real good people in this doomsday. At first, she thought Lin Kong was a polite and helpful young man. But, she didn't expect that Lin Kong was actually a demon in human skin. Seeing the trend of the Tao lady wanting to take action, Lin Kong quickly softened and waved his hand and said, Auntie, don't be excited, relax. Okay, I will go and let that woman go now. After that, Lin Kong turned and flew to the wind god pterosaur that contained Jing. During the flight, Lin Kong closed his eyes. His thoughts instantly traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers and came to the vast space. At this moment, Lin Kong, with the possession of the Triceratops, has greatly enhanced all aspects of his body, including his mental strength and aura. Before, when he was at level 1, Lin Kong could summon about a medium-sized meteorite with a diameter of 50 meters, plus some small meteorites. Now, with the huge improvement of dinosaur possession, he can now summon 10 medium-sized meteorites like this one with a diameter of 50 meters. After searching for a while in the vast space, Lin Kong directly picked two medium-sized meteorites with a diameter of 50 meters. A medium-sized meteorite with a diameter of 50 meters is enough to turn a level 6 zombie into slag in seconds. What's more, the group of Tau Lance are just new humans at level 5. Just now, Lin Kong has summoned a small meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters. Now, what has entered the Earth's atmosphere is a burning, rapidly falling small meteorite and two medium-sized meteorites with a diameter of 50 meters. The killing move is ready. Lin Kong came to the back of the pterosaur and pulled open the blanket that was wrapped around Mirongjing. A pitiful woman with only the upper body was revealed. This woman not only lost her lower body, but also only had one of her two arms. When she saw Mirongjing's miserable appearance, the Tau lady was immediately heartbroken. She pointed at Lin Kong's finger and trembled with anger. You are really a bastard. When she said this, the Tau lady seemed to have become a righteous judge in the court. Facing Lin Kong's ugly behavior, she vowed to give him the most severe punishment. Wu Feng saw that the Tau lady was insulting Lin Kong as a little bastard again, and he clenched his fists fiercely. He wanted to rush up and fight with the Tau lady directly, but Lin Kong had already told him not to be impulsive. No matter what happened, he had to learn to be appropriately forbearing. Endure it. Wait. When the enemy reveals a flaw, immediately deliver a fatal blow and send her to the west. Thinking of Lin Kong's teachings, Wu Feng loosened his clenched fists. Li Minutes beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that Wu Feng would do something unwise and stupid in a moment of impulse. But when she saw Wu Feng clenching and unclenching his fists, she understood that Wu Feng was no longer the reckless person. He had grown up under the influence of Lin Kong. Li Minutes looked at Wu Feng with relief. Then, she turned her eyes to Lin Kong. In her heart, she couldn't help but worry. Facing the aggressiveness of the Tau land, how should squad leader Lin deal with it? The meteorite is already on the way, and Lin Kong only needs to delay the time a little. He pretended to be pitiful and explained to the angry Tau land, "This woman wanted my whole family at the beginning." But the Tau land didn't listen to Lin Kong's explanation at all. She drove the giant eagle directly under her and flew above the Ketsinus. Under her command, the giant eagle stretched out its claws and gently hooked Mirongjing, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, and took her away. Lin Kong had anticipated the behavior of Aunt Tao and did not stop her. Mirongjing's value was not very great. If she died with Aunt Tao later, it would not matter. After taking Mirongjing away, Aunt Tao had an idea and directly converted the surrounding suppression force into Taishan-type suppression force. The surrounding Ketsinus pterosaurs were only level 4 mutant beasts. They had not comprehended the level 5 Taishan-type suppression force and were naturally unable to resist. With panicked roars, the 4 Ketsinus pterosaurs fell to the ground one after another. However, Lin Kong had expected this. The Ketsinus pterosaur was only 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Even if it fell, it would not be a big deal. As for the Tyrannosaurus rex, the forest pterosaur, Li Minutes, Zi Wang and others, they had already left far away. Wu Feng stood quietly, 50 meters away from the basement door. His Wrath of the Earth was ready, and he could release the second-generation poison corpse behind the door at any time. In the air, Aunt Tao looked down and ordered with a frosty face, "And that man, you also hand it over immediately." After discovering that all the wind god pterosaurs had fallen, Lin Kong immediately pretended to be scared. He quickly let the 7 black balls reveal the ice ball containing Ma Wuti. The righteous Aunt Tao took Ma Wuti away. At this time, the meteorite dragging the flames had 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Aunt Tao was thinking about how to punish Lin Kong. Lin Kong, who was uneasy, rubbed his hands and quietly waited for Aunt Tao's judgment. On the surface, Lin Kong was panicking. In fact, he was as steady as an old dog. Chapter 398 Meteorite Number 1, Killed Successfully. At this time, there were 3 meteorites falling from the sky. In the back were 2 medium-sized meteorites with a diameter of 50 meters. In the front, the one about to fall was a small meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters. After a period of burning, the diameter of the small meteorite was reduced to half, and now it was only 5 meters. Such a small meteorite was enough to smash Aunt Tao and others into slag. However, In order to smash them into slag, they must stand still. So, how can Lin Kong make Ant Towel and others stand still? This is a big problem facing Lin Kong now. The big problem facing Ant Towel is how to deal with Lin Kong. 6 level 5 giant eagles and 6 level 5 new humans who were eyeing him have completely surrounded the new humans. They looked like they didn't take Lin Kong seriously at all, and they discussed the way to punish Lin Kong openly. A companion holding a big knife suggested, "Why don't we cut off his hands and feet?" The man with glasses pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and coldly rejected this suggestion. He is a new human. It won't take long for his hands and feet to grow back even if they are cut off. The Tao lady looked at Lin Kong angrily, and then looked at Mirongjing, who was frozen into an ice sculpture beside her. The ice on Mirongjing's body was quickly melted by the flames ejected from the palm of the Tao lady's hand. This is the Tao lady's superpower, explosive hand. Spraying fire is just a simple use of explosive hand. After a few seconds, all the ice on Mirongjing's body had melted. The long-term freezing made Mirongjing's body look very tired, and her beautiful face also looked very haggard. After she regained her ability to speak, Mirongjing's eyes immediately showed an angry expression. She pleaded pitifully to the Tao ant beside her, "Ant, this man, he, cough cough. He is a demon. He is simply an out-and-out demon. Quick, kill him quickly." Mirongjing is a person with quick thinking. After some observation, she almost figured out the situation at the scene. This Tao ant looked like a very righteous and kind person. Therefore, as soon as she regained her mobility, Mirongjing pretended to be pitiful so that the Tao ant would kill Lin Kong. She knew that Lin Kong was a cunning guy, so she must not fight to the end, but must kill him directly. Seeing Mirongjing's pitiful and angry appearance, the Tao ant really felt pity. She touched Mirongjing's head. "Don't worry, little girl. I will definitely make this little bastard pay the price." Through the observation of the glasses man, the Tao ant knew that Lin Kong was a level 2 new human, and the strange object attached to Lin Kong was just a level 3 mutant beast. On her side, there were 6 level 5 masters and 6 level 5 mutant beasts. Therefore, Aunt Tao was not in a hurry to execute Lin Kong. She looked at the little girl in front of her, who was only left with the upper body, and felt very sympathetic towards her. She wanted to comfort her first. Mirongjing was just a level 2 new human. She could not see through Lin Kong now, and she did not know the strength of Ant Towel's group. She did not know the difference in strength between the two. Therefore, Mirongjing was very afraid that Lin Kong would use some tricks to kill Ant Towel's group in one go. She anxiously persuaded Ant Towel to kill Lin Kong quickly. Ma Wuti, who was standing aside, was thawed by another level 5 new human, and he also shouted loudly, reminding the people around him, "Quick, kill this kid." As he said this, Ma Wuti pulled out a dagger from the person next to him, and he directly activated his superpower, Vajra Blade. He held a dagger shining with golden light and rushed towards Lin Kong decisively. The reason why Ma Wuti was so anxious was because he had discovered that Lin Kong had secretly sent all his teammates away. The 4 wind god pterosaurs quietly left here. Only the guy named Wu Feng quietly stayed near the basement of the hospital. Ma Wuti knew that Wu Feng's superpower was Wrath of the Earth. Seeing Wu Feng's sneaky appearance, he knew that Lin Kong had a conspiracy. Thinking of the second-generation poisonous corpse blocked in the basement by the earth wall, Ma Wuti instantly figured out Lin Kong's trick. This guy must want to release the poisonous corpse and then infect Ant Towel's group. Ma Wuti knew that Ant Towel and others had super high strength of level 5. However, in front of the second-generation poisonous corpse, Ant Towel's group, who had no combat experience, might fall into danger. If the scheming Lin Kong harassed them again, Ant Towel and others might be wiped out. In short, we must kill Lin Kong, the cancer, first. Only when Lin Kong died, Ma Wuti's uneasy heart dared to relax. As for persuading Lin Kong to join forces with the president, now that Ma Wuti has a chance to escape safely, of course he will fully support the president. It is better to get rid of a stubborn person like Lin Kong. Bang! Ma Wuti, full of murderous intent, stepped heavily on the back of the giant eagle. His body shot towards Lin Kong like an arrow from a string. The golden dagger in his hand was particularly bright and conspicuous in the night sky. This attack was very direct and straightforward. It was to pierce Lin Kong's heart directly with a knife. There was nothing fancy, because Ma Wuti no longer needed to do something fancy. This time, he was directly betting his life on the attack. Suppose he failed and was killed by Lin Kong, then the people around him would definitely rush up and kill Lin Kong directly. Suppose he succeeded, then everyone would be happy. In other words, the fearless Ma Wuti is already invincible. Lin Kong watched Ma Wuti rushing towards him with a life-threatening momentum, and he was not panicked at all. When he was surrounded by 6 level 5 masters, Lin Kong had already prepared for the battle. He naturally paid attention to Ma Wuti's actions at all times. Lin Kong knew that Ma Wuti was a master who should not be underestimated. If he fought him in close combat, he would definitely be beaten so badly that he couldn't even tell the directions. Because Lin Kong's close combat ability was really super bad. Even if he was possessed by a triceratops, dinosaur, even if his speed and strength at this moment could match the physique of a level 5 new human. But, facing Ma Wuti, an experienced fighting master, Lin Kong felt that he would lose 100%. He understood the gap between himself and Ma Wuti. Of course, it was not just that he couldn't beat Ma Wuti. Everyone present, except Murong Jing, who was level 2, if they fought head-on, Lin Kong couldn't beat anyone. Lin Kong, who knew himself, was not discouraged. It doesn't matter if you can't beat it. I can summon a meteorite and smash it directly. If you rush towards me and insist on fighting with me, then I will. With a swish, the 7 black balls under his feet turned into a big mouth. With a wow sound, Lin Kong was swallowed by this big mouth. Swish. The dagger attached with the Vajra blade cut a hole on the surface of the 7 black balls, but the hole was restored to its original state in 0.1 seconds. Why are you a turtle? Ma Wuti was shocked on the spot. When he learned that Lin Kong killed the 3-eyed corpse, Ma Wuti thought Lin Kong was a master. Unexpectedly, Lin Kong hid directly. The 7 black balls have a special physique and can be deformed at will. The defense is comparable to the liquid dragon armor of the Triceratops. What's more precious is that the 7 black balls are not afraid of being injured at all. Its current form is like a glass of water in a bowl. Read the original text at LU number 9/. If you stab the water in the bowl with a knife, it will only produce some ripples. Even if you cut it, the water in the bowl will immediately return to the original state. This is the principle. Lin Kong can easily resist Ma Wuti's attack with the protection of the 7 black balls. Ma Wuti chopped twice more in vain. He called on Antao and others to kill Lin Kong together, but Antao and others did not want to kill Lin Kong directly. After all, Lin Kong, this demon, did such a cruel thing and must be severely punished. If he was killed directly, wouldn't it be a bargain for him? Therefore, Antao did not allow her companions to take action, but slowly proposed, "Why don't we use the method of 5 horses to dismember and kill this little bastard?" When talking about this torture, Antao also stroked Murong Jing's haggard face with the appearance of a kind mother. However, Murong Jing didn't want Antao at all. She just wanted Lin Kong, this extremely sinister villain, to die quickly. The companions around them all agreed when they heard the method of 5 horses dismembering a body. They just happened to have 6 giant eagles. 5 eagles could be used as the 5 horses to pull Lin Kong. The man with glasses even came closer and corrected with a wicked smile, "Auntie-how, this is not called 5 horses dismembering a body, but should be called 5 eagles dismembering a body. Ha ha ha, right. It's called 5 eagles dismembering a body." The man with glasses is really educated. Auntie Tao was very happy when she thought of the scene of Lin Kong, the little bastard, being dismembered by 5 horses. Oh, no. Being dismembered by 5 eagles. She felt extremely happy. It was as if she had done another great good thing. Auntie Tao, who had lost all her relatives, could only do heroic deeds such as eliminating evil and promoting good, upholding justice and helping the weak to bring her joy. Except for square dancing, Ma Wuti was now very anxious. He knew that Lin Kong had killed a level 6, 3-eyed corpse, and was an extremely dangerous person. Meanwhile, Auntie Towel and the others were leisurely discussing how to execute Lin Kong. What an idiot! Ma Wuti estimated that he could not persuade this group of arrogant fools, so he had to think of a strategy on his own. After catching a glimpse of Wu Fei hiding near the hospital, Ma Wuti immediately came up with an evil plan. Since there was no way to kill Lin Kong, he would kill Lin Kong's team first, that Wu Fei would launch the Wrath of the Earth at any time and release the dangerous second-generation poison corpse. Well, kill this guy first. This guy seems to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with another woman. Kill him and then kill his girlfriend, so that they will have a companion on the road to the underworld. In 2 or 3 seconds, Ma Wuti had already planned the order of killing. Boy, if you have the guts, just hide in this ball. After smiling sinisterly at Lin Kong, Ma Wuti jumped directly from the back of the giant eagle. When Lin Kong saw Ma Wuti jump down, he immediately understood that he was going to kill Wu Fei. Suddenly, a strong killing intent filled Lin Kong's eyes. The reason why Lin Kong had kept Ma Wuti alive was because he wanted to get more information. And now, this person actually wanted to harm his best brother Wu Fei. Can't keep him alive any longer. No matter how valuable you are, I will kill you. Lin Kong's eyes became cold. Not only Ma Wuti will die, but everyone around him will also die. 3 seconds. The first small meteorite will reach the ground in 3 seconds. At this time, Ma Wuti had just jumped off the eagle's back and his body was still in the air. Suddenly, something is flying over here. A level 5 new human holding a nunchaku pointed at the sky and exclaimed. Others looked up and saw the burning meteorite falling at a high speed of 10,000 meters per second. Everyone was a level 5 master and had a keen sense of danger. But Aunt Towel's heart was full of justice at this moment. She was in the excitement of rescuing the weak, so her reaction was half a beat slower. The man with glasses looked very upset and shouted at the woman with towel. Aunt How, there's a meteor coming, run. Although they were strong, they were not strong enough to deal with meteorites from outer space. Damn it. Seeing the huge meteorite that was burning with flames and rolling towards them, the man with glasses' heart instantly tightened with fear. After reminding the woman with towel, he ran away. Others had already started to urge the eagle under their crotch to flee in panic. The woman with towel raised her head belatedly. After discovering the meteor, she also ran away. In her haste to escape, she accidentally let go of Murongjing. Whoosh! The giant eagle accelerated and rushed out directly. Murongjing was still shocked by the meteorite that was coming over, and she didn't hold the eagle's feathers firmly, so she fell. Ah! Murongjing screamed. The woman with towel found that there was nothing beside her. Looking back, she found that Murongjing was falling in the air. Although she is a kind, just and helpful super nice person, however, the meteor is about to fall. Who can care about a little girl? Anyway, this little girl only has the upper body left, and she has become so miserable. Living is suffering, and dying is also good. The towel ant comforted herself in her heart. Then, she slipped away without looking back. Looking at the towel ant's figure going away, Murongjing's eyes were full of despair. This kind ant, just now, looked like a kind mother. How could she slip away without hesitation at this moment? Kind ant, don't go tilde, save me. Bang! Murongjing's body fell to the ground. She stretched out a trembling palm towards the towel ant's departing figure. 0.1 second later, boom! There was a loud noise. The meteorite fell to the ground. Murongjing was smashed into ash directly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Towlandy, Die. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Lin Kong has met many people. There is Li Kegi, who is kind on the surface but cruel on the inside. And there are also people like Aunt Towel who are cruel on the outside and inside. This is the first time that Lin Kong has met. She didn't figure out the source of the conflict between Lin Kong and Murongjing. Seeing Murongjing's pitiful appearance, she wanted to kill Lin Kong immediately to satisfy her so-called sense of justice. Since the other party wanted to kill Lin Kong, Lin Kong would not argue with her. If he wanted to do it, he would definitely kill them all. The number of enemies, including Ant Owl, is a total of 6 level 5 masters. If he fights head-on, Lin Kong will definitely lose. Therefore, he can only rely on the meteorites falling from the sky to win. Solution? In order to ensure his own safety and kill the enemy to the greatest extent, how should the 3 meteorites summoned by Lin Kong land? Answer: first of all, in a one-on-many battle, we must follow the most basic principle: capture the thief first. Then, the first person Lin Kong wants to kill must be Ant Owl. According to the known conditions, it takes time for the meteorite to fall from the sky. Ant Owl is a level 5 expert, and her instinct for danger is very sharp. She will have at least 3 seconds to escape. This time is enough for her to escape. Therefore, Lin Kong must prevent Ant Owl from escaping for more than 3 seconds to achieve the goal of smashing her to death. According to the description in the previous chapter, it can be found that Lin Kong's 7 black balls are only level 3, and can only freeze the new human of level 4 at most, and cannot hinder Ant Owl for a long time. Similarly, the level 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot use the Forbidden Fire Eye to achieve the goal. In other words, according to Lin Kong's current strength, the first meteorite is basically impossible to hit Ant Owl. Therefore, the purpose of the first meteorite can only be used as a shit stirrer. Then naturally, the role of the remaining meteorites can be derived. The second meteorite is responsible for killing Ant Owl. The third meteorite that falls is responsible for the final finishing work and clearing out other miscellaneous characters. Of course, if something unexpected happened during the battle, and the 3 meteorites failed to kill Ant Owl and her group, then Lin Kong would summon another 30. In short, today he would definitely smash this group of people who overestimated their own strength into pieces. After sorting out the functions of the 3 meteorites, Lin Kong decisively began his battle plan. The first small meteorite, which acted as a shit stirrer, fell directly towards Ant Owl's position. Sure enough, Ant Owl and her group all discovered the first meteorite in time and immediately made the correct choice to escape. Ma Wuti, who jumped to the ground, was a level 4 new human, and he also successfully escaped from the range of the meteorite's fall. Lin Kong did not expect this first shit stirrer meteorite to kill someone, but in the end, it actually killed Jing. Haha, this is a pleasant surprise. After the meteorite landed, it made a loud noise that shook the earth. Then, a powerful shockwave quickly expanded from the place where the meteorite fell. This shockwave was extremely fast and powerful. Wherever it went, tall trees rose from the ground, solid walls collapsed in an instant, and the trembling small animals were all swept up into the sky. Although the eagle mount under Ant Owl's crotch was very fast, it was not faster than this shock wave. It hit it in an instant. At the moment of being hit by the shock wave, Ant Owl's hands tightly grasped the feathers on the eagle's back, and she immediately launched the Tarzan-type suppression force. The weight of the eagle instantly accelerated dozens of times. So, one person and one eagle immediately fell to the ground quickly. Bang! It landed successfully. The giant eagle rolled on the ground several times, and then used its 2 claws to tightly clasp the ground. The shockwave had gone far away, and Ant Owl and her giant eagle breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the power of this shockwave was not very strong. Ant Owl and her mount were both level 5 masters, so they would naturally not be directly killed by a shockwave. Lin Kong also understood this. His purpose was not to let the shockwave kill Ant Owl, but to stir up dust in order to cover the sky. The eyesight of the new humans is very good. Even if there is no moonlight at night, they can still see the poisonous snakes in the dark. The meteorites that fell from the sky were burning with flames all over their bodies, and even ordinary people could see them. Therefore, Lin Kong thought of using the dust raised by the falling meteorites to block the enemy's vision. However, even if Ant Owl's vision was blocked, Ant Owl could still rely on her keen sense of danger to sense the danger in advance. How to solve this problem? The answer is simple. Just create another source of danger. Therefore, Lin Kong stared at Ant Owl as soon as the meteorite fell. In order to ensure the kill, Lin Kong adopted a saturation attack. The so-called saturation attack is, You can kill your opponent with one knife, but you not only use a knife, but also a sword, a bow and arrow, an automatic rifle, a tank, and even intercontinental missiles, tactical nuclear bombs, aircraft carriers, etc. In the dust, Lin Kong, who was wearing a liquid dragon armor, drew out a machete and rushed directly towards Anti-Towel. Anti-Towel was shocked. This little bastard with 3 horns didn't take the opportunity to escape, but dared to run over to seek death. What a brainless idiot. Anti-Towel grinned and stood up from the ground. Because of the meteorite fall, her companions were in a hurry to escape. So at this time and place, Anti-Towel was alone and an eagle, but she felt that she didn't need companions to deal with a weak chicken like Lin Kong. She didn't need to use all her strength. Looking at the way Lin Kong ran, Anti-Towel's heart was immediately filled with disdain. Oh, this brainless idiot, what a flaw. The Tao lady is not only a middle-aged lady who loves square dancing, but she has also learned Tai Chi from Lao Wang who lives next door. Therefore, as soon as she saw Lin Kong running, she knew that this guy was a very amateur weakling. It seems that her guess just now was correct. To deal with this 3-horned guy, she doesn't need to use all her strength at all, just one hand is more than enough. Thinking of this, the Tao lady stretched out a hand slowly. Her steps were one after another, and her legs were slightly bent. Her whole body was ready. Lin Kong rushed to the Tao lady. He raised the machete and chopped at the latter's head. Lin Kong's expression was fierce. The Tao lady's face was calm and composed. Lin Kong's machete flashed with cold light. The Tao lady's palm did not carry any protective props. Lin Kong's knife chopped down. The Tao lady raised her hand, slapped, caught, and waved. The first slap directly hit Lin Kong's wrist. Lin Kong felt pain and the machete in his hand fell. The second catch directly caught the falling machete. After catching the machete, the Tao lady swung it casually. This swing directly cut Lin Kong's throat. As a weak chicken in close combat, Lin Kong could not resist this swift knife at all. Puff. Bright red blood spurted out. Lin Kong covered his throat and retreated in horror. During the whole confrontation, the Tao lady only used one hand. She didn't even move her feet. This shows how strong she is. The original text is on Liu number 9 / The Tao lady did not immediately catch up to kill Lin Kong, but slowly took off the towel. Then she wiped the blood on her hands. The momentum of her body, like a peerless master, was immediately displayed vividly. You. Puff tilde. So awesome. Even Wuji Sword Saint is not as awesome as you. Lin Kong praised with panicked eyes, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the next second, swish, 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 swish. Several red flames shot towards the Tao land's left-hand side. Forbidden Fire Eye. 6 bursts. It's the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bang 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 bang. 6 earth spikes suddenly emerged from the ground on the Tao land's right-hand side and shot straight at her. Wrath of the Earth. 6 bursts. It's Wu Fei. Swish 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 swish. Behind the Tao land, 6 streams of blue cold air covered her from top to bottom. 7 black freeze. 6 bursts. It's 7 black balls. It turned out that Lin Kong was just a bait, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wu Fei, and the 7 black balls were the main players attacking Anti-Towel. The ultimate sword saint in Lin Kong's words just now was the code agreed upon by him and Wu Fei. In peacetime, Lin Kong and Wu Fei both particularly liked the Wuji Sword Saint and the game League of Legends. Therefore, the two set the 4 words Ultimate Sword Saint as a code for simultaneous attack. So, when Lin Kong just finished talking about the Wuji Sword Saint, Wu Fei would launch a surprise attack together with the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 7 black balls. 3 directions. 3 different means of attack. If it were an ordinary person, it would be absolutely impossible to resist. But Anti-Towel was not an ordinary person. At the moment when Wu Fei, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the 7 black balls launched a surprise attack, the premonition of danger in her heart directly reminded her. So you have a trick up your sleeve. Haha. What a bunch of fools. Anti-Towel was neither impatient nor impatient. She laughed at Lin Kong first, and then began to move in an orderly manner. Just a quick glance, she already knew the strength of Wu Fei, Tyrannosaurus Rex, 7 black balls and others. Too weak. Really too weak. This kind of scum can be dealt with just one hand. Aunt Tao still stretched out one hand, but this time, she activated her superpower, Hand of Explosive Flame. Under the catalysis of spiritual energy, her right hand quickly shot out a large amount of flames. The reason why the word shoot is used to describe the flame is because Aunt Tao's flame is not the kind of slowly burning flame on the match. Instead, it is the kind of fierce flame that sprays directly from the gas tank. This kind of high-speed burning flame has a higher temperature and a stronger attack power attached to the pump. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Aunt Tao failed to find Wu Fei and Tyrannosaurus Rex 7 black balls hiding nearby in time was because the dust around was too thick. The rolling dust made her vision extremely limited. But from Aunt Tao's point of view, it is easy to win against Lin Kong and others even with eyes closed. Thinking of this, the Tao lady really closed her eyes, facing the 6 forbidden fire eyes on the left, the 6 sharp earth spikes on the right, and the 6 cold air behind her. The Tao lady closed her eyes. Not only did she close her eyes, but she also stretched out only one hand. I saw that the right hand burning with flames began to wave from the right. Puff 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 puff. The 6 forbidden fire eyes were all shattered by the right hand with flames attached. The Tao lady's right hand continued to wave backwards. Kai 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 kai. The 6 cold airs, when they encountered the flames on the right hand, turned directly into white water mist, and then quickly dissipated in the air. The right hand continued to wave and came to the left. Bang pang 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 pang. The 6 sharp earth spikes, when they hit the Tao lady's right hand, were like eggs hitting stones, and they broke into pieces one after another. The Tao lady retracted her palm and exhaled gently. Is that all you can do? She opened her eyes and taunted Lin Kong, but in the end, only a few drops of red blood were left on the ground, and Lin Kong's figure had long disappeared. Auntie Tao turned her head in confusion and found that Wu Fei, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the black strange ball, who had just wanted to kill her, were gone now. Why did they run away? Auntie Tao looked at the empty surroundings with an unsatisfied look on her face. She had wanted to get rid of all of Lin Kong and his men with one hand, but in the end, it seemed that she was too powerful and scared these cowards away. Auntie Tao extinguished the flame on her right hand and shook her head. Alas, these young people, none of them can fight. As soon as she finished speaking, 0.0001 second later, boom, the second meteorite fell. Auntie Tao, die. Her body turned directly into ashes, including the towel she often used to wipe her sweat, the portable speaker with the memory card inserted, and the song Little Apple in the memory card, all of them turned to ashes. Seeing this, you may ask, why was Tao Land suddenly killed? The previous solution has already mentioned that the first meteorite summoned by Lin Kong was used as a shit stirrer to block Tao Land's vision. The second meteorite was the human-headed dog responsible for killing Tao Land. However, Tao Land has the ability to predict danger. Even if her vision is blocked, she will still feel the danger from the sky. Lin Kong, Wu Fei, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Chi Hikyu, a total of 2 people and 2 dragons, directly launched a surprise attack on her. When the surprise attack was launched, the second meteorite was about to fall in 3 seconds. At this time, something clever happened. Tao Land's head, although she sensed the danger from the sky. However, her eyes saw Wu Fei's earth cone, the flames of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the cold air of the 7 black balls. She subconsciously thought that the danger warning in her mind came from these earth cones, flames, and cold air. Therefore, she never thought that there would be meteorites falling from the sky. The speed of the meteorites' descent far exceeded the speed of sound, so she could not hear the rumbling sound of the meteorite falling. In summary, it can be concluded that there is only one outcome for Aunt Tao, and that is death. Chapter 400, 11th One Punch Kill. The first meteorite was responsible for stirring up dust when it fell. The second meteorite took the opportunity to smash the Tao lady to death. Lin Kong used the third meteorite in a very different way. This special use was a brand new attempt. If it succeeded, Lin Kong's combat effectiveness would rise to a higher level. When he was in the gathering place of Xiong City, Lin Kong explored the ability of summoning meteorites, and found that he could only move or change the direction of the summoned meteorite when it fell. However, once the meteorite from outer space fell to the ground, even if the meteorite was only the size of a mung bin, Lin Kong could not move it at all. At first, Lin Kong felt a little regretful, but soon, Lin Kong discovered the loophole of this superpower. As long as the meteorite touched the ground, it would not be controlled by him. So, what if he didn't let it touch? After this new idea popped out of his mind, Lin Kong was particularly excited. He tried it secretly, and the final result was, it really works. As long as the meteorite from outer space does not touch the ground, his thoughts can always be attached to the meteorite. This will bring about a special use. Meteorites will no longer be smashed down violently, but can also become hidden weapons. At an altitude of several million meters, the third meteorite was falling at a speed of thousands of meters per second under Lin Kong's deliberate control. As Lin Kong's mind moved, some fist-sized meteorite fragments broke away from the surface of this medium-sized meteorite with a diameter of 50 meters. Fragments, speed up. Lin Kong directly attached a large amount of thoughts to the meteorite fragments, greatly increasing the speed of the fragments. Soon, the speed of the meteorite fragments reached a terrifying speed of 10,000 meters per second. This speed was enough to make these dozens of meteorite fragments begin to heat up and turn red, and then they began to burn. The medium-sized meteorite continued to be suppressed by Lin Kong to make it fall slower. At this time, if you fly to the high school to wait and see, you can find that those burning meteorite fragments are like the vanguard responsible for reconnaissance. The powerful medium-sized meteorite is the ultimate weapon responsible for hitting Huang Long directly and killing with one blow. A medium-sized meteorite plus dozens of meteorite fragments are the means used by Lin Kong to eliminate the remaining enemies. Let's pull our eyes down to the ground. The 5 companions of Ant Towel, relying on their ability to perceive danger, discovered the second meteorite in time and ran away. They didn't know that Ant Towel had been killed. The second meteorite was larger than the first meteorite, so the shock wave it aroused was larger, and the dust and wind it blew were also more violent. But these 5 people were prepared, and under the protection of spiritual energy, they were not seriously injured. It seems that there will be more meteorites falling. We must always pay attention to the situation in the sky. The man with glasses reminded his companions while running. Their giant eagles were also running on the ground, and they did not dare to fly in the sky for fear of being blown away by the strong wind. In fact, if you are just blown away, it is not terrible. What is terrible is that you hit something hard while flying in the air and then get killed. Therefore, escaping on the ground is the safest way. If there is a shock wave, you can at least hold on to the solid ground. A young man with a hammer found that the man with glasses did not think of looking for Auntie Towel, so he asked, "Brother Four Eyes, don't we go to find Auntie How?" Just now, the 5 people escaped together at the same time. Auntie Towel was a little distracted at the time and did not stay with everyone. Auntie How has always been very nice to everyone, so the hammer youth wanted to go back and look for her. If you want to find her, go find her yourself. We don't even know if we can save our own lives now, so how can we have time to go to Auntie How? The man with glasses turned around and scolded the young man with the hammer, because his mouth was too wide. The surrounding sand and dust were blown in by the strong wind. He quickly spit out twice in displeasure. The power of this meteorite is too terrifying. It is simply not something that human power can stop. The surrounding yellow sand is all over the sky, and the vision has become extremely limited. It is quite difficult to go back and find Ant Towel. The young man with the iron hammer also understands the difficulty of this matter. However, Ant How once saved his life, and he can't just abandon Ant Towel. I don't think the meteorite will fall again, or we can go back and look for it. Brother Four Eyes, your eyes are so powerful. The young man with the iron hammer wanted to persuade the man with glasses. The superpower of the man with glasses is eye of perspective. Even if the surrounding yellow sand is all over the sky, it can't block his vision. If he has the help of the man with glasses, he will definitely find Ant Towel soon. However, the man with glasses interrupted the young man with the iron hammer rudely. I know what you want to say, but I won't go back to find Ant How. If you want to find her, Go find her quickly, don't bother me." After saying that, the man with glasses quickened his pace and rushed away quickly. The other three companions also hesitated for a while, and then immediately caught up with the speed of the man with glasses. They were not as decisive as the man with glasses, and they all turned around and persuaded the young man with the iron hammer earnestly. "A meteorite just fell at Aunt Hal's position. If you turn back to look for her, you might be killed by another meteorite." "Yes, yes, you are not afraid of death, but we are. The power of this meteorite is so terrifying. As long as we get a little closer, we will definitely die." "Big Hammer, don't be stubborn, run quickly. Aunt Hal is so strong, she will be fine. You worrying about her safety is just like taking off your pants to fart. It's a waste of time." Seeing that the man with glasses and the other three companions were unwilling to turn back to look for Aunt Hal, the young man with the iron hammer clenched the handle of the iron hammer in his hand. "If you don't look for her, I will." He was not persuaded by the others, and decisively turned around and ran back. "Bah, what a stupid thing!" The man with glasses cursed and spat at the sound of the young man with the iron hammer running back. "You can't even protect yourself, but you still go back to find Aunt Hal. You are so stubborn." The other three people also shook their heads, disagreeing with the mentally retarded behavior of the young man with the iron hammer. The four of them no longer cared about the life and death of the young man with the iron hammer, and they continued to run. The young man with the iron hammer was looking for the figure of Aunt Hal in the yellow sand. "Aunt Hal, Aunt Hal, where are you?" While looking, he shouted loudly, but before he walked for a while, he suddenly found that he had an ominous premonition in his heart. "Oh no, another meteorite is falling." The young man with the iron hammer felt bad. He had this ominous premonition when the meteorites fell twice just now. Although Aunt Hal is very important, since there is a meteorite falling now, he can only run quickly. He randomly found a direction and ran away. Looking up, he could vaguely see a fiery red dot in the sky, shooting straight towards him. It was indeed a meteorite. The young man with the iron hammer felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have come back to find Aunt Hal. He didn't expect that he would encounter a meteorite just after returning. However, he was still very confident in his escape. From the premonition of danger to the actual fall of the meteorite, he had at least 3 seconds to escape. As long as he chose a direction and ran hard, he would be able to run out of the dangerous area with a high probability based on his running speed. The young man with the iron hammer was right. However, the fiery red dot in his eyes was actually not 1, but 38. This dot was not a meteorite, but a fist-sized meteorite fragment. And the most dangerous point was that as long as these fist-sized meteorite fragments did not fall to the ground, Lin Kong could freely control them. When the young man with the iron hammer chose to escape to the southeast, next to Lin Kong, a middle-aged man with glowing eyes reported promptly. The one with the hammer went southeast. This middle-aged man was naturally Zi Wang, who possessed the eye of perspective. With Zi Wang's eyes, the glasses man and his gang could not escape at all, and the escape trajectory of the young man with the hammer was naturally detected. "Okay, let's chase." Lin Kong gave an order, and the 7 black balls under his feet instantly accelerated to 180 meters per second. Such a fast speed is faster than the level 5 young man with the hammer. When flying, the air made a whistling sound. The 7 black balls wrapped around Lin Kong, Zi Wang, and Wu Fei, and soon caught up with the young man with the hammer. The young man with the hammer also found the figure of the 7 black balls. He was very surprised. "This is the black ball of the triangular monster man? So fast. How can it be so fast?" After the young man with the hammer entered the attackable range, Lin Kong directly issued an attack order. "Spray him." 7 black freeze, launch, swish. A blue icy cold air rushed directly towards the young man with the iron hammer. After launching the 7 black freezes, Lin Kong closed his eyes directly. He had no intention of going out to fight. In terms of strength and speed, although Lin Kong could be comparable to the level 5 iron hammer youth. However, Lin Kong did not have the Taishan type suppression force. As long as the iron hammer youth made Lin Kong's body heavier, Lin Kong would immediately fall into danger. The original text is available at LU number 9 at book/bar. Moreover, Zi Wang and Wu Feng were only level 3, and they would not be able to get an advantage if they fought in close combat. Therefore, Lin Kong decided to use meteorite fragments to kill the young man with the iron hammer from a distance. "You want to freeze me with just a mere cold air." The young man with the iron hammer only wanted to avoid the meteorite falling from the sky, and he did not want to be dragged by Lin Kong. When facing the blue cold air, he just changed direction casually and easily avoided the attack of the cold air. He continued to run. Lin Kong continued to chase from a distance. 2 seconds later, the young man with the iron hammer found something wrong. Why hasn't the meteorite fallen yet? When this doubt arose, the young man with the iron hammer found that the premonition of danger in his mind became stronger and stronger. Moreover, he found that the source of danger was right in front of him. Instinctively, the young man with the iron hammer jumped directly to the left. As soon as his body finished dodging, swish, an extremely dangerous red light shot from where he was just now. Bang! The red light hit the ground and made a bang, and left a deep pit on the ground. What the hell is this? It's so powerful. If I get hit by it, I will definitely lose half my life. The young man with the iron hammer looked closely and found that there seemed to be a fist-sized meteorite in the deep pit. It looked like a red-hot iron. The overall size was about the same as an ordinary person's fist. He didn't know that this was the meteorite fragment controlled by Lin Kong. Suddenly, the premonition of danger rose in his mind again. Oh no, it's coming again. Before the young man with the iron hammer could figure out what this branding iron was, he found that something seemed to be shooting towards him from the front. He quickly jumped to the left instinctively. However, after jumping, he was surprised to find that the premonition of danger in his mind still existed. Then he continued to jump to the left. Hey, why do I still feel danger? The face of the young man with the iron hammer became uneasy. He had no choice but to continue jumping to the left. After jumping, he was shocked to find that the premonition of danger in his mind did not decrease but increased. Looking up, the face of the young man with the iron hammer became desperate. He finally understood why the premonition of danger in his mind had been lingering. Because, in the air in front of him with yellow sand flying, there were 3 rows of red lights shooting towards him. Before the young man with the iron hammer had time to figure out what was going on, he found, swish, 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 swish. Those red lights had already flown to him. Then, puff, puff, puff. 4 red lights shot into his body. The remaining dozens of red lights missed and all shot onto the ground with a bang, bang, bang. Ahem, what on earth is this? Ahem. Wow! The young man with the iron hammer covered his stomach, which was bleeding, and coughed continuously, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Then, he slowly fell to the ground. The dantian in his abdomen had been shot and exploded by the meteorite fragment. His left leg was also shot and broken. Half of his right arm flew out. A large piece of his skull was also cut off by the high-speed flying meteorite fragment. The young man with the iron hammer looked at those iron-like things in horror. He still couldn't understand why such a strange thing suddenly appeared in front of him. Moreover, it was shot at him at the same time. Just shoot, and adopt a large-scale indiscriminate shooting, it seems. These strange things have known that I will dodge, but fortunately, my head and heart are fine. The young man with the iron hammer forced himself to calm down. Although the injuries on his body were serious, they were not fatal. As long as his heart was fine and his brain was intact, he would be able to recover. In about an hour, he would be able to be revived with full blood. The body of a level 5 new human was so strong, but, let alone an hour, not even 2 seconds had passed. The young man with the iron hammer found that the strange black ball of the 3-horned monster had already flown over. Wait, a triangular monster, a strange black ball, a strange thing like a branding iron. Strange. The young man with the iron hammer's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something, but before he could say anything, the triangular monster got out of the black ball. Then, he saw a dark green fist that quickly enlarged in his field of vision. Bang! His head was directly blown up. Lin Kong retracted his bloody fist, He wiped it casually. It seemed that he had only done a small thing. He got back into the 7 black balls and asked Zi Wang next to him, "Where are the others?" To the north. Zi Wang glanced at the dead young man with the iron hammer. He secretly smacked his lips and his heart. A level 5 expert was killed so easily by Lin Kong. Moreover, Lin Kong would kill all the remaining 4 level 5 experts next. When Zi Wang was sighing at Lin Kong's powerful strength, Lin Kong had already closed his eyes. His thoughts instantly came to the 3rd medium-sized meteorite. With a thought, hundreds of meteorite fragments separated from the surface of the medium-sized meteorite. When he was dealing with the young man with the iron hammer just now, he had used up the 38 fragments that were separated earlier. Now, he needed more fragments. As long as he had these fragments, the level 5 new human who was extremely powerful in the eyes of others. In Lin Kong's eyes, it was just a bunch of leaks that were cut. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.